Chapter 51. Double Trouble. This world has undergone some amazing historical changes through the eras. With the Great Annihilation as the node, even the fundamental laws of the world were distorted in the following tide. Therefore, the era of order before that could be regarded as two completely different worlds. But even so, there will always be those persistent few who try to sort through the historical materials passed down through the ages. Sadly, try as they might, the fragmentation had been too extensive to the point it's near impossible to reorganize the truth from the false. At this point, no one knows what the world was like in the Age of Order. Fortunately, not all was lost. Since the ancient kingdom of Crete, record-keeping has been relatively well maintained. Although city-states rose and fell throughout the ages, civilization continued to thrive with the linking chain never broken. To credit this feat, many scholars look to the miracle currently illuminating the sky, also known as Vision 001, Sun. This was the biggest known vision to influence humanity thus far. In reality, many scholars have debated whether the Sun was actually a vision or a natural phenomenon due to its size and perpetual existence. But since the survivors of the ancient kingdom of Crete referred to the Sun as Vision 001, the naming stuck and has not changed. Obviously, not all visions are terrible and harmful, and Vision 001 has brought security to the world for at least half the day, with anything below sea level suppressed by the light. It's through this suppression that civilization has managed to develop to this day. According to the information left by the ancient kingdom of Crete, after the opening of the Deep Sea Age and the century before the appearance of Vision 001, the whole world had been enveloped by night, illuminated only by the dim glow from the world creation in the sky. As a result, there's also another name for that ancient kingdom, the kingdom of eternal night. It's a name representing the environment they had to live in. Duncan stood before the narrow window and stared thoughtfully at the world under the sun. The world before the Great Annihilation. What exactly is it like? Did the sun shine on all things in this world before the century-long night? Most likely a yes. No matter how many inconsistencies and contradictions the city-states have in the ancient records, one thing is common in their description: the Age of Order is a bright, safe, and prosperous era. But in any case, that prosperous and bright period has passed, and the vast sea of today is illuminated by Vision 001, which is known to the world as the light source during the day. That makes a lot of sense then if what I suspect is true. It's likely the reason why those black sun cultists are so despised by the public, calling the false sun some blasphemy thing when it's giving the only light to the world. It's no wonder the public wouldn't tolerate their existence. It's the same as attacking civilization. In a way, those cultists are poor souls abandoned by the times. If the circumstances are different, they would be the ones in the right. Naturally, pity was one thing. Duncan wouldn't be delusional enough to think their ambitions could be realized at all, nor did he think some sacrifice would truly bring about the burning of a fusion star upon this world. After all, there was not a single star up in the night sky when he last checked. This world was clearly separated from what he knows as outer space. Duncan returned to his room, closed the door, and beckoned AI to come down from the cabinet. Who is calling the fleet? The dove chirps after landing on his shoulder. Instead of ignoring the bird, Duncan went over to the bed and found the sun emblem he had hidden in the corner. Then after another thought, he came up to the drawer where the spirits were stored and took out 2 bottles, something attached to the underside. Drink less. It's Nina's handwriting on the note, and it appears to be posted a long time ago. Duncan faintly smiled at the message and closed the drawers behind himself. It never worked before on the real Ron, so of course it won't work now with Duncan. If you can, try to bring them to the vanished. He said to the dove and displayed the items in his hands to the bird. AI immediately flapped its wings and made a proud chirp. FedEx free shipping. Duncan nodded, allowing himself to lie down in a comfortable position before going back. He had been away from the vanished for too long. Although nothing should happen to that ship without his attention, but he's the captain. It wouldn't look good if he kept locking himself in his room. Besides, there's nothing Duncan needs to do on this side for now. Nina had left for school, and she had other plans already after class. On top of that, they had discussed it and that she would stay in the dormitory for another night. With such an opening, it's perfect for him to test his theories of shuttling items through the spirit world and controlling both bodies. The latter should be feasible according to his own perception. Duncan softly inhaled and readied himself. First came a wisp of green flame burning around his shoulder, then with a crackling sound, AI transformed into her undead bird form and popped open the compass lid hanging around her neck. The familiar sensations flooded into Duncan's mind like always twinkling starlight and the speeding through of his mind in the space tunnel, and before he knew it, he had found his consciousness descending upon the vanished in the captain's room. But before he makes contact, Duncan did as he has planned and forces a brake on his ghost fire, effectively preserving a part of his mind on the body inside the antique shop. Meanwhile in the captain's bedroom, his main body had slowly opened its eyes and examined the room. It's the familiar furnishings of the ship and the battering of the waves against the ship's hull like he remembered. Slowly pulling himself up from the chair, he touched his body, and instead of only feeling one body, he got the sensation of two at once. This outcome slowly drew a smile on Duncan's face. Like he thought, he can now split his focus and control the second remotely using a single mind. Not waiting, he promptly took this newfound ability for a test drive. On the second floor of Duncan's antique shop in the city-state of Planned, the antique shopkeeper who was lying quietly on the bed when he suddenly shot open its eyes. The expression remained a little stiff, like a zombie observing the room from side to side, but sure enough, he was able to manipulate his arms and legs like a rusty machine. If this scene was seen by some outsiders, it would surely frighten them silly and call the city police, saying there's a man possessed by evil spirits. Then again, such a claim wasn't wrong. Duncan had a tough time physically moving the remote body there, but after many attempts, he finally managed to sit up from the bed. But the next second, the distant picture in his mind suddenly started to spin wildly because he had fallen to the floor. Duncan sighed, well, it looks like I'll have to practice for a while longer. Chapter 52. Captain's not home. One will, two perspectives at the same time, and controlling two bodies while doing completely different things was a rather novel experience for Duncan. At the same time though, it's also an extremely difficult challenge for him. From a certain perspective, Duncan believes he can't be called a normal person anymore. Even so, it doesn't mean the feat didn't come without burden. After half a day of struggling and tossing around, he eventually managed to barely crawl the second body inside the antique shop back onto the bed. But judging by the feedback from the depths of his consciousness, mastering this dual-minded skill wouldn't be too far off. After that, it's only a matter of time and familiarization until he's comfortable doing this daily. After setting things in order and leaving a sliver of his attention inside the antique shop, Duncan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's his first point of contact with human civilization. Losing such a significant base of operation would severely put him back. Successful transmission. Exactly then, a series of flapping wings came from the side. AI had returned with a proud look on her chest as she landed on the table. There was also the pale gold sun emblem and 2 bottles of spirits she had brought back. A smile slowly crept onto Duncan's face, followed by a broad grin at what this implied. Feasible. It is feasible to let this bird carry cargo between the spirit world. On top of that, it's not limited to ordinary items either. With a satisfied mood, he got up and took the items to check each and every one of them for any weirdness. The sun emblem still carried the faint power he inserted before, and the 2 bottles of spirits were blessings to his nose once he popped the corks. Smirking like an idiot, Duncan glanced down at AI who had already begun to pace around on the table. Efficient, quality, and free shipping. I'm starting to love this nagging dove. The pigeon also noticed the master's gaze and immediately trotted up to Duncan's side, pecking at the table with its beak and shouting, "Friend fries! Make some French fries!" There are no fries on board for the time being, but I don't think it will be a problem very soon. Duncan happily lifted the bird up with his hand and met those mung bean-sized eyes. I wonder what the upper limit of your ability is? Is it limited to inanimate objects? And what about lost baggage? Do you lose baggage? Guess we will need to test this some more. The bird thought for a moment and leaned back on his neck. Lost bag? Oops, page is missing. SHHH, that's what I'm afraid of. Your name always gives me a sense of unreliability. Duncan's confidence sizzled out a bit after hearing that last remark. The success of the first trial run had him all riled up, but AI's constant illogical chirping did not give anyone comfort. At the very least, he won't be at ease until he gives this supply line several attempts. With a plan for the next step in mind, Duncan got up from his chair and walked to the door leading into the mapping room. However, he stopped just shy of the doorknob as he flexed his limbs and muscles. After confirming he had full control of everything without any sluggishness or exhaustion, he found his body no different from when he first left it. Is this also the special power of Captain Duncan? Or is it, because I'm in essence half a ghost now? I won't get tired? He pondered this possibility but found no indicating evidence to back up this theory. But in any case, this does not seem to be a bad thing. This body didn't need much maintenance, meaning he could more safely divide part of his energy into other aspects of life. Duncan was a very frank person, or rather, he was very good at putting aside the mysteries that had not been solved for the time being. After thinking it through, he reached out and twisted the doorknob for good and stepped into the neighboring mapping room. Captain Duncan has returned. Name? The goat head rigidly asks using that hollow gaze. Captain Duncan. Duncan glanced at the wooden statue. I'm back. Ah. The great Captain Duncan is back on his loyal and magnificent vanished. Sorry Captain, you have been spirit walking for a while, so I needed to confirm it again. After all, this is the rule you set yourself. How do you feel? What's your mood? How is the body? What was the harvest for this long spirit walk? Did you find something interesting? Would you like to share this trip with your loyal first mate? Have you noticed I omitted my other titles? Miss Alice said this would make things more streamlined and that you might prefer this arrangement. Shut up, your little streamlining got ruined by that crapload of nonsense before the last bit. Duncan waved dismissively at the goat head. What happened while I was away from the ship? Ah, Captain Duncan's sternness and humor are as always. The ship is well, with everything perfectly in order. I, your most loyal first mate, have done as you're entrusted in steering the ship. In addition, Miss Alice had visited twice, but neither was a big deal. One was about the ropes, the other about the anchor. Duncan had intended to go check up on deck when he heard the goat head's report. With a question mark over his head, why is she fighting with ropes and anchor? The part about Alice running around exploring the ship did appear on his radar during the spirit walk, but he didn't expect it to be so lively to warrant a note. Oh, the truth is Miss Alice did it out of kindness, replied the goat head at once. She thinks it is very bad to have nothing to do on the ship, so she wanted to help, like tidying up the ropes and maintaining the anchor is what she came up with. However, I forgot to tell her the cables are ticklish while the anchor needs a nap. Duncan. Captain, are you angry? Duncan's sudden silence made the goat head tense up. Shaking its head back and forth, actually, it is no big deal if I might add. All new crew members need time mingling with the old sailors aboard. Right now they're currently in the fighting phase. Once that's passed, the progress she will make in integrating will be superb. In fact, she's quite popular aboard with the others. Halfway through the goat head's defense, a series of rushed footsteps interjected, followed by the loud banging of the door with Alice running in. Mr. Goathead, why are the shells in the ammunition room rolling around and not letting me? Duncan shot a silent look at Alice, who had spotted the ghost captain with her awkward, stiff posture. Fine, this is the third time, sighed the goat head on the mapping table, this time she is fighting with the cannon shells. I admit that Miss Alice's run-in on the ship may have been a little too lively. Alice shrunk her neck, probably reinforcing the joints, and looked nervously at Duncan. Captain, you're back. Duncan nodded with a calm face. It looks like you had a good time on the ship when I wasn't around. Alice. Chapter 53. Heirs. During his departure of the Vanished, Alice's activity on the ship slightly exceeded Duncan's expectation. He had always felt that the Gothic doll was an elegant and decent lady like you find in those old oil paintings. Although she likes to surf the waves with her wooden casket box and talk a lot of nonsense, the positive outweighs the negative. But now, the idea of her staying put and acting like a doll no longer seemed possible. Captain, you are not angry, are you? I can explain. The sudden low atmosphere in the room made Alice feel a little nervous as she carefully glanced at the expressionless Duncan. I know you're helping, merely unsuccessful. Duncan looked at Miss Doll with a somewhat helpless face, but since you also know that a lot of things on this ship are alive, can you confirm it with me or my first mate beforehand the next time you want to do something? Alice immediately nodded her head and loudly agreed, Okay Captain, no problem Captain. Then she immediately turned her attention to the goat head and muttered in a low voice, Is there such a thing as unsuccessful in helping? The goat head said in a rare and concise way, Now there is. Okay, if you really want to help, go check the dried fish hanging on the deck, or go to the kitchen to tidy up the ingredients in storage to make space. In the future, we may have the opportunity to replenish the food on the Vanished. Duncan sighed and said this to Alice, Leave the artillery and ammunition alone below deck. They don't have the same full intelligence as my first mate, and those dangerous things will only respond instinctively to external stimuli. In any case, I don't want those cannonballs suddenly blowing up thinking they're being attacked by mistake. If they do, I can only sweep you back together with the broom and dustpan. When Alice heard this, Her neck promptly shrunk as she promised not to do it anymore before fleeing the room. This made Duncan chuckle a small laugh because things were getting more interesting. Instead of a dead and lifeless ship, he's now got a doll to liven things up. A proper home per se. From the looks of it, your mood is quite good, Captain. The goat head spoke from the side again. Ah, you have something in your hand. What is that? Is it the harvest of your spirit walk? Like that knife last time. Duncan glanced at the sun emblem he was holding and displayed it for the goat head to see. He had left the spirits in his room and was planning to study this item here. It's booty, he nodded, just like the ritual knife last time. Oh. As expected of the great Captain Duncan. You always manage to return with a full load of booty, and an extraordinary item with wonderful power at that. Hold on, is that a sun amulet? Do you know this thing? Duncan raised his eyebrows. That's right, sun amulet. A few daring cultists stuffed this thing onto me, so it was hard for me to reject their graciousness. I know a little. The goat head seemed to be wary of the emblem because he started hesitating. The madman who follows the ancient sun regards this object as a holy relic. They believe that casting metal into the shape of the real sun and quenching it with human blood could infuse the power of the sun into the runes, and through this method, it is possible to mass-produce supernatural items with diminished effects. This amulet is a status symbol for those sun followers. It can also be used to identify their fellow brethren to avoid heretics from sneaking into their ranks. To distinguish between fellow believers and heretics there is indeed such a feature, Duncan understood now, although I personally feel that this feature is of little use. What happened to those daring cultists? The goat head seemed to grow worried when he said this. Most of them are paranoid and ignorant fanatics, and even the worst pirates are not willing to deal with such fanatics who chase after ancient things. If they dare to offend, they're no longer in this world, Duncan said, controlling his expression as he watched the goat head's tone change. And it seems that you don't like these people who call themselves sun believers, do you? After dealing with the goat head for such a long time, Duncan has actually roughly figured out the behavior of this strange first mate. So long as he's in charge of the ship, the odds of the wooden statue committing mutiny would not exist, hence his increasing confidence in doing as he pleases. Who would like crazy people who follow the real sun of ancient times? The light and order they aspire to have long since ceased to be tolerated by this world. The goat head answered Duncan's question as usual. Everything in this era is bathed in the sunlight of this era, the vanished is so, and the demons lurking in the deep sea are so as well. Nothing, perhaps aside from those cultists, will want to resurrect that real sun at this day and age. Speaking of this, the goat head suddenly paused before speaking with a hint of emotion, but then again, 99% of those cultists are actually just a bunch of brainwashed fools. They don't even know what they are following and worshipping. They regard the so-called sun heirs as prophets and saviors, and the ancient world described by those heirs are to them kingdoms of the heaven. But in my opinion, the sun heirs do not treat those fanatical believers as people. They are no different from heirs from the deep sea. Heirs of the sun? What does that mean? And from the sounds of it, there's also heirs of the deep sea? What is that? Duncan's heart revved with astonishment at the new word he had just heard. Fiddling with the sun emblem in his hand, he pretends to remain frank and unfazed despite giddy with excitement. Sun heir? I didn't meet them during my spirit walk. That's normal. The heirs of the sun would not dare to make an appearance in the civilized world. Even if they disguised themselves as human beings, the hyenas of the Storm Church would pick up the stench of heresy from their shadows in no time. In the end, they're all just heirs. As the residue of the ancient past, those heirs should behave and stay in the gutters of history. Alas, the sun heirs are the most troublesome bunch of all the types out there. For the first time ever, Duncan suddenly discovered it's not so bad to have a nagging goat head statue around. Sure, the yapping could get annoying fast, but the occasional useful information was nothing to scoff at. After some further roundabout inquiry of the goat head, Duncan quickly grasped onto many new information he didn't get from the city-state of Planned. There seems to be another type of creature in this world called heirs, and none are tolerated by civilization as a whole due to them being remnants of the ancient past. Although the number of believers who worship the real sun god was huge, it sounds like most are just insignificant pawns brainwashed by their ignorance. Meanwhile, the real ruling class of this cult are in fact the so-called sun heirs. They are the masterminds of all those crimes, remotely controlling the act from some far-off place unknown to the world. The purpose? Collecting energy by making sacrifices. Lastly, and most important for Duncan at this time, the goat-head had complete contempt for those cultists and sun heirs masterminding everything from the shadows. So what does this imply? Simple. The vanished, or the real Captain Duncan, and these guys who called themselves heirs are not in the same camp. It should even be counted as hostile. Going by all these points, Duncan was fairly sure his decision to tell the goat-head his encounter with the sun cultists a smart move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found out all these things since Nina's textbooks didn't contain this knowledge. Eventually, Duncan had left the captain's room and started strolling around the deck in deep thought. So these heirs are likely products dating back to the Age of Order if what the goat-head said is true. The surface world has the sun heirs, and the deep sea has its own heirs as well. Without realizing it, he had unconsciously walked up to the side of the ship where he's confronted with the open blue sea. The ocean isn't just filled with fishes? Chapter 54. The Underground Church. In the end, Duncan didn't figure out what an heir was. The goat-head remained vague about this aspect, and it seems that it does not know the details of these ancient things that roamed at the edge of the civilized world either. As for Duncan, he could only summarize a few concepts due to the limited number of clues. As products of ancient times, they hated the modern world and had strange and dangerous powers while hiding in the shadows. Except for the children of the sun, other heirs would seldom appear in the civilized world while remaining a threat to those who explored the borders. And in all this intelligence, there's another fascinating point: the heirs of the sun seem to be able to disguise themselves as human beings, and only the transcendence of the church could distinguish the children of the sun from ordinary folks. Thinking of the recent changes in the city-state of Pland and the resurgence of sun believers who got all active, Duncan had no choice but to suspect the worst. Behind the high-profile activities of the cultists, were they ordered by an heir? What are those ancient and strange beings trying to do in the city-state of Pland? Standing at the edge of the deck, he stared down at the turbulent sea that was housing the other heirs beneath his feet. There are also ancient beings threatening the crossing of ships on these waters. Without a doubt, Duncan was both wary and curious about these deep-sea things. He believes that although he has not dealt with these things yet, he would eventually encounter these strange creatures sooner or later so long as the vanished continued to wander the sea. Therefore, it wouldn't hurt to make preparations beforehand. Whether it was gathering intelligence or further developing his own powers like unearthing the potential of the vanished, arrangements must be made for the future. Of course, he was not afraid of the dangers lurking in the deep sea. After all, nothing's happened yet after drifting on water for so long. He could more or less guess the heirs were just one of the countless strange threats lurking in the dark. He pondered on the deck for a much longer this time and found that the most important thing he needed to worry about now was whether the supply channels would be affected. Those deep-sea heirs would not affect his fishing, right? Although the Pigeon AI has the ability to transport supplies, it was not yet possible to determine its carrying capacity and reliability. Not to mention the city-state of Pland was an orderly place, meaning he had to pay for the supplies out of his own pocket instead of pillaging from another ship. Who knows when he could secure the needed funds? Coupled with the abundant hunting in front of him the last time he fished, Duncan knew very well that the living improvement of the vanished was ultimately inseparable from the gifts of nature. If those heirs do get nasty, they might actually start affecting my harvest. The bright gas lamps radiating light expelled the darkness of the church's underground facilities, and the deep-sea runes inscribed in the long corridors exuded reassuring power to those walking its halls. They're the main source of protection for the clerics here, an invisible giant net of sacred blessing from their goddess. Vanna was quite fond of walking through the hallways because the serene atmosphere always brought her mood up. As an inquisitor of the faith, she knows all too well Goddess Gamana didn't only preside over the torrential storm as her domain but also the power of peace and calm in sealing away evil. Just as there are different faces of the sea, peace and storm are just two mirror images of one coin. This could be seen in how the church had been constructed here. The surface level represented the storm, while the underground represented the calm and serenity. Of course, there are other gods in this world with two different characteristics as well. Take the god of death Bartok, who also wielded the power of life, or the god of intelligence, who also represented foolishness. Ordinary folks may not always know about this aspect, but high-ranking priests and officials definitely do. As an inquisitor, Vanna had extensive knowledge in this area. On top of that, she also knew because of the two-sided nature of many gods, highly controversial and even near heretical ideas had been spawned over the years. Scholars claimed that the world was two-sided, that in a certain dimension, there was a barren world where the sea and the land were completely mirrored. These outrageous speculations are of course based entirely on conjecture and wouldn't be recognized by the public. Even the famed Bishop of Pland, Mr. Valentine, had scoffed at the idea when he heard this. In the old man's original words, it's enough of a headache that there's a subspace at the bottom of the world. Those folk theologians should stop hanging more stuff below the subspace. Vanna suddenly shook her head, letting that uncontrolled head to refocus again. Beneath the quiet cathedral, the human mind could easily get distracted by other thoughts because of how overly peaceful it was. This effect reached everyone, including well-trained clerics of the church. But on the other hand, this special environment did have its uses. For example, having some fanatical and crazy cultists speak during interrogation. Coming to a stop at the end of the hallway, Vanna was now faced with several doors leading into various interrogation rooms, while a statue of the Storm Lady stood quietly in the foyer between the entrances. This statue was different from the one above the surface. The main lobby one had her hands opened wide like it was accepting the prayers of all, meanwhile, the one underground had her hands folded into her chest, quiet and gentle like she was here to listen to the woes of its visitors. But no matter which statue it was, the face remained covered with a light veil. This symbolizes the unknowability of the gods. This version was known as the Maiden of Tranquility, the other side of the storm goddess. She suppresses the bodies of water below the surface and shelters the tranquility of the city-states. Vanna respectfully bowed in front of the Tranquility Maiden, then turned and pushed open the door of a nearby interrogation room to shatter the silence. The inside was a spacious but dimly lit room with a large table at the center. In here, Miss Heidi, dressed in her skin-tight long black dress, was just getting up when Vanna entered. Meanwhile, opposite to the doctor, a Sun heretic remained quietly seated in the chair with restraints. Then again, restraints were no longer necessary since the captive looked like his soul had been sucked out from the interrogation. Those disorientated eyes, the limp body leaning against the handrail, there's hardly any sign of strength left in that flesh, only an empty husk of whatever the person was before losing his way. "Oh, Inquisitor, you have come just in time," Ms. Heidi greets her fellow lady with a smile. "I have just finished with a course." Vanna's eyes shifted over to Ms. Heidi's medical kit, which had a lot of needles and various scary-looking tools found only in surgical rooms, and couldn't keep her expression from twitching. "Seriously, I still have a hard time associating your sessions as treatment. These are the standard tools of us psychiatrists." "All right, I admit that I probably use them more often than the average doctor," said Ms. Heidi with a shrug. "But can you blame me? I'm employed by City Hall and would often be called upon by the church. The patients I see are never normal people, especially these cultists. Some swinging crystal and hypnosis wouldn't work unless I dose them with 3 times the amount of midnight mixture. I suspect that the reason you inject 3 times the dosage is because the biggest syringe in your kit can only hold that much." Vanna spat out what she thought without holding back. Shaking her head again to get back on business, "But it doesn't matter as long as you can pry open their mouths. Tell me, what did you get?" "Yes, and the harvest is not small and strange," Ms. Heidi replied immediately. "I have heavily hypnotized several cultists and used some special means to confirm one thing. It is highly likely that these cultists who participated in the sacrifice ritual did not go crazy after the ceremony got out of control." "Didn't go crazy after losing control?" Vanna frowned at once. Although she knew after talking to Bishop Valentine that the complexity of the matter would exceed expectations, but Heidi's words still exceeded her expectations. "What does this mean?" "I searched their memories and found the minds of these people, or cognitive logic, had been damaged from an external force even before the failed ritual. The effects had them filter out certain aspects of their memories." Inquisitor Vanna, you don't seem to be surprised at all. Chapter 55. Soup for dinner. The unsurprising expression on Vanna's face certainly did not escape Heidi's awareness, and the psychiatrist immediately guessed something was up from her long cooperation with the church. After slightly hesitating, she cautiously asked, "From the looks of things, the incident is a big one." Vanna nodded. "A big problem." Heidi thought about it and replied quickly while packing up her medical kit, "I'm off tomorrow, so for the next while, I might not." "Miss Heidi, you may have established a connection with this matter already." Vanna stared deeply at her friend. "I'm sorry, but including me, all the people who were at the scene back then were exposed to some kind of cognitive pollution. The mental problems you found in these cultists must have happened to each of us as well, but, thanks to the goddess's protection, we were able to avoid being deeply polluted. It's the main reason we could wake up from it." "Damn, I knew sooner or later this kind of thing would happen to me." Heidi finally stopped packing the medical kit and facepalmed herself. "I really should have listened to my father's advice to inherit his career as an antique appraiser, or perhaps listen to my mother's advice and become a history teacher in the local public school. That's far safer than dealing with cultists. Relax, at least your job now is enough to give you a decent living standard in the upper parts of the city. Vanna shook her head disapprovingly that this life was bad. Compared to her usual uptight attitude, the Inquisitor's tone was far more approachable to Heidi since they're so close of age and have been friends for many years. Why don't we discuss your findings instead? Perhaps that will help the church and city hall grasp the situation better. It's actually quite simple, an obvious violation of the norm, Heidi sighed as she explained the clues she dug out of the cultist's subconscious. On the ritual night, a sacrifice got out of control in front of the sun totem and turned things around on the priest. But according to the many clues we found on the scene, the sacrifice was actually a corpse that had already been killed, am I right? Vanna nodded, that's right, I remember it well. Then the problem comes. Since this sacrifice had already been sacrificed once, why didn't any of the cultists at the scene recognize him? Why didn't even the priest himself recognize the sacrifice in front of him? Vanna slowly frowned at the contradiction. The cultists at the scene watched as the sacrifice that had been killed once not long ago reappeared in front of their eyes, yet no one noticed the abnormality. Clearly, their memories had been tampered with and their cognition distorted beforehand. That's right, Vanna, even we didn't notice this obvious contradiction at the time, did we? Heidi smiled bitterly and spread her hands. In fact, even an hour ago, I didn't realize that I had taken this matter for granted until you brought it up just now. Vanna didn't speak for a moment, then turned around and came to the cultist, who was still in a state of confusion due to the double large dosage of neurodrugs and powerful incense. Vanna suddenly swung back and asked, are these cultists hacking and slashing each other after the ritual the results of their cognitive confusion too? Yes, I saw some flickering images in their memories, Heidi replied, and these images seem to imprint a very strong impression on them, convincing them that everyone else at the ceremony scene is possessed and controlled by evil spirits or something similar. They do not think they are slashing and killing their compatriots, but that they are expelling the evil spirits in the bodies of other compatriots. This is mostly a warning from their souls. Cultists are also believers, and there is a dark sun to bless them from the rear. When a huge and strange danger appears, these blessings are very likely to perceive something, Vanna analyzed empirically, hence, their crazy illusions had more or less revealed the truth. Still, unfortunately, these untrained ordinary folks did not know the meaning behind the warnings. It's how they fell into collective madness. Heidi looked at Vanna with a severe face, and after a few hesitations, she finally opened her mouth cautiously, so, what's behind this? Is it something more evil than the ancient sun? Vanna thought for a moment and shook her head slightly. Don't inquire, Heidi, your connection with this matter is not deep, but if you dig it further, some irrevocable ties will probably be established as a result. Well, since you say so. I value my life a lot, so I will trust in your judgment, Heidi said, picking up the medical kit that had been packed. I really want to give myself a holiday. Don't worry, I'm not running. In 2 days, the Oceanographic Museum will have an exhibition. I am quite interested in what they have on display. Vanna nodded. A visit to the Oceanographic Museum is a great way to relax, and the blessings of the goddess are also filled in with those exhibits. Heidi smiled and walked to the door, but just as she was about to push her way out, she suddenly stopped and swung back at Vanna uneasily. I say, has the pollution really subsided? Don't worry, of course it has subsided, Vanna waved her hand helplessly, we only got caught up in some residual remnant. You've been in the underground church for so long. Any corrupt influence would have been cleansed by now from the goddess's power. Then I'm relieved, Heidi breathed a sigh of relief and finally stepped through the exit. Then see you next time, Inquisitor Vanna. Vanna watched as her friend gradually left the room, leaving only herself and the sun heretic inside the interrogation room muddled by the scent of incense and nerve potions. However, unbeknownst to the strong and faithful Inquisitor, her current image reflected in the eye of the cultist wasn't so holy at the moment. Standing behind Vanna's tall figure, a hazy and almost transparent illusion with a fiery green flame was burning overhead, giving the lady a near sinister look. Duncan sat expressionlessly in the mapping room as he watched Alice the doll in front of himself. She had brought a tray of bright cutlery and a large bowl of steaming soup. It smells like fish soup. Apparently, after gaining a better familiarity with the environment aboard the Vanished, Miss Doll here had come up with a new idea to do something for the captain in her own way. Dinner. Duncan observed the doll curiously while also eyeing the arrangement on his table. How did you suddenly come up with doing this? I was finishing up cleaning the kitchen storehouse when I saw the bucket of fish. Alice smiled and looked proud. I can't help with a lot of work on the ship, but cooking should always be okay. So from now on, I can take care of the cooking. It's good to have this heart. Duncan didn't know how to evaluate this strange doll. It's just that in the face of Alice's sincere smile, he had no courage to refuse the kindness and discourage her enthusiasm. But as a doll, do you know how to cook? I can learn it. It feels quite simple, Alice said as a matter of course. The most basic thing is to ask Mr. Goathead. He told me a lot of cooking things before. Duncan glanced expressionlessly at the goathead next to him and then at Alice. A wood carving, a doll of unknown material, and now they dare to study the art of cooking when the two didn't even have a digestive system? Just listening to them was frightening. He didn't know what mood fitted the situation, but he just picked up the soup spoon and stirred the fish in the bowl. At least this thing smelled right. But the next second, his hands froze at the sighting of a long silvery white hair hanging off the spoon. Your hair has fallen in, Duncan said expressionlessly. Ah, I didn't drop my hair in it, Alice immediately waved her hand, I dropped my head in. But don't worry, I caught it immediately, and I didn't need anyone to help. Duncan. Chapter 56. Dive. In the end, Duncan couldn't push himself to eat the bowl of fish soup due to how freaky it was. After all, just imagining that Miss Doll's head had once rolled in the soup pot would give him shivers. This couldn't be called a misgiving anymore but a step into the realm of curses and death sentences. Looking slightly hurt at the spoon being placed back down, Miss Doll anxiously grabbed the side of her skirt with both hands and asked, Captain, are you angry? Duncan watched the doll exhaustedly. If you are unhappy about something on the ship, you can tell me directly. Hey? I'm not. In that case, try not to go into the kitchen in the future, Duncan said casually but soon noticed Alice's increasingly frustrated expression. Quickly changing his words after shaking that head, forget it, your starting point is good. In fact, I am very happy for you. But cooking. If you are not skilled, you will have some kind of accident. Take it slow and get familiar with everything first. Alice immediately perked up, then I can try again later. Duncan held his breath for the longest time before finally nodding, just pay attention. He also thought about it, the cursed doll obviously couldn't stand the status quo of loafing around on the vanished. Perhaps she really had some kind of natural characteristic that compelled her to do something on the ship in order to settle down. She was an independent individual with a mind and personality, and for that reason alone, Duncan couldn't force his decisions on her lest he become an overbearing piece of shit like in the movies. In contrast, it's better to have Alice go to the kitchen and help than to keep her fighting with the ropes, anchors, and cannon shells. At least the pots and pans on the vanished are relatively safe. He looked down at the fish soup that had been placed next to him, and to be fair, the taste of the fish soup was actually quite normal. Although the seasoning on the ship was limited, but the doneness was completely fine. As a puppet who did not even have a sense of taste and digestive system, Alice had already done very well considering she's only going by the goathead's theoretical knowledge. So, what else could Duncan ask for from two individuals who couldn't eat human food? That. Captain, do you want me to do something else for you? Alice's voice came from the side again at this time, interrupting Duncan's thinking. I also learned the method of grilled fish and fried fish fillet with Mr. Goathead. There's already some in the kitchen. No, I'm not hungry, Duncan shook his head. Truth was his body actually didn't have much demand for food at all. The reason he's maintaining 3 meals a day was only to maintain his habit of being a human. With Alice's soup today, his appetite had effectively been dispelled adequately for the day. Getting up from the chair, I want to take a walk around the cabins. You're going to the cabin? Alice was stunned, and then as if remembering something, her expression became slightly tense. That, can you go below and have a look? Below? Duncan frowned. It's the deeper cabins, the places where I'm not allowed to go, Alice said. I always hear creaking sound coming from underneath. Sometimes it sounds like someone is muttering under the floor. Will you go and have a look? There might be something going on down below. Looking at the slightly nervous expression on Miss Doll's face, Duncan's heart gradually got lifted. The depths of the vanished. It was a place he hadn't explored yet. Unlike the top area, the deepest parts gave him a strange and dangerous feeling. At that time, he had not yet taken the helm and had not mastered the power of the ghost fire, so the previous explorations had stopped after the first few levels. Of course, he had plans for further exploration in the future, but now it seems that the plan obviously cannot catch up with the change. Just then, the voice of the goathead suddenly came from the side again. Ah, it sounds like the bilge is a little restless. Captain, do you want to go down and have a look? Before Duncan could speak, the goat head had already begun going on his rant. Think about it. You really haven't checked the bottom levels for a long time already. The bilge needs the comfort of the captain too, you know. After all, it has been immersed in the boundless sea for a long time. Would you like to bring your lantern along? It's kept in the usual spot, just behind the door. You've been going up and down all this time, so the guys down below are getting restless. You don't even know how annoying they are getting. Ache, I'm a lover of quiet and can't stand hearing the creaking sounds in the middle of the night. Duncan glanced silently at the goat head, which suddenly got all quiet. Seriously, after hearing the stuff from the goat head's mouth, the idea of going down there just became all the more distasteful. From the way things sound, the lower parts had been more deeply affected by the boundless sea and the most likely place to have something bad happen. But the conflicting thought only lingered in the mind for less than a second. Sooner or later, he would have to make further explorations of the other structures on the vanished, and earlier the better. Leaving unknown dangerous variables alone wasn't his style. The vanished was huge, not only amazingly long, but the depth of its cabin was also divided into many layers and sections. Therefore, the only area that Duncan knows so far would be the upper area, including the deck, the upper cabin, the ammunition depot below deck, the artillery area, the warehouse, the freshwater storage, and a part of the crew room. All of which are above the sea line. Anything below that would effectively be within the realm of the boundless sea. He's already the ship's captain, and the vanished was his foothold in this world to act as the base of operation. He could ignore everything else and turn a blind eye, but this ship meant everything to his survival. What's more, the guy has now gotten a better grasp of the ship's potential. If he's going to rely on something during a crisis, the vanished would be it. Not to mention that just now the goat head also mentioned that the bilge needs the comfort of the captain. The captain has not been to the lower cabin for too long. If this continues, it seems that something bad will happen. Duncan promptly got up and went to the door to find the lantern mentioned by the goat head. It was a rather old lantern. The copper frame was in the shape of a narrow hexagonal prism, and the glass lampshade was embedded in the copper, appearing somewhat ambiguous with the wick-like structure inside the lampshade. He did not show curiosity on the face, nor did he attempt to ask the goat head for instruction. After a short silence and contemplation, he tried to activate the green ghost fire from within to infuse into the lantern. A cluster of bright green flames immediately jumped into existence and burned inside the lampshade, giving the surrounding area a quaint but constant glow. A cold atmosphere somehow pervaded wherever the lantern shone, but Duncan only got an inexplicable sense of calm and control standing in the light. It's as if he could faintly feel that his power was spreading with the light, and wherever the light shone, the terrain's details would be clearly reflected in his mind. The dove suddenly flew over and landed on Duncan's shoulder then. It has transformed into her illusory undead bird form. Although Duncan did not actively activate the bird at all, it still passively completed the transformation under the lantern's illumination. This gave more ideas to Duncan at what this might imply. It seems to be able to diffuse my own power to its surroundings with minimal loss while maintaining a force field that combines the functions of detection, warning, and even control, which is obviously quite suitable for long-term exploration in unfamiliar or dangerous areas. Captain! Can I go with you? Duncan swung back and saw Alice standing behind him already. The doll's eyeing the lantern curiously with an eager expression on her face. I haven't been to the lower level yet. Mr. Goathead said I couldn't go down without your permission. Duncan thought for a moment before giving a faint nod. All right. He didn't know what was in the lower part of the cabin, but regardless, it was also part of the vanished. Under the premise that he had successfully taken the helm, the bilge would not be too dangerous, and with this doll along, he might be able to take advantage of her help to handle things. The goat head, which remained on the mapping table, did not say anything to the arrangement. It was evident from its point of view that it was quite normal for the captain to inspect the vanished, and the same was true with a helper. Outside the cabin, night had gradually fallen, and the cold glow of the creation of the world was shining down on the sea, illuminating the empty deck of the ghost ship along the translucent ghost sails stirring in the wind. With a lantern in his hand and his flintlock rifle, Duncan walked with Alice through the empty deck and uppermost cabin to where the staircases were located. This would be the spot Duncan had stopped exploring the last time he was here. It's so dark underneath. Alice stood at the stairwell, looking a little nervously at the dim environment below. Isn't there a light down there? Everywhere else is lit with some oil lamp that never goes out. No, there's a light down there all right, Duncan said, holding the lantern in his hand as he slowly raised it up to eye level. The power of the green flame gave him the awareness of what's happening in the lower cabins, it's just that the lights are black instead. Hey! Alice was stunned for a moment and did not react for a while. The lights are black. Duncan didn't reply, only walking first with the lantern acting as his light source and signaling the doll to follow. Don't be surprised, this is after all below the surface of the sea. Chapter 57. Dive. The captain's words were like the cold bristling night breeze blowing through the dark staircase, causing Alice to subconsciously hug her arms while following closely behind Duncan's back. Eventually, she finally saw what the captain meant when he said the lights are black. There were indeed lights in the lower cabin, at least in terms of structure and layout. The cabin she saw had the same support columns as above with oil lamps hanging from the sides. However, the flames burning there didn't light the area but rather made the area in the vicinity darker than what's in the distance. That's right, the closer to the oil lamp, the darker the light becomes. It's as if the lamp itself were sucking in the light and turning everything dark. Alice stared at the cabin for a long time and couldn't find the right words to describe her logic. This doesn't make sense. An abnormal doll is telling me this is irrational. Duncan shot a look at Alice, asking if she was serious. Under the water level of the boundless sea, any rationality is a thing of the past. This abnormality is what's normal. When he said this, his expression was quite indifferent, as if the freaky situation had long been the norm for him. But what exactly was the truth? In reality, Duncan's mind wasn't any better because he's equally as spooked. That's right, that's right. AI perfectly timed her speech and spoke in support of the captain's explanation. Ignoring the noise of the dove on his shoulders, he carefully observed the cabin that he had never set foot on. First adjusting the angle of the lantern in his hand to get a better view, Duncan wanted to get a gist of what's out there. Below the waterline of the vanished. The lights in the cabin are inverted. The closer you get to the lamps, the darker it becomes, like some sort of mirror image of the world. But my lantern is normal, so that rule doesn't apply. Is there a principle behind this weirdness? Is this just the influence of the boundless sea, or is it mixed with the characteristics of the vanished itself to cause this phenomenon? Is the bright environment in the cabin itself real? If those oil lamps are extinguished, will this place become brighter again? For a moment, Duncan really wanted to test his bold theory and blow out the oil lamps using his power. But in the next instant, sanity choked him back at the bad idea. Experience has taught him everything in the world must have a purpose, including the spooky black lamps as well. Then something occurred to him. In the city-state of Planned, their knowledge claimed that the light from a burning flame could dispel dangerous evils from the nearby premise. But Duncan now got a new theory. The actual part that's dispelling the evil wasn't the light produced by the flame but the actual fire itself, and under certain conditions, light and darkness may be inverted. In that case, wouldn't the only thing worth trusting be the flame itself and nothing else, since only that remains true? Captain! Alice's voice suddenly came from the side with nervousness and concern. Is there anything unusual here? There are no abnormalities. Duncan's expression remained unchanged as he replied lightly while slowly striding forward. As he walked past the light-absorbing lamps hanging from the support columns, Duncan had also noticed piles of ropes scattered at the base, which would have been a problematic tripping incident if not for the fact that the ropes had squirmed away on their own to make way for the captain. For some reason, a thought came to mind: light and shadow are the illusions of the deep sea, and reality is no longer credible at sea level. The only trustworthy thing is the flames themselves, always faithfully guarding the wealth of the vanished. He watched the quietly burning lights with a new perspective and nodded to express his approval and gratitude. For that, the oil lamps throughout the entire cabin flared up, jumping and flickering with life to shroud the entire hall into further darkness. Duncan! He immediately regretted his initial assessment, because that's what you call shooting your own foot. Alice had come up from behind then and carefully observed the surroundings. She could see the large wooden barrels and some crates piled up in the corners of the cabins, as well as some enclosed rooms and corridors leading to nowhere. Whispering, it seems that this is also a warehouse. Was this once a cargo ship? If it were a cargo ship, the cargo wouldn't be kept in such a deep place. There's a concept called the cost of handling. Duncan shook his head and said casually. These are ocean-going supplies, meant to be consumed by the vanished itself during its long voyage. Alice blinked. Ocean supply. Duncan did bother explaining and went forward to inspect some of the nearest cargo. A couple of the barrels contained some kind of grease, dark brown and viscous, but didn't have an overpowering stench like crude oil. Possibly some kind of fuel for the ship. but apparently had been stacked here for a long time. Duncan even suspected that the fuel had been stockpiled before the Vanished became a ghost ship, which might have been used for lighting and exorcism. Since the ship became a ghost vessel afterward, many of the things in the cargo hold were now effectively useless. Then in another part of the stacked barrels, Duncan saw something familiar: cheese older than him, bacon capable of cracking rocks. Duncan silently resealed the lid. Most of the places were piled up with reserve materials at this level. Although a considerable part of them seemed useless by today's standard, it was enough to prove his previous judgment of the Vanished. At least in the beginning of its construction, the ship had been built for the intended purpose of going on some long voyage of exploration. The compartments are also all shielded to avoid spreading fire and pest infestation. Such a design wouldn't be needed if the trips were short. Now, however, this once ambitious plan of exploration was gone, along with its sailing crew. What's left was a natural disaster known to humanity as a plague of the sea, the Vanished. He and Alice continued to walk forward under these conditions, and after crossing several more separate warehouses, they had entered a new corridor with a staircase leading down another level. "I feel like it's getting more and more gloomy." Miss Doll hugged her arm and whispered to the captain, "Did you hear the wind? How can there be a sound of wind in the cabin?" "I heard it too, but don't be nervous, it's normal," Duncan said casually, and then glanced at the doll again. "How come your courage is so small? You're known as Anomaly 099. You shouldn't be afraid of this stuff at all." As he spoke, he also thought about the information he had received from Nina before. In this world, there are many lists of anomalies and visions open to the people. These lists are there to help the people avoid the dangers they may encounter in daily life or identify some signs of abnormal behavior around themselves. Of course, such lists are never complete, often leaving some of the most dangerous and unique variables out of the general public's eye. He had tried to ask Nina about Anomaly 099 before, of course, but the girl had never seen the number in the textbook. This shows that Alice's cursed doll either has a special secret involved, hence the blockade of information from the church and authorities, or it's due to her being too dangerous and must be isolated from the minds of civilized society. Regardless of the reason, it couldn't be anything innocent or harmless. But this mysterious doll only shrunk her neck after hearing Duncan's comment. Making a nervous expression, "It's not like having a bigger number means I would be more courageous. I am Anomaly 099, not Courage 099. Duncan sighed, thinking that the doll may not be the most courageous out there, but she was most certainly the most cowardly. It's a good thing no sailor actually saw Alice's nervous and scared appearance, otherwise her image would be ruined. Chapter 58. Bilge. Duncan had always wondered what was so unique and dangerous about the Gothic doll that made sailors fear her very name. It's true that a self-moving, sane puppet was very freaky in itself, and the scene of her occasionally running around with her head off was shocking. However, in Duncan's view, this level of freakiness wouldn't be enough to get her a spot in the upper rank of the anomaly list. According to Nina's own words, Anomaly 196 Blood, a dangerous anomaly contained and sealed in the underground sanctuary of the Church of Planned. Its body is the equivalent to the blood volume of an adult male's whole body. It has the characteristics of flowing on its own and will actively try to replace the blood of any nearby eligible host for occupation. The way to prevent its escape is to store it within 22 blood tanks and maintain a freezing temperature. However, if someone bleeds within 10 meters of the storage site, the seal will immediately fail with the person promptly attached by Anomaly 196. Important: notice this anomaly ignores any countermeasures by a saint and will kill its hosts as a result. As one of the most dangerous anomalies managed by the planned city-state, information about Anomaly 196 Blood is always open to the public. This ensures that once the anomaly leaks into the urban area, authorities can quickly locate it and take action to deal with it. Duncan didn't know what the concept of a so-called saint was, but by the naming, it was supposed to correspond to some sort of fairly powerful level of a transcendent being. Perhaps that Inquisitor Vanna who had appeared in the newspapers was a saint and wielded some kind of power as a transcendent being, and how many saints like her could possibly stand up to the Anomaly 196 in these city-states? This was just an anomaly at the further end of the hundreds, nearly hitting the 200 mark. The fact that Alice was ranked 099 meant she's far more dangerous than what blood could do. Although according to Nina, there was some uncertainty between the numbering of anomalies and visions, and different anomalies and visions are not always able to be compared and contrasted in terms of weakness and strength. Nevertheless, the top anomalies and visions usually had a higher risk in general or stranger and uncontrollable characteristics. In many cases, they've caused enough damage to contribute to a special historical event, thus firmly earning themselves a spot in the high rankers. In any case, one only needs to know that the number within 100 rank represented danger or some kind of extremely tricky characteristic. But this cursed doll named Alice though. Duncan subconsciously glanced back at Alice, who was honestly following behind him and smiling innocently back at the attention. It is impossible to expect this one to figure out her own dangerous aspect. Maybe there is information kept inside the historical archives at planned. But will they let an antique dealer in the lower parts of the city have access? Duncan pondered the feasibility of the idea while continuing to creep through the cabins. Through their exploration, the green flames from the lantern in his hand also revealed more of the area. It's eerie and psychedelic in how warped everything appeared. It's like everything's a mirror image of what it should be under the green glow's illumination. To outsiders, this would likely give them a headache and seizure. But in Duncan's case, he only found his mind getting calmer and clearer through the feedback of the ship. Right now, he's definitely regaining control on parts of the ship that hadn't come to him the first time around, which had the added effect of calming the restless items down here. You really are afraid of the bottom of the sea. Even if it's only you coming down to the cabins down here, Duncan suddenly said to Alice, who was clinging closely behind his back. I didn't expect it either. Alice forced her composure. Back then, I only thought this was part of the ship. I didn't think going below deck meant going below sea level. I'm just a puppet. You don't even have a digestive tract, yet you still study cooking. Don't use the fact that you're a doll as an excuse, Duncan said casually, and you'll need to make up for your lack of knowledge later on the ship. Alice sighed in frustration over that remark before Duncan interrupted. Why are you so afraid of the deep sea anyway? Or rather, why are you so afraid of soaking in the sea? I know that the deep sea is dangerous, and many people are afraid of the water like you. Still, the way you're behaving, it appears more severe than I initially thought. That just imagining you're underwater is enough to scare you silly. Hey, quit grabbing the frills on your dress. If it tears, there's nothing on the ship to sew it back on. Oh, Alice quickly relaxed her hand a little but then unconsciously tugged at the button instead. I didn't think about this problem at all. I'm just afraid. Is being afraid not okay? Duncan refused to comment on the doll's question and focused back on what was in front. The stairs here led to somewhere deeper into the ship, probably down to the lowest point where it met with the waters. It's just as dark as the previous areas, but after raising the lantern to gain a better view, the pair can vaguely make out the silhouette of a door. This discovery made the ghost captain frown because this staircase was weird. Unlike the stairs they had climbed, this one had been isolated on the opposite side of the ship, which didn't make sense from a design perspective. Furthermore, they've been walking for far too long. Sure, the Vanished was a long and big ship, the length they've walked didn't add up. Lastly, why would a door be at the end of a staircase? Duncan grew hesitant but picked up the lantern and proceeded anyways since he didn't like unknown variables lurking in the shadow. Alice hesitated even more at this freaky discovery, but in the end, she too had followed suit from the rear. In her view, compared to standing alone in the darkness at the top of the last staircase, she's better off following the captain and owner of this ghost ship. Soon they were now standing before this mysterious door. Raising his lantern to illuminate the surroundings, Duncan quickly took notice of the words atop of the doorframe, the last door of the bilge. What does this mean? Alice read the words with confusion and curiosity. The last door of the bilge. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the name around the doorframe indicate its function instead? Apparently a reminder, Duncan thoughtfully withdrew his gaze from the doorframe and rested a hand on the doorknob. If you go in and find that there is another door, don't touch them. Alice nodded nervously, then saw Duncan take the final step in pushing open the last door of the bilge. A strange pale shimmer greeted them as they stepped through into an open space. This, Alice's eyes widened in shock and disbelief at what she saw. "CA Captain. The bottom of the ship is broken. It's broken!" She shouted loudly, only to be ignored by Duncan, who were equally as shocked and stunned by the scene. The deepest layer of the Vanished was fragmented. As far as the eye could see, huge cracks were carved into the fabric of reality, causing the room to appear fragmented and chaotic. But beyond this, Duncan could still clearly see the scenery beyond the bilge. It was not the deep and dark vast sea he had imagined, but a pale and obscure nothingness mixed in with numerous lights and shadows flickering through the void. Chapter 59. This door leads to the Vanished. The entire bottom of the Vanished was in a fragmented state, with the space beyond the broken cabin being filled with nothingness and endless dark shimmers. Is this the real bilge structure of the vanished? So what's outside of this broken cabin? Would such a sight exist under the boundless sea? Duncan cautiously took 2 steps forward on the largest plank of floating wood while at the same time making sure the exit behind himself didn't disappear as he did so. Captain, Alice's nervous voice came over again as the doll peeked a part of her head out from the door in horror. This is normal, right? Duncan's heart was actually less confident than this doll. After all, the latter could still blindly trust the captain, whereas he had no one to turn to. However, in the face of Alice's nervous appearance and the crew rules mentioned by the goat head before, Duncan muscled his uneasiness and maintained the usual calm appearance. "Don't worry," he said lightly, "the vanished is a ship you can't imagine." "Indeed, it is unimaginable," Alice said in amazement. Duncan's calm performance obviously reassured her a little as she glanced around the broken and fragmented space that was once the ship's lowest level. "Captain, this outside doesn't look like it has water." Duncan mused over her question before cocking his brow up. "You think this is the underwater parts of the boundless sea?" Alice appeared stunned. "Hey? Why are you asking me that?" Duncan looked indifferent. "Because you have experience." "Isn't it because I was thrown overboard by you?" Alice said subconsciously. But halfway through the sentence, she quickly corrected herself. "I don't think so. The sea must be full of water. Even if the boundless sea is not right, there must be water under the ocean. But this looks like a nothingness filled with chaotic streams of light." Duncan shook his head as he finished her sentence. Coming up to the edge of the floating wooden platform he's stepping on, he glances downward at the flowing stream of lights. "The bottom of the vanished is not in the boundless sea." Alice got taken aback by the information. "Hey? So where is this place?" Duncan didn't answer her. Truth was, he didn't know either. Nevertheless, he still had a vague guess in mind. Maybe the ship is actually sailing in several different dimensions at the same time. On the surface, the vanished sails on the boundless sea of the real world, but in actual fact, the different parts of the ship belong to different dimensions at all times. This also explains why the deeper you go into the vanished, the more eerie and gloomy the surrounding cabins become. Perhaps the weirdness and gloominess are not in fact from the cabin itself. If that's true, what exactly is this chaotic space if not the boundless sea? It doesn't look like the spirit world, nor does it look like the dark space tunnel when I perform the spirit walk. Could it be that it is the deeper secluded subspace? With countless speculations and assumptions in his mind, Duncan slowly reached to his side and drew the pirate sword from the waist. He's going to test the water with the blade instead of himself because he has no clue if something nasty will snap at him like a predator trying to bait him in. But in the next second, his eyes widened slightly in surprise at what he saw. The tip of the sword had disappeared, and at the edge of the fragment opposite to the crack, a sword tip had appeared. Duncan frowned and tested in a different direction again, and a similar phenomenon happened as well. Now he finally got it. These seemingly cracked areas are actually spatially connected, and the seemingly fragmented bilge structure is still intact. Straightening his back with newfound confidence, he glanced around to confirm there was nothing else before heaving a long sigh. These cracks are no more than an optical illusion in essence. Though the foundation is different, the final result is the same in our senses. But what caused this though? Is the space overlapping? Or is it the warped projection of the high dimension to the lower dimension? Duncan mobilized all the reliable and unreliable knowledge in his mind to try to explain the strange phenomenon here. Meanwhile, Alice watched in confusion as the captain made strange movements at the edge of the floating wooden platform when she asked, "Captain, are you using a special ritual of appeasement to pacify the cabin?" Awkwardly freezing on the spot, the man quickly sheaths his sword before replying, "That's right." "Oh, that's awesome." Alice's eyes lit up. "Then do you want to perform a pacification ceremony for all the fragments here?" "One is enough," Duncan continued to say his lies with a straight face, and then quickly diverted her attention before the curious doll got too nosy. "Let's go." As he spoke, he made sure the lantern was operating correctly and kept it close. After this, there's no turning back, yet nothing happened. Just like he had tested with his sword before, Duncan had directly skipped the process of crossing the crack. Alice watched in amazement as the captain walked ahead without issue. Of course, she's still nervous despite seeing it's okay. In her moment of courage, she suddenly charged and jumped forward with her eyes closed. Naturally, this had the direct effect of crashing straight into Duncan, who was completely unprepared for the cannonball. He literally got the wind shot out of his lung. Pulling himself up after the tumble, he stared expressionlessly at the headless doll that was scrambling around behind himself. Alice's head had fallen off again after the mess, which had now rolled off around 10 meters from the body. So sore. Sorry. You behave and wait here for me. I'll come pick you up afterward. Duncan sighed, reflecting in his mind on why he had brought this crappy doll down here. Do you want to consider putting a screw onto your neck? Alice's head didn't seem to hear Duncan's second little quip when she started to stammer in shock. There's AD. Duncan frowned and turned his head to look in the direction that Alice's head was desperately signaling with her eyes. A dark wooden door stood silently at the end of the debris. Chapter 60. Opposite side of the door. Alice's voice suddenly came from the side. Captain, are we leaving? Doesn't this door need to be checked? Even if you don't open it. There's nothing to see anymore. It's the end of the bilge. Duncan said casually. But just then, a slight tapping sound had caused him to stop. Duncan shot his head to meet Alice's, who had fallen over and frantically looking around for the source of that noise. Eventually, her frightened gaze locked onto the dark wooden door. The sound seems to be coming from behind this door. Duncan froze on the spot, glaring fiercely at the door as well when the knocking came again. It sounded faint, but it was no illusion, that much was certain. Jerking backward to gain a little distance, he didn't want to be a victim of whatever was behind that door either. However, after a brief but fierce struggle inside, the ghost captain decides to return to the door after the noise died down. Holding the ghost fire lantern up to his face, while also drawing his sword out, Duncan carefully examined for any clues as to the cause. Then that's when he realized the door hadn't been completely shut. On the right corner of his view, there's about a centimeter of a crack that would allow him to peek through the opening. From the way things look, it's as if someone had hastily closed it behind themselves and not a deliberate act. Knowing he wouldn't be able to ignore this opportunity, Duncan leaned in and peered through the slit while making sure his blade was ready to stab at whatever that might snap at him. However, what he saw was beyond anything he could have imagined. It's a small room, which looked as if it had been some years since someone renovated it based on the wrinkly wallpapers. The furnishings were also messy, and the single bed in the corner with the computer table were all too familiar. But more importantly, there's a certain tall, thin figure currently writing something at the desk. The man wore a white shirt with unkempt hair, which showed how ragged the person had been due to the circumstances. Duncan stared heavily at everything behind the door, the familiar bed, the familiar desk, and the familiar books, and most importantly, the familiar him who was scribbling something onto the old diary he usually kept in the drawers. But then, as if sensing his own presence, the other him known as Zhou Ming jerked up and ran over to the door to stare right back at Duncan. This freaky and silent staring contest continued like this for several seconds until the other him began shoving hard at the door. The way he behaved was of someone trying to come out, yet the door was remained unfazed like a brick wall. So, the other him began to break the lock with a tool, trying hard to pry the slit further apart to no avail. Eventually, the man inside the door finally gave up and slumped down like a deflated balloon. Duncan couldn't hear what the other him was saying at that moment, only vague garbled noises. Nevertheless, he knew all too well what the other man was trying to do because he had experienced everything firsthand. Gradually, Duncan's gaze slowly fell upon the doorknob over on this side of the vanished. All he had to do was twist and push, and surely, perhaps, it would open. However, instinct kicked in and stopped Duncan from taking this last step. Somehow, this decision frustrated the man trapped inside the room and began shouting and pounding at the door again. The voice couldn't reach, of course, but then the other him had suddenly bent down and started scribbling something on a piece of paper to show Duncan. Through the slit in the door, Duncan saw a string of scrawled words, "Save me. I'm stuck in this room. Windows and doors can't be opened." Duncan instantly burst out laughing. Not anger, not sadness, not even an urge to save himself, but humor at the Zhou Ming that's trapped inside the room. The next second, the pirate sword in Duncan's hand suddenly stabbed forward and into Zhou Ming's body. The latter got pierced by the blade without surprise. As it opened its mouth and screamed, Duncan neither flinched nor backed away, but shoved harder with his pirate sword to make sure it goes through. "If you can't write Earth words, then don't use this trick." AI, the dove who had been silent until now, suddenly flapped her wings and made a hoarse chirp. "This is an illusion. What are you hiding?" The next second, the figure across the door rapidly melted away like a wax figure until it completely dissipated into a series of light and shadow. Likewise, the familiar room also faded away, revealing its true nature to Duncan's eyes, a dark and old cabin with an air of dust and decay. As for the sword in his hand, it's giving no feedback since it's hitting air instead. This extra door is just another cabin behind it. Duncan continued to observe the situation some more, but this time, no matter how it looked, it seemed to be just an ordinary cabin. But is that cabin really real? Duncan unhurriedly withdrew the sword that had probed through the slit, then breathed a sigh of relief before taking half a step back. The strange thing he had just encountered was still deeply imprinted in his mind, and he didn't know if it was a simple illusion or something else entirely. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. This door definitely has something strange and dangerous behind it. If the illusion reflected on the opposite side of the door was based on his own memory and cognition, then that meant the danger it posed was greater than his own Captain Duncan. That would be a nightmare if true. No one in this world should know what that room looks like, and no one should know the existence of the individual known as Zhou Ming. But the thing across the door knows. Forcing his anxiety to calm down through a long series of breathing. The caution I chose to take is correct. In any case, I mustn't open this door. Captain, Alice's voice suddenly came and woke Duncan from his contemplation. As the man looked up at the doll, the man quickly noticed the doll's concerned and frightened expression. Captain, are you all right? What's behind that door? Why is your expression so serious? Duncan shook his head. Nothing, behind this door is not where you should look. We've reached the bottom of the bilge and can go back now. As he spoke, the man made sure to try to tug at the door to see him he could close it for good. Yet, he couldn't. The wooden construct didn't budge at all, like some unsettling slumbering beast. Hey? Ah. Okay. Alice did not care about the captain's attempt to close the door. She was too stunned at first but quickly changed her mood with a happy expression. Then let's hurry back. This place is still quite weird, to be honest. It's giving me the creeps. Duncan snorted nonchalantly and led Alice towards the last door connecting to the stairs. In reality, this place was so spooky that even he didn't want to stay long. Afterward, nothing unusual happened. They made it through the crumbling bilge, through the lighted cargo compartment, through the dark staircase and corridors to the cabin above the waterline. Duncan didn't think much of their trip back up, but Alice on the other hand found her whole body relaxing the second she came above deck. It's as if an imperceptible shadow had been dispelled from over her shoulders. Captain, are you tired? Alice asked cautiously after noticing the concern in the man's eye. Do you want me to make you something to eat? You didn't have a good dinner. Duncan stopped his thoughts and turned to face the concerned-looking doll, just like Nina's face when she's worried. Knowing he's making the atmosphere bad, the man quickly relaxed his face and forced the haze that was shrouding over his heart to recede. Don't drop something weird into the pot this time. My head is not a strange thing. Especially your head. Woohoo! Chapter 61. Unstable navigation. Duncan thought he spent the entire night exploring the ship, but upon looking up at the darkness of the night, it appears he and the doll had only spent a few hours. Nevertheless, the impression it left on his mind was enough to last. What exactly is that thing behind the door? Eventually, the two had come before the captain's room. Neither had spoken much during the journey. Alice remains focused on what she's going to make in the kitchen, while Duncan's sight had landed on the stuff around the deck. According to his memory, the makeup here was practically the same as the design down in the lowest level, long and connected from one end to the other. Even so, he got this aching suspicion that he was missing something, like there was another passage or room hidden inside that dilapidated cabin that he was not aware of. Does the goat head know about that door? Does it know where it leads? Should I ask it myself? When Duncan finally reached to open the door, he was still lost in thought when Alice's voice called out to the goat head. The wooded figurine was still sitting quietly on the mapping table like usual, giving no sign of ever hanging. Mr. Goathead. I went to the bilge with the captain. This ship is so incredible underneath. The bottom cabin is torn apart, and there's a strange door at the end. That did it. Instead of trying to start the topic on his own, the doll had done the nice act of doing it on his stead. Trying to keep himself from making a sound, the ghost captain pretended to pack his things and listened to the conversation in the background. Oh, Miss Alice, I knew you would be surprised. Do you understand how great the Vanished is as a ship? It can sail across different dimensions at the same time without being a detriment to our safety. Duncan's heart suddenly jerked at the information. It's as he suspected, the ship was indeed sailing across multiple dimensions and not bound to this plane of existence. At the same time, his mind was also thinking quickly. Since Alice is full of curiosity about the lower half of the Vanished, she's going to keep asking for more information. Since I'm too intimidating for her to direct those questions, the only obvious choice is the goat head. But if I stay here and listen, it will get awkward and weird. On top of that, I risk getting thrown the ball if the wooded figurine shifts her questions over to me. At that point, I won't be able to answer Alice's question. By then, the ghost captain has hatched a plan. With a straight face, he casually said, "You two talk, I'm going out for a walk." Goat head, Alice is already a member of the ship. As long as the subject is not too sensitive, you can tell her anything. Alice smiled cheerfully as soon as she heard this, and the goat head didn't object either and immediately agreed, "Of course, Captain, your loyal first mate will always welcome a new member." Done with that, Duncan pushed the door open and left the captain's room. But the next second he did so, the sneaky bastard concentrated his mind again and connected with the vanished at a spiritual level. Through this, he could spy on the pair without the chance of being caught. As he focused, the vague perception became clearer and clearer until he saw Alice sitting on a stool across from the talking goat head. Apparently, the girl had forgotten how scared she was behaving during the entire trip and even omitted the fact that she offered to make the captain's late-night snack. Naturally, the man himself didn't care at all for the latter part. Meanwhile, AI the dove had flown herself up to the nearest mast while the owner did the horrendous act of eavesdropping. The bird had enough insight to act as a scout in case someone tried to sneak up on him like some naughty sidekick at a bank job. "That door looked a little scary, and the captain wouldn't let me get close." Miss Doll had already glossed over the part about the lamplight being inverted and had started recounting the mysterious door. "That's a given. Not only you, but even I can't touch that door." "Don't make that face. I know I don't have any arms or legs. When I say touch, I mean it in another sense, interact, control, overseeing, you understand. That door is untouchable in every sense of the word. You didn't touch it, did you?" Alice seemed to be startled by the extra severe tone from the goat head there. After a split second of hesitation, she jolted and cried, What is that door then?" This part had the direct effect of hooking Duncan's attention to the fullest. Yet, the goat head was dastardly enough to go silent for a good minute before replying, "You really didn't touch it?" "I didn't touch it." Alice replied hurriedly but then hesitated again before continuing, But the captain leaned over and looked inside. There was a slit open, so he stabbed his sword through the crack at something. As soon as the doll said that, Duncan could feel the entire ship shaking, followed by the low whimpering sound of the wind hitting the sails. There's also the creaking sound of the wood and ropes, but those were so messy that he didn't know which came from which. This was obviously coming from the goat head who was steering the vanished. "What did you say? There's a slit in the door? There's a crack." It didn't need the power of spying to know how shocked and astonished the goat head was. That's right," Alice seemed frightened by the strong words. "The door was softly closed so it didn't fully lock, probably about a finger's wide at the side. And the captain peeked through the slit? And then what? He stabbed his sword. Did anything change about him at that time? Did he behave oddly or fall into a trance?" "No," replied Alice at once, "the captain just had a serious face when he pulled his sword back out. Then he brought me back up here like something's troubling his mind. I offered to cook him something because of that." "Oh right, I was about to go to the kitchen before." "Forget the kitchen. Do you know what's behind that door?" What's behind that door?" Alice's tone still sounded stunned and a little dazed this time. She had never seen the goat head be so serious and urgent before, so it worried her a lot. "Behind that door is subspace." Duncan, who was walking around the deck, froze on the spot. "Behind that door is subspace?" He was stunned beyond words, and rightfully so. So the lowest level of the ship is actually sailing in subspace. But based on what the goat head implied, this state of navigation isn't stable at all. In that case, is the slit at the door not supposed to be there? That it's supposed to be entirely closed? Or is it that something on the other side had forced it open? Duncan didn't think much about it at the time, but when he recalled how strange the resistance was from the door, a frightening idea hit him. Maybe when I tried to close the door earlier, something on the other side was pulling against my hand and preventing it from being closed. Chapter 62. Overlap. The shocking revelation that the Vanished had been navigating through subspace the entire time sent Duncan's mood into a peculiar low. He had always known that the Vanished was very strange and dangerous, but he had never imagined that the ship would be so abnormal. For example, his knowledge was most likely inferior to Nina's history teach on this subject, but he knew enough that subspace was the most dangerous thing in this world. It's enough to make those saints unable to sleep at night, make gods wary and afraid, and cause sailors to never dare shout the word subspace during their voyage. If everything is true, that dimly lit dilapidated cabin opposite of the door may be a seal set in place by the real Captain Duncan. Perhaps that area had already been eroded by subspace and cannot be restored? Duncan subconsciously looked down like he's able to see through the deck and onto that shattered cabin room. Right now, he no longer felt safe to be here, more like someone stepping on a powder keg that would explode at any moment. That little gap was the fuse, and once opened completely, that's when the bomb would blow. But after a brief moment of wild nervous tension, Duncan relaxed after recalling another piece of information the goat had revealed. According to the panicked look the wooded figurine showed after hearing Alice's story, Captain Duncan was supposed to behave weird and off like something terrible had happened. But nothing has happened so far, right? He's perfectly fine even after stabbing the sword through that slit in the door. Okay, maybe saying he's perfectly fine was a bit too positive. When he saw the illusion, Duncan did panic a little and thought about opening the door, but that's only a simple psychological change and not the influence of supernatural power affecting his mind. Duncan lowered his head and fixed his sight on his own hands, confirming again and again that nothing was wrong. Here, I am Duncan, Captain of the Vanished. In another space-time, my name is Zhou Ming, an ordinary middle school teacher that's trapped in a single apartment room shrouded in the fog. Maybe, it's the goat head overreacting? It was only a crack in the door, not an entire open passage to the subspace. No longer swaying in his belief, Duncan raised his head and looked forward at the swaying masts and creaking ship that was battering against the waves. Right now, the controller had failed in its duty to steer the Vanished on the right course. First mate, take charge of the rudder and control the sails properly. He snaps, ordering the goat head through his mental connection. CA. Captain. The voice of the goat head immediately rang out with a little panic. Ah, yes. Yes, Captain. Duncan did not say another word for he knew there's going to be more from the goat head. Captain, I just heard Miss Alice say, the door at the bottom of the bilge opened a slit. Yes, replied Duncan softly, I checked. You did check, and Miss Alice said you confirmed the situation across the door. The goat head seemed to be weighing the pros and cons of asking, right now, do you feel? I mean, a little bit hazy? Across that door is subspace, I know, Duncan interrupted without waiting for the goat head to finish. Do you see me as if I'm mentally unwell? Quit beating around the bush. Of course, you don't look anything out of the ordinary. The goat head immediately said, maybe I was too nervous, after all, this kind of thing has never happened before. Since you drove the ship back, the barrier between the Vanished and the subspace has been very stable. I didn't expect the situation to change, and this is by no means of me doubting you. Drive the ship back? From where? Duncan keenly caught the detail revealed by the goat head and quickly guessed a bit of the truth. Acting casually like he didn't care, as far as I can see, the crack in the door is still very stable, but I do not rule out the possibility of further expansion. I want to hear your opinion. It's already good news to know it's stable, Captain, said the goat head with a rather worried face. As for my suggestion, to tell you the truth, I don't know what to do. You left the door and you're the one who closed it with your own hands. You never told me what plans you had in mind, nor did you mention any changes. The bilge had always been handled by you personally. I see, Duncan said at once, you don't have any suggestions in this regard then. From the looks of it, the goat head doesn't know everything about the door down at the bilge either. He only knows it leads to the subspace, that it's dangerous once opened, and that the real Captain Duncan had left it behind. But where am I supposed to find a real Captain Duncan at this timing? Captain, the voice of the goat head sounded in his head again, what is your next arrangement? Arrangement? What arrangement? Am I supposed to head for land now? That will not happen with a reputation as bad as Captain Duncan's. The entire naval fleet will likely attack me when I show up on the coastal waters. Duncan rolled his eyes and looked helplessly up at the sky. Meanwhile, the dove had flown down from the mast and landed on his shoulders. Making a cheery chirp, this is a trap. Abandon the ship and escape. Escape? Run to where? Duncan said subconsciously but then quickly realized something. Wait, can you hear me talking to the goat head? He had been talking to the goat head through the spiritual connection of the ship, so how did this bird follow up with such appropriate words? The dove flapped her wings and looked down at its toes. "Quit bitching, bastard, I have my own understanding." At this moment, Duncan suddenly wanted to know what a dove soup would taste like. But he hadn't forgotten the goat head was still on the other line. Fixing his attention back on the subject, he promptly replied, "You do your own thing and leave the door to me. Nothing has changed." Captain." The shaky attitude of the vanished gradually stabilized, and the sails were re-angled properly to continue the voyage. After coming up to the edge of the deck once he had ended the conversation, Duncan watched as the battering waves hit the ship's hull while they sailed. During this period, he reflected on the list of things he needed to do. Naturally, observing the bilge had just been added to the list, but just watching wouldn't change the situation. He needs more knowledge, more power, and perhaps, some help from the outside. Maybe the city-state of planned? Nina will return from school tomorrow, and her uncle Duncan will also need to be at the store when the time comes. Before that takes place, I must hurry and learn to fully control both bodies, otherwise I will end up having to switch back and forth with my main consciousness. Then there's the arrangement of transporting supplies over to the vanished from planned. That must also be tested further through AI's ability. Then his eyes caught a glimpse of the world creation reflecting on the waters. The world creation. Duncan was stunned for a second because a vague sense of familiarity just hit him. Raising his head upwards, he started to wonder. It's the same pale glowing wound as he observed the first time, but unlike in the past, he now got a new perspective. Those pale glows are not just a fog of light, but a myriad of overlapping and entangled streams of light, just like what he observed down at the shattered cabin of the vanished. Chapter 63. Return to port. Is the scene inside the bottom of the vanished the world creation? If the bottom of the ship is indeed the subspace, then is the world creation also part of the subspace? Or at least there is some connection between the two. But in the end, conjectures and speculation are only that, speculations. He had no evidence of this being true. The scar was too far away to make any experimental comparison, and even if he looked through a telescope, it wouldn't provide any more detail than what he knows now. Duncan spent a long time afterward just standing on the deck and letting the sea breeze blow against his face. The guy wanted to think about things, but more than that, he wanted to make sure everything was back in order. The news of him touching the door had unsettled the vanished, and even now, there's a notable tremor happening across the ship and its habitants. Relax, this is nothing to worry about. Duncan tapped the nearest armrest and said in a calming voice. This time, he got clear feedback. The tension from the ship gradually subsided, and the ropes and sails had stopped shaking. From the looks of it, the ship has reaffirmed the captain remains the captain and not something else. Duncan eventually returned to the entrance of the captain's room after doing that, but instead of gently pulling the door open like usual, he used a bit of force and pushed it inward. As expected, the swirling grey fog was still there when he did this. AI didn't stay on the ghost captain's shoulder then, instead, she suddenly flapped her wings and flew to the nearest mast and cried out, "The road ahead is broken! The road ahead is broken!" That earned a curious glance from the man himself, but in the end, he still stepped through and returned to the familiar bachelor apartment. Here, he's Zhou Ming, the regular normal human of Earth. He still had on his familiar shirt, his familiar trouser, and a body far weaker than Captain Duncan's. Afterward, he examined the room for any differences. From what he could tell, everything was as he had left it. Not even the layer of dust had changed from some areas. Then Zhou Ming mindfully turned around and faced the door behind himself. He wanted to test something. Assuming there's another person behind the door, Duncan took on the same position as the fake did behind that door down at the vanished. Then leaving only a slit, he peered through, expecting a surprise somehow. This foolish act left Zhou Ming's heart pounding. Even though it's unreasonable to assume anyone would be there or that a ghost captain would suddenly stab a pirate sword through the crack. Nevertheless, the thought of this happening still brought exhilaration to the guy. Yet, there was only the billowing swirling black fog outside of his room. While Zhou Ming became relieved that he didn't get stabbed, a strange sense of loss still plagued his heart. It's stupid of course to think this way. Who in their right mind would want to be stabbed? But he just couldn't help it. Shaking his head vigorously to shrug off the idiotic desire, he slowly got up and came to his desk. There's the scrap paper he scribbled on, the diary he used, and the computer screen in the middle that's still running despite the power being cut off. Nothing's changed. Zhou Ming exhaled, but suddenly, his expression froze. There is a change. His gaze had fixed onto the corner of the desk where there's a lifelike model of the vanished just sitting there. A stroke of lightning blasted Zhou Ming in the head. Crumbling into the chair as he gasped for air from the shock, the man took several good minutes to get over this discovery. Once he's confirmed there was no mistake in his memory about this model ship never being here before, Zhou Ming hastily snatched the item up with his hand and examined the darn thing. This realistic-looking ghost ship was only about half a foot long, and the thing didn't weigh any different from an ordinary model. However, the details were so refined that he could clearly see the ropes and buckets strewn across the deck. Compared with the real vanished, the only difference was its size. Abruptly, Zhou Ming appeared to have thought of something. Lifting the ship up to eye level, he carefully buckled open the door leading into the captain's room at the stern with his finger. He could see the miniature mapping table, but there was no wooded figurine of the goat head nor the sight of Alice. A surge of weirdness gripped Zhou Ming at why he would think this. It's outrageous to think a model ship would have Alice inside it, but then again, wasn't the ship model's appearance outrageous in itself? The guy stayed in this state for a long while afterward to ponder the next step. He didn't know how the ship had appeared on his desk, but it was clear that the connection between his cordoned bachelor's apartment and the world across the door was more profound than he had imagined. The change may have occurred after he took the helm or peered into subspace through the crack in the door. Regardless of the reason though, one thing's certain, he's still getting feedback from the other bodies across the door. This meant there was no threat to him yet from the change. Just like that, he sat in the chair for who knows how long until his eyes caught a glimpse of the shelf to the right. He had bought this cabinet years ago, but even until today, the guy never found the opportunity to fill it up aside from some decorative crystals. Figuring there was no better timing, Zhou Ming held the vanished up and carefully placed the model in one segment of the shelf. Done with that, he took 2 steps back and examined his achievements with a weird sense of satisfaction. How this thing came to be in his room was still a mystery, but during his days of entrapment, he's got a new hobby of decorating this empty shelf. A loud and melodious whistle broke the calm on the sea this morning. Vanna, who had arrived in the port early, immediately came to the observation deck to oversee the start of the operation. The authorities had emptied the place in advance, so there was no worry of innocent bystanders getting dragged into the mess. Instead, heavily armed policemen and clerics from the church were patrolling the dock with 12 of those spider steam walkers acting as blockades to the roads. Soon enough, the intended target had begun to approach the coastal waters. It's a large mechanical steamship, the White Oak. Chapter 64. White Oak's encounter with Duncan. The White Oak has returned after a long period of disconnection and deviation from course. The advanced steamship belonging to the Adventurers Association has finally returned to the city-state of planned. Inquisitor Vanna didn't need to give further orders. As soon as the whistle from that vessel blew, the personnel on the dock immediately took action. The staff guiding the ship to dock had arrived and began to signal the White Oak with lights and flags, while the church's guardians went to activate the deep-sea relics that had been placed all over Pier No. 1 the night before. A large number of bronze boundary tablets with the name of the storm goddess Gmana inscribed on the base, and sacred grease and spices were strewn along the floor to connect all the tablets together. This arrangement would effectively seal off the area and become a holy ground under the goddess's gaze. Farther away were the policemen sent by the city hall. These ordinary folks weren't capable of dealing with the supernatural, therefore, their main job was limited to blocking off the intersections with those steam spiders. Ordinary guns didn't have much effect in dealing with the dreadful and invisible curses, but blowing apart a physical monster that might jump off the White Oak was plenty good enough. Eventually, Vanna's gaze crossed the dock and fell upon the White Oak that had blown a second whistle after drawing close enough to assess the situation aboard. It doesn't look too bad, Inquisitor. The White Oak has carried out its instructions, and it seems that the ship is still controlled by humans. One of the priests standing next to Vanna murmurs in a slightly relieved tone. Things aren't certain yet. Many people affected by visions and anomalies will appear no different from ordinary people until they mutate. Vanna shook her head to dismiss the thought of success. Send out the second set of signals and have the inspection crew board it. I want all guns pointed at the ship in case anything changes. Do not hesitate to open fire if it does. The order from was quickly conveyed to those beneath, and since the White Oak's communications device had been damaged, the people on shore could only communicate with the ship using lights and flags. After a complex set of lights and banners again, the bow of the White Oak lit up 3 lights, followed by the dropping of a rope ladder on its side. Seeing this, the speedboat from the dock was promptly driven over using a steam mechanism. The inspection team had been comprised entirely of guardians from the church, including 8 combatants and a priest commander who lit the incense aboard to ward off evil while also sprinkling spiced grease around the waters. As long as the commander remains well and continues to chant the holy name of the storm goddess, no anomaly should be able to escape their findings. Supposedly anyway. After all this was done, the priests and guardians on the speedboat swiftly climbed the rope ladder with ease. This all fell into Van's eyes, who had remained on a wary lookout the entire time inside the watchtower. It was perilous to let a ship that had been lost at sea return home, especially when its objective was to transport anomalies across the ocean. So, first, it mustn't be allowed to dock and inspected by a team at a safe distance. But that's not enough to enable the crew to disembark though. Instead, the second round of inspection must be followed to ensure the vessel itself hasn't been mutated into something else entirely. This second step also allowed the team to perform a purification operation across the entire vessel to ensure nothing lurked in the darkness. Once done, everyone including the inspection team is to be kept on close observation by the church for several days to a week. This of course also included the White Oak since vessels are not excluded from corruption. Now, if any of these links were to go wrong though, the White Oak and its crew would likely be buried out at sea where the storm goddess's embrace awaits to receive their poor souls. This cold, even cruel law, does not come from anyone's malicious intent but the way of survival that human society has so far explored. Of course, there are also those city-states that are unwilling or fail to enforce these strict tangent rules. For that failure, their names are now concentrated in the first 2 volumes of the secondary school history textbooks, which are required for the final exam. Time passed minute by minute, and everyone awaiting the signal from the Guardian team aboard the ship was tense and uncomfortable. There could only be 2 signals from this, the first being an all was okay from the psychic link of the clergy sitting inside the port chapel, the other a detonation of nitroglycerin on the dinghy to sink the White Oak. A big ocean-going vessel like the White Oak wouldn't have survivors if it did get deeply polluted by subspace. So, destroying the vessel wouldn't bring guilt to those watching. As Vanna crossed her arms and gently tapped the metal armware during this arduous wait, a sudden chime of the chapel bell caught everyone's attention, followed closely by 3 long whistles of the relief pipes on both sides of the bell tower. The priests in the church have received a secret message from the inspection team, and the church bells and whistles were the announcements that it's safe to dock the White Oak for a special situational report. This undoubtedly sent a wave of relief through Vanna's veins. There's no better news they could ask for. As for having a special situational report, the lady was not surprised at all. In fact, it would be strange that there wasn't after the ship bizarrely disappeared from the pre-planned route. More church guardians began to board the ship once the docking procedure had been completed. Vanna didn't dally around either and led a group of highly trained priests over. She swiftly jumped over the long springboard to step onto the deck, where a gray-haired, burly captain awaited her arrival. The old captain looked a little haggard, apparently having overworked himself in a state of high tension. However, after seeing the inquisitor of the church approaching, the old man immediately raised his spirit and took the initiative to greet the lady. "Hello Captain Lawrence, I'm Inquisitor Vanna of the Deep Sea Church." Vanna did not like the redundant etiquette and chose to get straight to the point. "Let's skip the formality. First of all, I want to apologize for the reception and hope you and your crew will understand the strict inspection demanded of the authorities and church." "Of course, Your Excellency," Lawrence nodded at once. He had wanted to say Miss Inquisitor, due to the lady looking no older than his own daughter, but quickly changed the wording to a more respectful title. "I had expected this, after all. We lost contact for so long." Vanna nodded. "Tell me briefly what happened to the White Oak. I want to know how you lost contact with the authorities and how you reappeared on an unplanned route. And what about the good you are tasked with escorting, Anomaly 099. As soon as these words came out, the expression on Lawrence's face was suddenly full of frustration and nervousness. Sighing, he subconsciously glanced around before lowering his voice into a whisper. "You may not believe me when I say this, but we met the legendary vanished." In front of his own eyes, the stern and authoritative Lady Inquisitor suddenly got stiff like a stunned statue. Even the serious expression somehow appeared iced over like a frozen popsicle. Lawrence couldn't tell what that expression meant, but he got the inkling suspicion that this would have been how he looked when they crashed through the ghost ship. "Inquisitor?" the old captain asked cautiously. "You?" "Captain Lawrence," Vanna jerked back to attention like she's awoken from a daze. Staring dead into the eyes of the old sailor, "Repeat that again. You may not believe me when I say it. I'm referring to the second half. We met the legendary vanished." "I believe you." This time it was Lawrence to be stunned. "That You may need to stay on the docks for a few more days, Captain, said Vanna with a serious face. This matter is very, very serious. You and your crew, hold on. You encountered the vanished, yet all your members survived. The expression on the face of the lady suddenly got a bit ugly, like there was doubt and wariness in her eyes. This didn't go unnoticed by Captain Lawrence, who promptly explained the situation. Yes, my crews and I are fine, but the vanished took away anomaly 099. That is the doll in the coffin. I suspect the ghost ship came specifically for that puppet coffin. The vanished stole anomaly 099. Vanna frowned, then asked, what about after that? It just let you go. Yes. Lawrence also became nervous and vaguely realized something. Your Excellency, is lately the city. It doesn't hurt to tell you, after all, it seems that your contact may be more serious than ours now. Vanna sighed as she shot a grave look at the captain in front. Captain Lawrence, you may not be the only person who has dealt with the vanished recently. Let's find a quiet place. I need to know more. Chapter 65. Alice Guillotine. A temporary sanctuary was eventually set up for White Oak's captain after he disembarked. The smell of incense wafted through the room that had been adorned with amulets depicting various storm runes. On top of this, priests had also set up bronze boundary tablets on all four corners to create a barrier. They also brought the Storm Code, a biblical book from the cathedral, to the sanctuary. It's the eye for the defense against evil. After this was all done, Captain Lawrence entered the room with Inquisitor Vanna. I hope you don't mind our arrangement here, Vanna said lightly, maintaining the conservatism and courtesy that a high-ranking priesthood should have, all for safety. Of course, everything is for safety. What I lack most now is security. Captain Lawrence immediately nodded understandingly. After looking around the room at the sacred things, he felt slightly relieved and lost some of the fatigue over his head. With all these things around, I believe any ordinary corruption would be destroyed the second they step inside. That's most likely. Now, why don't we begin from the start? Here, you can tell me everything about the vanished. Vanna nods in agreement and waves for the captain to begin. Let's start from where you saw the ship. Captain Lawrence relaxed and began going over the tale of the terrible event. It is like this. Captain Lawrence left nothing out in front of the Inquisitor lady. He even went into clear detail about what he had for breakfast that day and what time the sailors on the ship had eaten. Those of whom he couldn't remember or weren't aware of was also ordered by him to write inside the captain's log for this moment. An experienced captain knows, many anomalies are preceded by seemingly ordinary signs that individuals would disregard as the norm until it's too late. Therefore, the professional thing to do would be to review and write down everyone's experience to compare, and if the details didn't add up, that's how one would know where to look. Vanna listened carefully to the thrilling encounter until her brow furrowed up because the situation was more serious than she had imagined and more bizarre than she could ever believe. She had thought that Captain Lawrence's so-called encounter was just a face-to-face, or at best, a passing by the ghost ship from some distance. But instead, the captain described a direct head-on collision with the ghost ship and even nearly turned into an ethereal form themselves. The mere fact that they all came out alive was nothing but sheer luck. Your Excellency. Seeing that Vanna hadn't responded for a long while, the old captain grew uncomfortable and waved at the lady to return to reality. What is your opinion on the vanished? Did that ship really attack us because of anomaly 099? Vanna glanced at him. Isn't that what you've always thought? I've always thought so, but now I'm not so sure, Lawrence sighed, especially since you just said that the ghost captain recently extended his power to the city-state of Planned. I always felt that things would not be so simple. No one can guess what the ghost captain thinks. Vanna shook her head, and all we can do now is conduct the most thorough inspection of the White Oak to prevent the ship from carrying any intrusions. You and your crew will also suffer some grievances for the next while since we cannot allow any of you to have contact with anyone outside of the church. This arrangement will continue until the investigation is over. This includes family visits. Captain Lawrence bowed his head in compliance. Of course, I can understand. Then he paused before asking something else on his mind. So, about the theft of anomaly 099. Vanna knew what the captain was worried about. The eerie horror of the sea vision was a threat hanging over the heads of all civilization. Still, before considering these long-term and vast threats, the captain was foremost an ordinary folk who needed to support his family. In addition, he has lost anomaly 099 from piracy. There's no way an average person like him could shoulder this burden. Rest assured, the matter will be explained by the church to the city-state authorities and the Adventurers Association, she said quietly. The appearance of the vanished is an undeniable force, and the loss of anomaly 099 is not your responsibility. Even if it was a church ship responsible for escorting, the result might be the same. The expression on Captain Lawrence's face visibly relaxed. But there was still another word in Vanna's mind that she didn't say. In the final analysis, anomalies in itself wandered on the edge of being sealed and out of control. As a result, plenty of city dwellers would lose their lives due to this reasoning. In the face of such a dynamic imbalance, no one could be certain of anything. In addition, Captain Lawrence suddenly grew hesitant before forcing him to ask, "I want to inquire, what is so special about the anomaly 099? Speaking of this, he paused and then quickly added, "Of course, when I undertook the escort job, I had received a note with the information regarding how to seal 099 and the emergency disposal method, but I never got any information regarding its background and origin." "You know it too. It is an anomaly within the 100 figures, the less normal folks like I know about it, the better. But 099 has already been abducted by the vanished. Therefore, according to regulations, it should be counted as completely losing control." "So? That's fine. It's okay to tell you now," Vanna nodded before Captain Lawrence finished. "Since anomaly 099 is no longer within the control of civilization, the next step is to release the relevant information to the Adventurers Association and ability users within the various city-states. You are a member of the former and the last to be in contact with 099. You are entitled to the information." Speaking of this, she contemplated for a while to sort through the information in her possession. Anomaly 099, the doll coffin. Its appearance is a gorgeous wooden box like that of a coffin with a sleeping doll inside. The doll has silver hair and wears a purple dress, and the body shape resembles that of ordinary humans. The anomaly was initially found in the cold sea of the north. The puppet's appearance inside the coffin is extremely close to that of Queen Rhaenora, who was beheaded and executed by the rebels half a century ago. However, there is no evidence of a real connection between the two. The anomaly does not have a tendency to think, has no consciousness, but is very likely to actively perceive the outside world and exert its influence outward. You should be aware of the sealing method for 099, so I won't repeat that part. As for the danger it poses. First of all, the puppet coffin tends to settle. Once it is stuck in a certain area long enough, it will regard the area as its territory. From then onward, it will be difficult to transfer 099 to other places while gradually expanding its influence to the surrounding area. The seal on it will also weaken sharply, becoming more to losing control. It's also a common feature for a considerable number of anomalies. It's the main reason we hired you to move 099. It's to prevent excessive growth. Secondly, in the event that the puppet coffin is out of control, all humanoid units, including elves, dwarves, orcs, and the likes, will be targeted within a certain range of its surroundings. The specific criteria for targeting are not clear. All we know is that the victims will immediately lose control of their freedom of movement like a puppet pulled by a string. Without exception, they will unconsciously bow down in the direction of the coffin, just like someone worshipping a queen. Once this action is completed, the victim will be immediately beheaded. The decapitation cannot be avoided, cannot be protected, cannot be exempted, and there is no point in applying a blessing or wearing armor on the victim. The only condition for being selected is at the whim of the puppet. The victim will directly become decapitated after bowing. Only then will the puppet stay quiet for 4 to 6 hours. Afterward, it will look for the next target and repeat the cycle. Until now, no normal person has survived its selection. The puppet coffin also has the characteristics of moving on its own during the out-of-control state. It's extremely fast, extremely powerful, and will break free of capture in various unbelievable ways. On top of all that, the coffin itself is also extremely powerful. The longer it's on the loose, the further the damage it will cause. Of the several runaway events on record about the doll coffin, only one saint has ever survived the ordeal. However, that saint also happens to have the bloodline of the northern Frost City state. We cannot be certain it is the saint's strength that prevailed or that it is the puppet coffin's forgiveness characteristic acting up. Listening to the young Inquisitor's calm and indifferent narration, Captain Lawrence felt his hair standing up little by little. His first thought was, the money of the city-state authorities is really not easy to earn. No wonder the reward for escorting anomaly 099 is almost 5 times that of the escort of an ordinary anomaly. This kind of total disregard for defensive measures and only needs the puppet's attention on you is impossible to dodge. At the same time, the voice of Inquisitor Vanna voice rang again to interrupt his train of thought. For the puppet coffin's terrifying ability, the Church gave it a special name when documenting Anomaly 099, which is named after the torture device used by the rebels to execute the Frost Queen half a century ago, Alice Guillotine. Chapter 66. Good morning on the vanished. Alice. Take care of your head. The beautiful morning on the vanished began with the captain's angry roar on the deck. Duncan stood outside the captain's room, his finger pointing to the head of the doll hanging from a nearby beam. He's twitching in the eye as he watches the headless doll getting up in a panic to retrieve the hanging head. With a crisp click, Miss Doll reconnected her head back on and promptly trotted over. Hee hee. Don't hee hee me. What are you doing hanging your head above my door in the morning? Don't tell me you're acting as the scout. There's a dove for that. Duncan stared at this cursed doll, which unfortunately knocked a few years off the captain's lifespan. Seriously, who wouldn't be scared silly at having a decapitated head hanging outside their room in the morning? I washed my hair in the morning, Alice shrank her head down and replied meekly, my hair wasn't drying fast enough so I wanted to hang it higher so it can catch some wind. Duncan. Alice peeks up after getting no response. Captain. Are you angry? You are right. After holding his breath in, Duncan could only blurt this out while restraining the muscles in his cheeks. He had to admit. From the perspective of Alice's lifestyle, putting her head up in a higher place like the mast was indeed a good idea. Besides, other items on the ship were doing weird stuff, like taking a nap or the bucket rolling to the back for a suntan. Nothing was normal on this ship, and it's about time the man got a bigger heart. In this respect, Alice had adapted quite well to life on the ship. This would be called mingling in if he had to put a word to it. Captain, you're not angry. Alice immediately laughs because she has a good grasp of the captain's temperament by this point. She's still in awe of the man, but she's no longer afraid of him like on the first day and even dares to bargain for benefits. Then Captain, can I still hang my head? No, anywhere but outside the captain's room. Duncan shot a sideway glance at the doll. I don't want to wake up in the morning and find a crew member's head welcoming me at first light. Alice could only honestly bow her head. Oh, okay. Duncan still looked at her skeptically like he didn't believe it's not going to happen again. Captain. Alice grew a little timid by the attention. Why do you keep staring at me? I just suddenly thought of a question, Duncan said as he pondered. You're suffering from hair loss, right? So then, do you grow it back? Alice was stunned, her expression becoming that of a broken recorder. It took a long while until her eyes suddenly jerked to attention at the captain's implication. I didn't think about it at all. Captain, you. The last few words of her sentence were borderline crying. In the end, she couldn't actually bring herself to say it aloud because Captain, are you a devil, would surely warrant a knock on the head. On top of that, she didn't want the goat head to go on a nagging spree regarding this later. Duncan didn't care what Alice forced back down. Instead, his attention was on something else entirely. You see? Although you can walk and jump like a normal person, but your body is that of a real puppet doll. You don't eat or drink, and joints can fall off anytime. In this case, wouldn't your hair be a non-renewable resource? The more you wash, the faster you will become bald. Wouldn't combing also worsen the condition? Alice was about to really cry. Captain, why would you think of such a terrible thing? Duncan, actually, I've always wanted to ask you this question after eating that bowl of fish head soup. Alice was so taken aback by the soup description that she openly sniffled to pull the snot back. But I cooked fish soup. Duncan puts on a front of truth and justice. Didn't you use the fish's head in the soup? Then why isn't it fish head soup? Alice, Captain is right. Just like that, the beautiful morning on the vanished began with everyone's mutual recognition of reasonableness. Miss Doll left in a trance after the morning exchange. She seemed to suddenly have a lot on her plate about the future and what it foretold. Meanwhile, Duncan's mood was as giddy as it came because he had just pulled the most devilish prank on the ship. Of course, the guy also partook in his usual breakfast in the mapping room, the chopped cheese and spirit he brought from Pland, which weren't much but still delicious considering what's on the vanished. Captain, what happened to Miss Alice? I noticed that she had absent-mindedly returned to her quarters and slammed the door twice on the way in. Is she preoccupied with something? The goat head asks after sensing the oddity with the doll. She's facing a major life challenge, and I don't think you'll have to worry about her fighting the items aboard the ship for a while. Duncan brought the wine glass up to his face and grinned mischievously, but I'm curious about one thing. Hey? What are you curious about? Does a cursed doll really become a bald doll once their hair falls out? Duncan begins an honest discussion with the wood figurine. Shouldn't a supernatural item have supernatural powers to ensure its maintenance? Unfortunately, I couldn't dive further into the topic with Alice when she ran away. Goat's head. The silence drew an intrigued look from Duncan. Why aren't you talking? After a period of being at a loss for words, the goat head finally lets loose. You are truly the most terrifying natural disaster on the boundless sea. Such a question is something I can never ask. Duncan shrugged and got up from behind the mapping table. I'm going to leave again, he said to the goat head and snapped his finger to summon a wisp of green flame. Immediately, Ai the dove flew down from the shelf and landed on the man's shoulder. As usual, you are in charge of the helm while I'm away. Of course, Captain. As your most loyal first mate, I will not disappoint. The goat head agreed without hesitation and soundly pumped with energy. But Captain, you've been lately a bit keen on spirit walking. Is there something on land that interests you? Duncan didn't respond immediately but paused to ensure he's got a good excuse. I recently discovered after a century of development, the world is more interesting than imagined. It won't expose him for lacking knowledge by going this route, and it gave him ample reasoning to explore the land side more often in the future. If necessary, the excuse could also be used as the reason for returning the vanished to civilization. Most importantly, the answer fits with the image of Captain Duncan, the infamous ghost captain and the biggest natural disaster on the boundless sea. The goat head didn't explode like the man expected but instead took the decision for granted. Oh, you're absolutely right, Captain. After all these years, those city-states should have come up with something to intrigue you. I can see why you would want to relieve your boredom. In this case, should the vanished be prepared? Which city-state are you planning to invade? Planned? Renza? Or the one further north? Originally Duncan was still pleased to hear the support, but as the goat head went on and turned his excuse into a full-blown invasion plan, his heart instantly sank and pulled the brake. When did I say I want to invade a city-state? Something interesting has emerged. Wouldn't it be a shame to destroy it? Right, my suggestion is too reckless. The goat head immediately changed his attitude about the whole thing. I thought you were going to drive the ship over there in the future. Of course, the idea must be voided now since there's no plan of that. In fact, this way is also very good. No matter what, those city-states do have some strength. Simply driving the ship over there is a bit risky. In the future, don't mention invading a city-state. Duncan looked at the goat head and added another layer of insurance. We have been derailed from the world for over a century, and now I want to regain control of the changes in civilized society, which may involve many long-term changes. Don't make superfluous plans until I have a clear order. As you command, Captain. Chapter 67. New Contact. The goat head was a dangerous fellow, and Duncan knew it from the beginning, not only because it was an unknown anomaly but because it had been loyal to the real Captain Duncan and still plays and thinks according to the rules of old times to this day. From the perspective of the goat head, the city-states on land are meaningless, the mortals in the city-states are stupid and ridiculous, the weak city-state fleets are all food, and plundering and hunting them, was the natural everyday objective of the vanished. Duncan didn't know how long it would take him to adjust the goat head's habits, but he knew the process had to be subtle and it was the safest way to change himself and the ship. He took one last look at the goat head that was quietly waiting at the sailing table. Upon confirming that the other party had taken over the sails and rudder system of the vanished, he then pushed the door into his bedroom. This afternoon, Nina would return to the antique shop, and before that, he had to let Ai the dove complete his test projects. Once the door to the captain's chamber was closed, the goat head quietly watched the direction of the departing captain. Only after an unknown amount of time did the wood statue sigh before softly muttering to itself, he really didn't get affected by subspace. Oh vanished, what did you fish up back then? Duncan had returned to the familiar dark tunnel with the shimmering strips of starlight. On one end was the vanished's connection, the other the antique shop inside planned. From how it looks, he no longer had to actively control his mind to be connected to both sides after practicing for so long. Even now, the man could remotely control the body inside the shop for simple daily activities. This was obviously a good thing. An antique shop owner who spends more than half the time sleeping in the store would obviously be suspicious. Even if merely standing at the doorway for a minute or two would dispel a lot of unnecessary attention. Instead of immediately teleporting his main consciousness to the city-state of planned, Duncan held out in the dark tunnel and carefully perceived the changes in the space before eventually shifting his sight to the side. In the vast darkness, AI had transformed into her undead bony form that was sprinkling with green fire in her flight. However, he's more focused on the vague shadows hovering around the area of the bird. Among the shadows were the sun talisman previously brought to the vanished, a quaint and old short dagger, a piece of cheese, a round cannonball, and a hard salted, dried fish. These are test items that he prepared before he set out to further test AI's ability of carrying items and the changes that might occur during the process. The short dagger was found in the cabin, once probably belonged to some sailor. It was a mindless ordinary item. The cheese was taken from the galley and had the property of not perishing, and the shells came from the ammunition depot, while the dried salted fish was one of the harvests from the last fishing venture. Actually, the fish hadn't been fully dried yet but was nevertheless hard as a rock after 2 days of bathing in the sun. Duncan stared at AI, who was hovering around these shadows, and nodded slightly in approval. So this is how you carry the items. AI flapped her wings and let out a light, sharp cry, sit firmly, sit firmly. Duncan smiled and gathered his spirit, ready to project the main consciousness forward. But at the moment of concentration, he suddenly saw a strange glimmer appear at the end of the stream that was pointing towards the city-state of planned. Duncan immediately stopped, looking in amazement at the light that flickered among the countless dim stars. The light seemed to be there, only to turn from dim to bright at the moment of his concentration. It's as if the star could sense his presence and answered his call. What is that thing? Duncan tried to lean towards the glimmer in doubt, and with just a thought, he had already crossed the vast darkness and shot towards the light. Only then did he understand this connection. It was similar to his body on the vanished and antique shop. This is another spare shell to be chosen? Duncan couldn't help but have such a conjecture in his mind, but he quickly shook his head to dismiss the idea. The shimmering star in front of him was far superior in scale to those points of light representing the body. Such a large light! It was not so much a shell to be chosen but rather a huge object that has established a connection with oneself. Without hesitation, he made up his mind and stretched out his hand to cautiously touch that star. In the next second, a huge and unfamiliar perception suddenly flooded into his mind. He couldn't see the things around him, but the sense of the sea breeze blowing against his body was quite evident. There was also the sound of people talking all around, but the noise was so muddled that he couldn't discern who was talking or what topic they discussing. It's similar to someone eavesdropping through a thick drapery. Duncan had a vague awareness he must be perceiving through some sort of behemoth structure, otherwise, he wouldn't be having so much trouble making out the words. However, there's also the possibility of an outside force interfering with his connection. Regardless of what the answer was, the ghost captain caught enough of the words that it was a tense and solemn atmosphere on the other side. Eventually, he finally managed to make out one name that repeatedly came up: the White Oak. Taking his hand back from the light stream, Duncan watched the star that's showing a shadow of a ship in the tier with a look of surprise. The White Oak. The name seemed a little familiar, but I can't quite remember when I heard it. Duncan thought hard to recall the name. Finally, through much effort and rummaging, he understood it must be the same ship that had collided with the vanished from before. Immediately afterward, he also remembered the newspaper he had bought in the city-state of Planned. At that time, a section of the paper had mentioned the incident about that ocean-going ship being missing for several days but would soon make port. For a while, Duncan didn't know what to make of this and fell into a daze because this was the White Oak, the ship responsible for escorting Anomaly 099. The old captain who had tried to talk to me seems to have finally reached Planned, and apparently the ship has made a connection with me. Could it be that the connection was established after the original Spirit World ship collision accident? Because the flames of the vanished at that time extended to the White Oak? Duncan had a faint conjecture in his mind, speculating on the various attributes of his ghost flame while also wondering if his connection to the steamship could be of any use. After drifting aboard vanished for so long, he valued every connection between himself and the civilized world. Now it seems that although the White Oak has docked, it was still in a certain state of blockade and surveillance. As for those nervous people humming around to make so much noise, they should be the professionals of the city-state who specialize in dealing with extraordinary visions. Clearly, a ship that had been lost at sea was dangerous for the people of the city-state, and the experience of close contact with the vanished may also be a major pending matter. Duncan had enough awareness to know the sort of reputation his ghost ship held. After thinking about it for a while, Duncan cautiously stepped back and did not continue to touch the light in front of him. As the number one boss on the boundless sea, he did not intend to deal with the city-state's protectors without knowing the details of the power users in their roster. Also, keeping the White Oak as an anchor for future use was better than exposing it now and being destroyed. At that time, maybe he could finally talk to the old captain calmly instead of that messy brief encounter smothered by the wind. Chapter 68. Reliable Dove Express. A cool sea breeze suddenly blew across the deck, causing Captain Lawrence, who had just walked outside, to rub his arm subconsciously. He didn't know if the feeling of goosebumps was due to the cool sea breeze or what the young inquisitor had told him. Anomaly 099, the puppet coffin, after losing control, not only has the ability to move and the tendency to get out of trouble, but could also continuously expand its sphere of influence towards any target within its range. The consequence was the unconditional decapitation of the victim, and the only ones that could resist were saints. To think for the past half a month, he and his crew have been dealing with this dangerous anomaly. Even though the escort journey has never been dangerous except for the final encounter with the vanished, he still feels a little scared in retrospect. However, it was just fear on his part since that's all in the past now. As a member of the Adventurers Association and a veteran ocean explorer, his job was to work with the boundless sea. However, unlike fishermen who only operate in safe offshore areas, he has spent most of his sailing career dealing with anomalies and even visions. When undertaking an anomaly delivery job, the authorities or churches would inform the transportation crew in advance of the dangers. This part was often the shortest part of the entire commission contract, usually with only one message: this task is fatally dangerous, and the specific details cannot be divulged. Every captain who earned a living by traveling between city-states knew what he was facing, and more than half of them would eventually be entangled by this deadly career in their later years. For Captain Lawrence, many of his colleagues of the same age have retired by now, either trapped in incessant nightmares or suffering from mental problems caused by various degrees of curses. In some cases, disabilities are also included due to a long voyage or worse. Of course, equal compensation was rewarded for such a dangerous job. Unlike commoners scraping by in the city-states, captains of a ship would never have to worry about their retirement funds. Unfortunately, that's the least of a captain's worry because the occupational diseases are abundant. Captain Lawrence had no delusions of being a nobleman. He did this mainly to earn money on top of his passion for exploring the sea. But like most people, the passion of youth doesn't always earn one a healthy lifestyle, and now he's starting to feel his enthusiasm and passion burning out. While my mental health is still normal, while the boundless sea hasn't yet entangled my fate yet, it's best I find time to retire. Lawrence sighed slightly, turned, and slowly walked back towards the captain's room. The priest's search and questioning of the entire ship were not over yet, and he could not abandon the White Oak until then. Afterwards though, he and his crew would be transferred for isolation and observation, as well as a series of psychiatric tests by the authorities. His gaze eventually swept over the familiar onboard facilities around him after coming aboard. It's an excellent new ship with only 5 years of service. Honestly, Lawrence seriously felt reluctant to retire so early on, but it's either early retirement or the likelihood of spending his life in the insane asylum. In the city-state downtown, in the old antique shop, the middle-aged man lying on the bed back on the second floor had slowly come to. In his view was a moldy ceiling reflecting into Duncan's field of vision. Phew, Duncan exhaled softly, feeling the perception from this body quickly clearing up and stabilizing. After 2 to 3 seconds, he braced those arms and pushed himself up. AI also flies over then, her beak chirping loudly, "Honey, welcome home. Do you want dinner first or a bath first, or perhaps?" Duncan was about to stretch his limbs when he cramped up over the last word. Without hesitation, he slapped the dove as punishment. Why in the world would you say something like that? AI was obviously an extraordinary bird because she didn't get fazed in the slightest. Briskly flapping her wings and chirping loudly, "Bow! A punch for a nosebleed for a crooked nose and nosebleed for a sauce shop." Duncan didn't know if he should suffocate this dove at this point because his brain honestly couldn't keep up. Then turning to look at the table, he saw the various test items he had prepared from the vanished: sun talisman, dagger, cheese, a cannonball, and a salted fish. Everything's here, and it doesn't look like AI had any sort of packet loss during the transfer. This bird is more reliable than I thought. Duncan stepped forward and visually checked each item for any damages and found none. This improved his mood and even changed his annoyed look on AI, who was still acting silly on the bed and spouting dumb things. "AI, old treasonous bastard will be butchered. On guard, you sly dog." Duncan, realizing he was the dumb one for even thinking about praising the bird, he sat down on the chair and checked the goods some more with his ghost fire for an in-depth review. The first was the sun talisman, which has not changed as an supernatural item that has been completely transformed and controlled by the ghost fire, it still lingered with a flicker of his power. The dagger, which did not possess supernatural attributes, did not look any different. Except for the ancient style, its blade was still sharp, and the scabbard was well maintained. Afterward, Duncan's gaze fell on the piece of cheese that had come out of the vanished's kitchen. The cheese was not acting strange or smelled rotten. It's still edible according to his judgment. Now then, it was the cannonball's turn. He was curious about this one because he knew this metal ball was one of those active items aboard the ship. Duncan tapped the iron shell and attempted to get feedback. Nothing came. On the vanished, he knows certain objects had a mind of their own, while some are a collective hive with multiple subunits. This cannonball was part of those subunits, so his experiment here was to see if the shell could connect with the main hive back on the ship. Since there's no feedback, it could only mean the shell has become no more than a lump of metal. Duncan mused over this discovery and started expanding his idea. If I start taking back shells to the vanished, would they also be recognized as a subunit of the ammunition depot on the vanished? If yes, then that means I can replenish the ammunition aboard. But what criteria must I meet? I know the cannonballs I used to sink Alice's coffin didn't return, so there must be a range limit. And what about upgrading the artillery system? Cannonballs are from the last century, meaning they're likely outdated by now. Can I use more advanced shelling? Actually, if I can replenish the ammo aboard, wouldn't that mean I can also add new facilities and equipment to the vessel? For example, I might not even need to use cannons anymore and instead replace them all with something higher tech. I can also improve the living conditions aboard. Maybe a new bed or a sofa. Duncan couldn't help but salivate on the possibilities. The more he came into contact with the modern city-state of planned, the more he felt that the vanished needed to be improved upon. Glamour from a century ago doesn't mean anything in modern times. Sure, a ghost ship's weird and terrifying power would bring fear to any sailor, but it had no electric lighting, no processing chips of a computer, no missile systems, and most of all, no boiler for hot showers. Oh right, there's also no French fries aboard for AI. Duncan silently glanced at the dove, who had jumped out onto the windowsill staring off into the distance. Sensing the attention, AI looked back with those mung bean eyes and chirped, "Buy some fries from the dock." "Shut up, don't mention fries." Duncan rebuffed the bird before turning his attention to the last item. The salted fish was a pure and natural processed item gifted to him by nature. It tastes good, smells good, and belongs to the items outside of the vanished. After experiencing the spirit walk, this salted fish didn't seem to change much either. Let's have Nina turn it into a stew this evening. Chapter 69. City-state life. After inspecting all the test items, Duncan now has a further understanding of the bird's transportation ability and the capacity she held. AI could transport several different items simultaneously, including organic, inorganic, supernatural, and ordinary things. The type of goods would not affect the stability of her power, and the transportation process would not affect the goods' nature. The transportation ability also doesn't seem to consume much of her energy either. Whether it was the ritual dagger at the beginning, or a bunch of things at once, the bird was still bouncing around as ever. Of course, this may be because the total amount of cargo she has transported so far was too small and didn't hit the bottleneck. Regardless, further testing was still in order regarding AI's weight and volume limit. Duncan summarized the currently known information one by one, and only after confirming that everything was in place did he breathe a sigh of relief. He knows that the tests done so far are still very much imperfect, and many possible variables have not been carefully considered. Moreover, even from the perspective of test subjects, the samples he selected are too small to accumulate valid data. In the future, he will select more types of different weights and volumes. Only then could he call the data reliable. Duncan was very cautious in this regard, and this caution wasn't without reason because he has a very bold plan, or idea in mind. Since AI could teleport items between land and the vanished intact without limiting what type of items they are, then, wouldn't she be able to ship people as well? Like, someone that's not so human? For example, Alice? Duncan knows that a single person's strength is limited. With only his ability to walk in the spirit world to link the ship with the city-states, it would just be a matter of time before he encounters a problem of insufficient manpower. However, if there's a helper around, the situation would be much better. As it so happens, AI's ability has given him a lot of room to work with. Of course, Alice was not a good candidate. This numbered anomaly called 099, although elegant and mysterious when sitting quietly, was in essence a useless and cowardly doll that could hardly do anything right. Remembering that his only crew member available to him was an individual who could actually stew her own head during cooking was enough to make any man sigh in agony. The positioning of the Vanished as a world-class enemy was truly a headache. Let's say he did go out and recruit more sailors. What then? The ones that would dare apply would probably be villainous crooks themselves. You know, the type that goes pirate robbing on Monday and Wednesday, then demon sacrificing on Tuesday and Friday, and then finally guerrilla warfare with the church on weekends. But that's a plus in retrospect. At least those crooks would easily mingle with the goat head, who's constantly yapping about invading a city-state. Ake, Alice is at least honest and obedient. Duncan sighed and stood up, muttering to himself, if I properly train her, she can grow up properly too, probably. Even if she can't be a helper, it is good nevertheless to let that doll see the world. After all, it won't be good to keep her so clueless and lacking in common sense. After sorting out his thoughts, Duncan began to pack up the things he had brought with him. He would not return them to the Vanished for the time being. There aren't many places to hide things on the second floor of the antique shop, and Nina was always there to clean up his room. So having some random items around would surely be suspicious, especially when one of them was a century-old cannonball. But after a short contemplation, Duncan found some suitable places to hide them. The sun talisman could be kept on his body, the salted fish would go directly into the kitchen, and the cannonball and dagger were even easier to dispose of. Without delay, Duncan took the two most suspicious items downstairs and directly placed them in a corner next of the counter. This was an antique shop, and having more or less old relics lying around and piled up couldn't be any more normal. Well, calling this an antique shop was a compliment, since almost everything on the first floor are counterfeits. As for the last one, the cheese he grabbed from the Vanished's kitchen, Duncan also found a good place for it in the trash. After dealing with all this, Duncan patted the non-existent dust on his hands and smiled with a very satisfied grin over the arrangement. Then he glanced at the sky outside, where the sun confined by the double rune ring was hanging high in the sky. Nina would return home later today, before which he plans to go out to learn more about the city. It doesn't seem like there's any business today anyways. Since the weather was a little cool, Duncan changed into a dark brown coat and groomed his somewhat messy hair before going out. This was his way of making this old and tattered body look a bit more refreshed after being tormented by drugs and alcohol for so long. Once out and walking, Duncan didn't need to wait before the sound of flapping wings came from the second floor. It was Ai who flew down to land on his shoulders while pressing her head triumphantly against his, to the Erxian Bridge, then take the Chinjua Avenue. Duncan shot a sideway glance at this bird. He had initially planned to keep the dove home to watch house. After all, when going outside, having a bird on his shoulder was too eye-catching and weird. What's more, his connection with the bird would allow him to summon the dove whenever he likes. Of course, taking her along wouldn't mean a thing, but now, Ai had taken the liberty of using this opening to tag along on her own accord for a car ride. Looking at the triumphant appearance of this bird, Duncan finally smiled helplessly and sighed. Forget it. Follow if you like it. With this arrangement, the pair took the main road opposite to the antique shop and continued until the man overheard the crisp sound of a bell ringing. Looking over, Duncan could see a double-decker bus with a brown and blue striped paint job driving along the main tracks until it stopped next to a station not far away. It was the common form of public transport in the city-state of Planned, a vehicle powered by a steam engine. By spending a fare of 6 pesos affordable by most lower sector citizens of the city, one could ride the bus according to the pre-planned route as long as one wished. From what Duncan could discern according to the map displayed along the pole sign up ahead, this bus route went around the city and then eventually up into the higher sector, only stopping and making a round trip at an area called the Crossroad. Duncan had an image of this crossroad from the memory fragments. This neighborhood was regarded as the junction of the city, the most prosperous commerce area with decent housing arrangements. Many lower residents regarded this neighborhood as their dream goal in life, while many middle-class citizens who could not afford such an expensive upscale arrangement would also try their best to live as close as possible to that spot, since it had almost everything in terms of facilities: theaters, museums, and several upscale restaurants. Nina's school was also near the crossroad, and the museum she mentioned wanting to visit was also located in that area. Duncan thought for a moment, then quickly walked to the station and got on before the bus started again. There was hardly anyone on the bus as he chcked, only partially full with the first floor entirely devoid of passengers. However, there was the driver in his seat and the dark blue uniformed conductor standing ready to take his fare. The young woman had simple makeup and a short haircut, but that friendly smile was as genuine as it came until she noticed the dove on Duncan's shoulder. "Sorry, pets are not allowed on board." "It's the rule," the young woman said uncomfortably, pointing up to the bird on Duncan's shoulder, "including doves." Duncan looked at AI, who flapped her wings innocently and tilted her head to look at him. "Go to the roof of the car." "Coo, coo." AI flapped her wings and flew out of the car, cooing all the while in protest. The young conductor lady appeared almost speechless at this weird display of man and bird communicating together. "Is it okay now?" Duncan waved at the conductor, who seemed to be in a daze over his actions, and pointed to the roof. "You shouldn't mind a bird riding on the car roof, right?" Only then did the conductor react. "Ah. Yes. The fare is 6 pesos for a pass." Duncan reached into his pocket and pulled 2 coins for the blue ticket, then found a window seat and sat quietly to enjoy his first car ride in the world. Accompanying the vibration and mechanical friction was the engine starting up, followed by the ringing of the bell in the front for the time of departure. The scenery gradually receded outside the window as Duncan comfortably leaned back in his seat. Steam is a good thing, civilized society is a good thing, scientific and technological progress is a good thing. If I get a chance, I must get myself a seating like this as well on the vanished. The old wooden chairs are not comfortable at all. Oh right, I mustn't forget a boiler. It's just not right doing without a hot shower. As soon as his thoughts were spreading into other areas, the guy suddenly felt a short rumble in the car as it came to a crawl, eventually to a stop. "You coming on? There are seats still." The young conductor pushed open the window near the front and shouted outside. Duncan was startled and chuckled dumbly at himself. Apparently he's still a stranger to this world because he had forgotten how lively life could be in a typical city. Chapter 70. I'm one of you. How do ordinary people survive in a world with supernatural visions, where the lands are blocked by endless oceans and where anomalies and city-state are constantly engaged in endless fighting? Duncan still lacked knowledge of the world, but at least in the places he saw, the ordinary folks of this place still lived in an environment of relative stability and order. They worked, they studied, they rested, they run their own shops, they mingled, they go out on their days off, they go to the theaters and restaurants, they go to the parks and ports, they visited museums, they gossiped with their neighbors after dinner, they did everything a person would when living a not-so-exciting but nominally secure life. Duncan sat in his seat, curiously observing everything around him as the ordinary folks went about their daily lives. From what he perceived, they're not much different from those on Earth aside from the supernatural bits. The bus stopped again upon approaching the crossroad, and this time many passengers boarded. Duncan continued to stare curiously out the window at this location. There are plumes of steam coming out of the chimney chutes, as well as crisscrossing pipes connecting the various buildings along the streets. But suddenly, the man was alarmed when an inexplicable surge of heat rose from his chest. Glancing down, he realized it had come from the sun talisman hanging around his neck. Naturally, Duncan was stunned by this discovery. Out of reflex, he touched the spot covered by his shirt and felt the temperature with his fingers. It's not only hot but actually slightly vibrating. He didn't know what was going on, but it was clear that the talisman resonated with something nearby through the connection he had established with the item. He quickly locked onto a figure outside the car window speeding through the crowd. The person wore an ordinary black coat that gave no sign he was any different from the passers-by, however, Duncan's certain the talisman was pointing at him. Without hesitation, he immediately got up from his seat and marched towards the exit while sending a mental message to AI. The bird immediately jumped off the bus roof and landed on the man's shoulder. The conductor standing near the door watched in amazement, and only after Duncan got off the bus did she mutter, "How did he train that dove?" But then this little episode of daily life quickly receded from the conductor's attention as the wave of passengers boarded the steam bus, this spot to buy tickets. Children also need to buy. Hey, this kid is taller than 1 meter. 4 years old? This can't be 4 years old. Look, he must buy a ticket if he crosses this measuring line. By now, Duncan had already marched into the crowd and entered an intersection while tracking that black coat. The suspicious individual clearly had a purpose in how swift and agile he moved through the dense collage of people. In fact, it didn't take more than a minute for Duncan to lose sight of the black coat. Thankfully, the resonance from the sun talisman remains, and the feedback from the item told the antique shop owner which direction he needed to go. Duncan thought quickly as he followed the guidance. There is no doubt that the black coat is suspicious, and this talisman must have sensed something to react so strongly. Perhaps, it perceived a homologous power from the real sun god. From the goat head, Duncan had already learned that the talisman had the function of identifying and blessing fellow citizens who followed the Black Sun. However, under normal circumstances, only the faithful could use this function or perceive the guiding effect of the talisman. Duncan had usurped control of the item with his ghost fire, but at the time, he thought that his flame had destroyed most of the talisman's abilities, but now it seems, the recognition ability of this thing was still there. It's just that this recognition ability was now being used at his own discretion. Guided by the talisman, he gradually left the main road crowded with passers-by and gradually walked into a deserted path after 3 turns. Here, Duncan saw the suspicious figure again. The person was speeding past the intersection ahead, seemingly oblivious to the addition of a tailing tracker behind himself. Then the talisman on his chest grew a little hotter again, and the resonance became clearer as well. Duncan quietly drove the ghost fire inside, reading the information from this sun talisman with his mind. It felt subtle even though the item had no thinking properties. Duncan could feel the excitement from the talisman conveying through himself. It's telling him where the other believers are, to the point that Duncan wants to remind the thing to be more reserved. For real, not long ago, this sacred relic still belonged to a heretic of the Black Sun. It doesn't need to be so excited to rat its former creators out. At the same time, Duncan became more and more confident that he was approaching a secret meeting place where many followers had gathered. This proves his theory that the gathering in the sewer was no more than a small slice of the bigger pie. He didn't know what the cultists were trying to do now, but he did know one thing: they knew more about the ancient history of this world than Nina's history teacher. To understand the deeper secrets of this world, it was necessary to contact the forces of the transcendent realm. The authorities and church would be difficult to approach, but cultists on the other hand are much simpler to mingle with. If anything, he could just beat them up if they refused. It's then his train of thought came to a halt. In front of him was a dead end, and the sneaky black coat had slipped into a nearby alley. On top of this, more siblings were coming up from behind, at least that's what the talisman sensed. Duncan silently pulled up the lapels of his coat, hiding half of his face in the collar with the process. Almost the next second after the action was done, a series of footsteps could be heard from the nearby buildings. One after another, figures appeared. It was about a dozen people wearing attires no different from any common citizen. Like an assassin wouldn't walk outside in broad daylight, these cultists wouldn't hold a sign claiming to be heretics either. Nevertheless, the constant heat and directional signal from the sun talisman was all the convincing Duncan needed to confirm their identity. While he examined the group was also eyeing him warily until a young tall and thin man whispered something to his companion on the side. "This is private land. What are you sneaking around here for?" The tall and thin man spoke. He seemed to be trying to create an impression that they're all good abiding citizens, and Duncan was in fact the suspicious trespasser. Duncan murmured inside that he was really not cut out to be a spy because he didn't know what lie he should make in this situation. But then a naughty idea popped up in his head. What if he acts stupid and refuses to leave? Would these cultists attack him? Or would they pretend to be thugs and mug him? "Didn't you hear me?" The tall and thin man frowned and said impatiently. At the same time as his voice fell, the figures around him quietly took half a step forward, faintly forming an encirclement. "I'm talking to you." Duncan shrugged his shoulders, casually touched the sun talisman from his chest, and said sincerely, "I'm one of you. Let's mingle in first. Maybe I can get something out of them. No need to waste this chance." Chapter 71. Gathering in the gutter. There were a few seconds of silence the moment Duncan took out the sun talisman. Eventually, the tall and thin-looking boss suddenly lowered his voice and said urgently, "Put that away. There might be eyes of the church nearby. Does this talisman really work? Is this thing so convincing among the Sunists?" Duncan became happy in his heart, but he still maintained a mysterious posture of covering half his face. Then speaking lightly after putting away the talisman, "If the church does have an eye here, they would be more attracted to a large group like you guys gathering together instead of my talisman." As soon as his voice fell, a bearded man on the opposite side subconsciously spoke, "No, our group will only attract the police at most since we won't disturb the social order." "Shut up." The tall, thin leader immediately hushed the underling with a glare before returning his gaze to Duncan. "This is a necessary caution, after all, this city is very unsafe now. You come closer and don't make any superfluous movement." While Duncan calmly walked towards the opposite side, the other party continued to keep a vigilant eye on him. Only after they're close enough did the thin, tall guy ask, "Are you a local believer in this city?" Duncan thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes. The original owner of the body did live in the city, and he now lives in the city, and on these easy questions, he decided to tell the truth. His plan was simple: find a way to fish in troubled waters and blend in among these cultists. This way, he could catch any news that might arise and perhaps ask more questions without exposure. Of course, in the worst-case scenario, he could always let AI transform and bird them up. The tall and thin man didn't notice the dangerous thoughts running wild in the compatriot's heart. As far as I know, the Storm Church attacked the local branch several days ago. That's right. The assembly in the sewers several days ago was a disaster. The ceremony got out of control, and we lost a lot of people as a result. But I escaped. Duncan said this without psychological burden because it's technically the truth. Even so, the ghost captain could clearly feel the tense atmosphere around him from these people after his announcement. Hurrying to correct his careless remark, there were 3 others like me who escaped, but we were separated afterward. I can no longer get in contact with them anymore. Then I met you through the sun's guidance. The tall and thin man snorted noncommittally, and then his gaze fell on the guy's shoulder. What is that? My pet, Duncan said casually, can't you see? It's just an ordinary dove. AI bent her head at the right time and made a loud cooing sound. This dove is so loud, the tall and thin man seemed to finally relax his vigilance, probably subconsciously thinking a guy who's been taught to abide by the rules from the church wouldn't have the habit of running around in the city with a bird pet. Follow me. It's not safe to talk outside. Duncan immediately breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, his plan to fish in troubled waters seemed to have worked. Then he followed the cultists and went deeper into the alley. The alley ran longer than Duncan had imagined, leading to this city's most decrepit slums. Then after passing through another old steam-releasing pipe system, through sewage paths, and winding into a low, dilapidated complex of buildings, Duncan finally got his first glimpse of what it truly means to be impoverished in this world. He thought the shop where he and Nina lived was already at the bottom of society, but now, what the antique shop represented could only be called lavish in the lower sectors. Most of the dilapidated houses lining the road are lifeless and looked abandoned for some time, but a few did seem to give off a small life presence through the windows. Likely some homeless folks hiding in this forgotten part of the city had taken residence, and they're now watching these uninvited guests who intruded upon their turfs. But in the end, these lifeless eyes were quickly retracted. The dozen or so intruders were obviously enough to make any homeless folk cower in fear. See, this is the most prosperous city-state on the boundless sea, planned, the man in black who first caught Duncan's attention muttered. It's the same everywhere you go. Whether it's the other human settlements or the elves' wind harbor that they call the promised land of peace and justice, it is all like this in the slums. How much of this world's light can actually reach these souls, you think? Duncan didn't reply to that comment but glanced up towards the steam-spewing pipes coming down from the upper sector of the city and industrial area. Everything around the pipes was giving off an unpleasant stench of chemicals and sewage. Though he didn't live in this city for long, Duncan had no trouble understanding why urban cancerous cells like these cultists would pop up again and again. Then, silently giving the indignant man in black a nod, Duncan decides to keep his opinion to himself instead of lashing out. Regardless of what the reason, being seduced by the sun cult or persecution by life, the fact remains that these twisted heretics are kidnapping innocent civilians from these slums to sacrifice in their sick rituals. As a foreigner who didn't know enough about the world, Duncan had no right to judge them too much for the time being. However, from a former sacrifice's perspective, his opinion of these cultists could only be very negative. In silence, he finally reached the stronghold of these cultists. The base was located in the underground parts of an abandoned factory. Somehow, these cultists always seem to know which gutter to use as their gathering place to avoid detection, or perhaps there are just that many sewers in this prosperous steam city to tap. Anyways, after climbing over a collapsed brick wall fencing the property and opening an iron gate to the basement, Duncan was quickly ushered in and down into an open-styled room. It was a warehouse type of place, or it could have been a mechanical room at some point. Regardless of what it was meant to function as, the basement had been emptied out, and only the plumbing system remained on the ceiling. There are still some gas lamps hanging on the walls, but those could no longer be lit. Dark spaces are dangerous, so the cultists avoided any area that their greased torches couldn't reach. Eventually, they arrived before a larger group of cultists already waiting for them. Duncan observed the individuals gathered here in the wide basement with some surprise, and likewise, the cultists were also watching him with worry and caution. To them, Duncan was a stranger and must be kept on watch with vigilance, which they acted on by surrounding him. Frowning at this stance, "What, you must search me again after coming inside? I didn't know there was such a rule." If you are really a spy from the church, then a body search is useless. The tall thin man rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a cloth strip to hand over to Duncan. Relax, merely a more rigorous verification process. This is all for caution. We have lost far too many compatriots over the past few years due to various reasons. Take it and recite after me. Duncan glanced at the object handed over by the other party and saw that it was a dirty strip of cloth. At first glance, it looked no different from a torn fabric of an old shirt stained by blood. Is this another prop for the scientists to verify their fellow believers? Duncan was a little surprised in his heart, lamenting that this was really a group worthy of being hunted by the professionals from the church. Day in and day out, hiding in the dark crevices of society has honed their skills to a level where they are watching out for spies and outsiders at every minute. In the name of the sun, may the light of the Lord shine. Duncan immediately got a familiar sensation after hearing that chant just days ago. A cultist had said something similar to him and also handed a talisman over. Without anyone noticing, he quietly seeped a spark of green flame into the seemingly ordinary strip of cloth in his hand. Only after doing this did Duncan follow the chanting prayer with a straight face, which naturally remained quiet to the praying mantra. Finally nodding after a brief period of unresponsiveness, the cultist appeared pleased and smiled while retrieving the cloth. Welcome back to the glory of the Lord, my fellow brother. Chapter 72. The information from the meeting. To be fair, these cultists are actually quite cautious. They didn't believe the strange compatriot just because Duncan took out the sun talisman, nor did they easily believe him because he explained what happened on the sacrifice grounds. Instead, they observed Duncan's words and deeds along the way and even conducted an additional verification procedure to confirm the stranger's identity. After arriving at the assembly hall, they had done their best in terms of being cultists in hiding. But all of their screening measures assumed Duncan was a normal human being. That's a mistake and likely a serious one. The tall, skinny little leader retrieved the inconspicuous strip of cloth from Duncan, seemingly completely unaware of the change in the power of this sacred object. Then, pointing to the corner of the assembly hall, compatriot, rest over there first. You are not the only new face here. Duncan nodded and walked to that inconspicuous corner while paying attention to every face in the basement. Unlike what he had seen in the sewer grounds before, he was surprised to find that none of the sun worshippers wore the iconic black robes that were unique to their religion but dressed like ordinary citizens despite some still wearing black clothes. He asked the cultist beside him curiously, "Don't we need to hide our face?" The cultists he questioned looked surprised. "Do you native believers in Pland hide your faces when you meet?" Duncan immediately frowned slightly. "You are not from Pland." "We came from Lunsa," another believer next to him said calmly. After confirming that the stranger in front of him was really a member of the Sun faith, the followers here were obviously letting their guard down. "Everyone here only managed to settle down last week, but before we could contact the local branch, the attack happened. Everyone here is from Lunsa." Duncan was a little surprised as he realized why there were so many scientists in the city despite the big event several days ago. Most of us are compatriots from Lunsa, but there are also other members from other city-states that gathered at the calling. Another believer next to him joined the conversation. "Alas, you have more or less heard about the situation here, so I won't repeat it. For the past 4 years, those damn hounds from the Storm Church have been fighting our cause. It must have been hard on you all who stayed behind and planned. Thankfully that's in the past now." Duncan nodded noncommittally and then heard the believer he questioned before speak again. "This dove on your shoulder is real, unusual." Twitching out of his eye, he knew AI's presence would draw a lot of attention, but the ghost captain didn't expect this level of a draw. Acting casually, "This is my pet. It can help me do a lot of things." Despite the bland appearance, the thoughts in his mind were already running wild at what he had gathered. A large number of Sun followers were pouring into the city-state of Pland and they're planning something big. To think my little scheme of fishing in troubled waters is actually paying off. At the same time, he also understood why the cultists attending the rally here did not hide their faces. Unlike the local natives, these outsiders didn't need such an arrangement. They already knew each other from the start and mostly came from the same city-state. Moreover, they lacked the experience and discipline that came about in Pland due to the constant purging from the Storm Church. In retrospect, dressing casually also had its benefits. If the meeting did get bombed by the authorities, these folks could just make a run for it through the crowds and blend in. By then, who could tell who's who? Then suddenly, Duncan detected a gaze shooting his way. Immediately looking over, he locked onto the owner. According to his intuition, a petite girl with short black hair standing more than 10 meters away. The girl wore a black dress embellished with white lace, her face was beautiful and calm, and she looked about the same age as Nina. However, the most striking thing was not any of the details mentioned, but the dark red ring with a delicate silver bell hanging from the neck. This trinket gave the girl a cute but particularly strange appearance. The girl naturally turned her gaze elsewhere. Once the man looked over, she shifted silently to avoid eye contact, but it was obvious the girl knew she's been caught. Why is there such a young kid in this gang of cultists? Duncan couldn't help but wonder in his heart. He got this strange inkling sensation that, unlike the cultists here, the girl didn't belong in this environment. While thinking about it, the sound of the door shaft turning suddenly interrupted the noise, followed by the thin, tall cult leader ordering the exit to be closed and for them to gather at the center. Duncan collected his thoughts and paid close attention to the changes on the scene. Eventually, the man at the center spread his arms to showcase a familiar item in his hand. It was a pale golden sun mask, precisely the same mask worn on the face of the cult priest who presided over the sacrifice ritual during Duncan's first spirit walk. Honor to the glory of the Lord, we shall now silently recite the mantra under the Lord's gaze, said the tall, thin man in a reverent tone. Bow down to this blessed mask, and may the shelter of the heirs of the sun support me and guide my brothers and sisters. The surrounding worshippers immediately chanted the name of the real sun god in unison while making a fist-praying gesture to the forehead. This was their way of worshipping the golden mask, not the wearer. After the recital, the tall, thin man solemnly puts the mask on as expected. Of which, Duncan immediately noticed the change in the air and the person's temperament. Something's coming. He couldn't say what this feeling was, as if another character had descended upon the mask and its wearer. Regardless, a powerful consciousness was projecting its power through the golden mask, similar to what Duncan was doing with this specific shell. May the glory of the Lord endure forever. May the ways of the Lord come to the world. The surrounding believers exclaimed in unison over the new arrival. This strange heavy atmosphere wasn't that new to Duncan. He had seen the priest wear this mask in the sewer before, but unlike this time, that shell he used was dead and already deceased. On top of that, he had missed the summoning ritual, which might explain why he didn't get the same pressure as now. Perhaps there's a reason for calling these priests the emissary instead of mere formality and rank. Maybe a communication device? After connecting the dots on this interesting item, Duncan's eyes changed from curiosity to a glowing desire to own it. Maybe that mask and I are fated. Chapter 73. Incomplete Memory. Duncan quickly withdrew his gaze from the golden mask to blend in like an ordinary believer once things started rolling. This was so he wouldn't attract further attention since he hadn't heard anything useful yet. Then, when he lowered his head to act inconspicuously, Duncan suddenly got that strange sensation of being stared at again. The man frowned slightly in annoyance. Then searching around, he again found the source, and like before, it was the child wearing that strange bell collar around the neck, averting eye contact when he looked over. Now, this got the guy wondering. He's sure they didn't know each other. In the memory of the original owner of this body, there was no information regarding this child. Why is a follower of the sun god looking my way so frequently? Is it because of AI on my shoulder? She's that much of a chic attraction? He thought about this possibility, but then the cult leader interrupted that train of thought by speaking in a somewhat echoing and divine voice that demanded attention. Talk about a transformation. The prayer is over. The Lord has witnessed our piety and awe. Grace has shone on our souls, so my brothers and sisters, be gratified that we have persevered for one more day in this difficult and dark world. We're one day closer to seeing the day when our son is reborn and recasted upon this world. The priest wearing the golden mask then spreads his hands and casts his gaze at the corner where a certain person stands. But before proceeding with today's gathering, I would like to welcome two of our compatriots who were once trapped by darkness in these difficult times. Thanks to the guidance of our Lord, they've been reunited with us. Go ahead, my fellow faithful, introduce yourself. Two compatriots. Duncan suddenly remembered that the leader mentioned he was not the only new face around these halls. For some reason, the ghost captain's attention shifted to the little girl wearing that black frilly dress. You can call me Shirley. The girl took half a step forward and spoke frankly, my parents are both followers of our faith. Unfortunately, they were killed by the minions of the Storm Church 4 years ago. I have been hiding around the crossroad all these years without managing to make contact with our siblings. It's great that you are all here now. Her voice was not loud to the point of being quiet and well-behaved. In fact, Duncan could never match the girl with the picture of a bloodied cultist willing to sacrifice innocent lives. Welcome back among us, young sister. The leader nodded, then turned to face the surrounding worshippers. Shirley's parents were killed by the purge 4 years ago, and we have found her parents' names on that year's list. Next is another compatriot that joined us today. The ringleader's gaze finally fell on Duncan. Duncan, I live in the lower sector. He had already prepared for this, so he wasted no time in the introduction. A few days ago, the Storm Church attacked a sacrificial ground me and my local siblings created. I am the only survivor left. He said this briefly but sincerely, like someone that didn't want to recall a terrible memory. Since the news of the Storm Church's raid had made the news, the cultists had no reason to doubt his story. Seemingly pleased by the smooth introduction, the ringleader began again by nodding and adding, "This is a tested compatriot. After experiencing the cruelty of those hounds from the Storm Church, he is still trying his best to return to the Lord's embrace. We also found the blessed keepsake of our faith on him, so his words are credible." Some of the cultists sighed over the tragic story, and some nodded in approval. Duncan, on the other hand, only wanted to get things moving by putting on a blank face and reciting the multiplication table backward. The brief introduction is over, the leader finally got onto something interesting, and now to update you all on the situation. Duncan's ears immediately perked up. At present, there are still a large number of compatriots gathering in this city. This includes ordinary faithful like us and powerful emissaries and priests overseeing the whole mission. Fret not, our powers are gradually growing, and the day of reorder is fast approaching. But it is undeniable that the minions of the Storm Church have caught on to our presence. They and the crooks inside City Hall are making entry stricter and investigating foreigners entering planned. At this point, several of our siblings have already been captured by the police. Be warned. We must succeed in our objective. Do not let your guard down, be wary, be on watch, and look out for the hounds from the church. It is fine to slow down the progress in collecting the sacrifices. The heirs of the Lord know about our plight, and they have issued a decree that they will personally take care of the remaining half of the sacrifice pool if we can't solve it. The surrounding cultists all reacted like they'd been greatly moved by the news and started praising the sun god. Duncan, on the other hand, wasn't so pleased. He didn't forget the mass carnage in that sewer, and it seems that the mastermind whatever sun heirs or sun children will personally take charge and participate. At present, our main task is to determine the specific location of the sun fragment. Remember, our goal is always to bring the real sun god back to life, and finding the lost sun fragments is the most important part. Duncan's heart shuddered. Sun fragments? What is that stuff? Can a stack of sun fragments make the spear of Arden bigger? The bird on his shoulder suddenly grew agitated, which manifested in AI issuing a low cooing sound from the throat and bobbing her head up and down. Duncan naturally could tell what the bird wanted through the ghost fire connection. However, there's no way Duncan would allow AI to start crying out something like "slaughter the enemy with the solar tomahawk" in the middle of a cultist gathering. Shhh, he hushes the bird in a mumble. Then caressing AI's head to soothe the girl, the guy knew this was asking a lot from a yappy mouth. Are we able to determine the approximate location of the sun fragment? Is there a way to detect it? Then another cultist spoke up to ask the question they all wanted to know. The sun fragment is currently asleep and cannot be detected by any means. The leader shook his head in disappointment, but the Lord has sent down guidance, telling us the nearest fragment is currently hiding in planned. Out of consideration for our new compatriots that have joined today, I will explain the full situation again. According to the information available, the fragment should have first appeared 11 years ago and has likely caused some kind of large-scale vision in the city. It could be a large fire, an abnormal heatwave in the entire neighborhood, or the spontaneous combustion of the collective human body. Whatever the scenario, we must investigate the matter now. The city-state authorities have detailed information about the phenomena of transcendence events over the years. Our job now is to gather these clues to deduce where our next lead lies. But beware, all inquiry must be done with caution and planning. Although the authorities have always been lax in the management of the lower city, the hounds of the Storm Church sometimes have a particularly sensitive sense of smell when it comes to us. They are already on their toes. While the leader explained the current situation to the surrounding congregation, Duncan's mind was spinning rapidly, and paying special attention to the part about 11 years ago. It's not because the sun fragment made an appearance that year, but because that's the year Nina lost her parents. From what he recalled, Nina's parents died in a fire. Is it just a coincidence? Is there such a coincidence? Duncan tried to sort out the messy and broken memories in his mind to little avail. Nevertheless, there were two crucial images he picked out from the chaotic picture, the original body owner ran out of the fire while carrying his dying niece. Behind them were the burning embers of an indistinguishable building, and the phantom-like streets were packed with crowds of frenzied civilians running for their lives. Chapter 74. There's a spy. In the end, Duncan couldn't dig up any more memories from his mind. Although Ron, the original owner of the body, had indeed worried about Nina, years of illness and abuse of alcohol and drugs had seriously damaged his cognitive ability. Therefore, when the guy breathed his last breath, many of those not rarely seen warm memories were gone, lost forever with the passing of the soul. Nevertheless, one thing's certain, there was a fire 11 years ago in the lower sector of the city. It took Nina's parents and changed the child's life forever. This may be a coincidence, but how many coincidences exist in this world? The sun fragment descended on the city-state of Planned. It caused the raging fire that burned a huge area of the city and killed many innocent people as collateral damage, thus causing a certain child to be orphaned as a result. Then a few years later, Ron, the uncle of said niece, became a degenerate due to illness and became the very scientists that likely summoned the sun fragment. When there are too many coincidences, then it's no coincidence. Perhaps a hand was twisting the knobs and pulling the strings behind these fateful events. During his long contemplation, a loud and clear voice suddenly interrupted Duncan. I have inquired about the matter from the locals in the past few days. According to their knowledge, there was no famous fire 11 years ago. However, some of them did mention a factory leak of poisonous gas from the storage tank. The gas spread across several blocks and caused a lot of people to hallucinate and go crazy. The event was also published in the weekly newspaper back then as well. Duncan looked up in surprise and saw that it was an ordinary-looking female who spoke. However, before he could seriously consider what the other party had said, the cult leader's gaze had already turned to him. Compatriot, you happen to be a local here. Do you know the situation in this regard? Duncan was startled and suddenly realized that he had become the focus of the scene for this group of outsiders who were trying to gather intelligence. Their own local who lived in the lower city of Planned was undoubtedly a good source of intelligence. Noticing a few sights coming from the surroundings, he thought about it for a moment. I didn't live here 11 years ago, so the specifics are not clear. However, the leakage of the factory has indeed been mentioned. While elaborating, he looked at the female believer who had just spoken. 11 years ago, there really wasn't any fire in the lower city. At least as far as I've gathered, the cultist nodded. According to what I've heard, there hasn't been a major fire in the lower sector of Planned in the past 20 years. There were small fires such as kitchen mishaps, but that is obviously not considered in the scope of our search. Duncan blinked and said nothing. He clearly remembered that Nina's parents had died in the fire 11 years ago. The memory fragments in his mind even have the image of himself rushing out of the fire with Nina. What went wrong? Is it because this body went deranged when I inherited it? Or is it because there's no fire in the lower sector of the city? Or it's just that this cultist in front of me didn't get the right information yet. A faint doubt grew in his heart because the matter involved Nina and himself. Then as he was processing what to do, a faint voice came again from that surely child, the factory leak from 11 years ago. Did it happen in the 6th block? 6th block? I believe so, the female believer nodded. It is said that the incident caused quite a big stir back then because many people were left with health conditions. As a result, many lower city residents still remember it to this day. A few believers next to him nodded and echoed what they heard, which reinforced the story since that's what they uncovered as well. The factory leaked. The leader in the center of the assembly hall suddenly broke the silence, and the deep and majestic voice resulting from the mask echoed following his words. The chemical leak could just be a cover-up by the authorities. The fact that it happened 11 years ago is too big of a coincidence. We will continue investigating this direction and see if the story points to the sun fragment. The worshippers at the scene immediately nodded in support. Although the sun fragment is slumbering, its awakening day is fast approaching. 4 years ago, our brethren in Planned attempted to awaken the fragment with a rite, but they were foiled by the interference of the Storm Church. But fret not. The efforts were not in vain. On the contrary, the blood spilled that day only deepened the sun's connection with our world. So now, we must pay close attention to the news and rumors on the streets. If anything unusual happens, it may also point to the sun fragment. Do you all understand? While the worshippers bowed their heads and respectfully accepted the order, Duncan, on the other hand, noticed another key point mentioned by the leader. 4 years ago. Duncan only knew the Storm Church destroyed a major stronghold of the Sun cultists, but he never knew it was related to the sun fragment. As the ghost captain organized the new information he had just gained, a strange pungent smell suddenly penetrated his nostrils and drew the man back to reality. It smelled like burning sulfur that's been mixed with various chemicals. The next second, the surrounding cultists also smelled this pungent and unmistakable scent, causing most of them to scan around for the source. However, the masked leader standing at the hall's center instantly reacted. He pulled out the same type of sun talisman from his pocket and raised it high to unleash a globe of translucent flame. Vile filth! The flames have been deceived. The leader glanced at the burning sun talisman and voiced his anger. There is a heretic lurking among us. The hall instantly flew into an uproar, and Duncan's first reaction was that he had been exposed. Although he didn't know how he got exposed, but the sun talisman carried by the leader seemed to be able to identify the spy in their mix. Thinking of this, he sighed faintly and was ready to release the dove's undead form when he heard another sigh from the opposite side. It was the girl called Shirley who sounded regretful. I knew that dog's spell is unreliable. The disguise only lasted for 3 hours. Before the words fell, a pitch-black flame suddenly exploded around the girl's side. The flame was born out of thin air, with the shape of fire but dark as a shadow. It first spread from one of the arms to the shoulder until it covered 1/3 of Shirley's entire figure. Eventually, the eerie black flame condensed on the ground like an oozing fluid and reformed into a pitch-black demon dog physically connected to the girl through a chain. The undead hound was over half a person tall, and its body appeared to be spliced together from countless twisted bones of other animals. Of course, there was no flesh, but it had wriggling black flames wrapped around the bones like skin. However, the most eye-catching part wasn't its main body, but the head. Those bloodied red eyes were so full of malice and hunger that it looked like it would devour its prey merely by visual contact. Dark Hound. A summoner of the Annihilation sect. The leader in the center of the assembly hall was furious when he saw this scene. What is the meaning of this? Are the worshippers of death declaring war against the sun's follower? Chapter 75. A beatdown. Looking at the way things are panning out, Duncan, who was ready to generously announce he was the spy, immediately retreated. Like the rest of the people here, he's also curious about what the girl has in store. Intuition told him the girl in the black dress must have a plan, otherwise, she wouldn't be so bold to expose herself. Also, Duncan didn't miss the 2 names mentioned by the cult leader, Dark Hound, and Annihilation sect. The Dark Hound was obviously referring to the giant black skeleton dog summoned by the girl. The Annihilation sect needed no further elaboration that it's an organization too dangerous to be registered at the city hall. How many more strange dark sects are still nested in the gutters of this world? While Duncan's thoughts were spinning, the girl who summoned the Dark Hound had begun to fight by tightening her grip around the chains. She's guarded in her posture, and that sarcastic smirk indicated the girl's not fretting in the slightest. Annihilation sect, too bad for you, but I'm not with them. Unlike you mongrels who must work for some evil god to sleep peacefully, I only do things for myself. You can't deceive us with that statement. Only the Annihilation sect knows how to summon the deep-sea creatures. I advise you to stop resisting, heretic. This is the territory of the sun. Even the curses of your Dark Hound cannot protect you. The leader in the center of the assembly hall glared at Shirley and threatened, Speak, what are you planning? Annihilation and sun are not aligned, but we have never been hostile. Why do you disguise your identity and blend into our sacred assembly? I just wanted to get some information out of the not-so-bright heads of you mongrels. Shirley grinned mischievously as a series of rattling sounds came from the chains connected to her body. Those chains were clearly alive in the way they squirmed with her chuckle. Also, I said it already, I am not from the Annihilation. But before Shirley could finish speaking, a series of crackling sounds had popped around the hall, setting the oil lamps into a burning frenzy. Before she knew it, small fireballs had risen from the torches and floated into the air, circling around and forming an entrapment around herself as the target. It's pretty obvious the experienced cult priest had used the delay he made to unleash this spell. Surrender yourself, heretic, came the threatening voice under the golden mask. The power of the sun god has sealed off the entire assembly ground from the outside. I know the abilities of you heretics from the Annihilation sect. You borrow powers from the mouth of those demons you summon. I admit the Dark Hound under you is terrifying, but it's of no consequence if you can't borrow power from the deep sea. Duncan wondered if he should intervene and help the girl called Shirley. It's nice to see 2 dark forces by each other, but if he did ignore this, he would be letting the information go from this windfall. Give up resistance and take refuge in the realm of the sun god. Tell me everything you know, and the merciful sun will forgive your sins. Get on your knees, young sister. You can't cast your spells here. However, in the face of the death threat, Shirley remained unfazed, like someone that's deaf to the hypnotic voice of the golden mask. Maintaining this force field must take a lot out of you, right? The sun priest snorted coldly, humph, the power my lord gave. Before his voice fell, the girl in the black dress jumped without indication. Raising her right arm that's embroiled in black fire, Shirley whisks herself into a spin for momentum as the dark hound on the ground becomes a weaponized spinning hammer of bones. The hound sent numerous cultists flying from the initial charge, but most of all, the hound sent the priest smashing into the opposite wall with a deafening crunch upon impact. It's obvious something had snapped inside the cult leader because that body instantly went limp. In fact, there weren't life signs left in the mask wearer. Duncan. He really didn't expect this. Talk about fast. Without waiting for the other cultists to react to their leader's death, Shirley raised her arm again with that iron chain of bone hammer and spun it into a terrifying arc. After several louder crushing snaps and knocks, the entire hall had become a splat of mangled flesh and blood. This time, the surviving cultists finally came back to their senses. Regardless of the shock in their hearts, everyone roared and rushed at the perpetrator. They threw daggers and swords through the air, and in response, Shirley unleashed a series of curse words and more attacks. Go TMD your lord! You damn bastards! The giant hound broke through the air, this time not even letting the victims fly out, and ripped them to shreds with his jaw and claws. Round and round dog went, and death and screams continued until several thumping gunshots rocked the room. The Sunists, with revolvers, finally found the gap they needed after so many of their comrades died. They were the cautious bunch and brightest since they kept their distance right from the beginning. Brass bullets pierced the air there. 2 landed on the metal chain and ricocheted off with sparks. The rest burrowed into Shirley's flesh, causing the girl to wince at the pain. Stumbling unsteadily for a while, she appeared weakened and ready to drop when the sound of iron whistled through the air again. Dog! Help me block out the pain! The dark hound, slashing at the cultists on his own now, lets out a deafening roar. The next second, one of those gun-shooting cultists was directly blasted off from the shockwave and made a head-first impact to the nearest pillar, effectively becoming a mini version of Alice. Duncan silently took 2 steps back as the undead hound continued his rampage. He didn't want to interfere yet and lowered his presence, one for information, the other was that he didn't want to get blood splattered on his new outfit. If he went home today and Nina saw the mess, he would never hear the end of it. As for the one individual utilizing the meteor dog weapon, Duncan doubted the lady needed his help now. She's in good shape. In fact, the whole battle lasted no more than a minute, just enough time for Duncan to recite the multiplication table twice. Then just as the girl clutched the chain connecting her with that hound called Dog, she froze and caught a glimpse of Duncan hiding in the corner. Despite being stunned and confused by the calm appearance of this eccentric cultist, Shirley did not hesitate and flung Dog at the final target with unabashed hostility. Chapter 76 Doggy's Heart Reading. Seeing Shirley murderously marching towards him, Duncan couldn't help but sigh and bemoan how trouble always lands on top of his head. He wasn't afraid to be fair. The guy understood his own combat experience, which was next to zero, but the tough childlike girl didn't strike him with panic at all. First of all, he has his personal undead dove who's plenty good at delaying death. The sphere of influence AI projected could grow faster than any gun bullet. Therefore, if Shirley did toss the dark hound known as Dog over, he's sure AI would intercept the projectile mid-air. Secondly, he controls the ghost fire that wields powers capable of controlling even the vanished. An undead skeleton hound could hardly compare, right? If anything, Duncan could always envelope himself in the fire and transform. Finally, and most importantly, this avatar wasn't his main body anyway. Although from a physiological point of view, this avatar seems to be alive, but in essence it was still just a corpse driven by ghostly forces. Duncan does not need this body to remain physiologically intact to drive its activities, just like the previous avatar in the sewer that had already died by having its heart ripped out. In fact, he suspects that even if the current avatar gets chopped up into 8 pieces, he could still control the fleshly blocks and go home. The only thing to worry about was how he would explain that to Nina about her uncle's skeletal miracles after being smashed by a meteor hound. Just like that, he calmly watched the black dress girl come up to him while carrying the iron chain in her hands. Meanwhile, the strange and terrifying dark hound slowly followed behind its mistress's elusive steps. Because of the previous fierce battle, the girl's arms and cheeks were stained with blood, which completely destroyed the quiet and well-behaved temperament she gave people at the beginning. Instead, she's now projecting an eerie and dangerous vibe. You're not afraid? How weird. Shirley stopped about 3 meters in front of Duncan, frowning at the Sun cultist who didn't appear scared or nervous. Raising her chain quietly in a near-threatening manner, you giving up? Duncan thought for a moment before replying, if I say I'm not with them, will you believe me? As he spoke, he silently rubbed his fingers together in his pocket and summoned up a spark of green flame that flowed between his clothes and skin. This would act as a suit of armor in case the girl jumped at him without talking first. Shirley naturally didn't buy the answer and showed a WTF are you kidding me face. You think? Before she could speak, Dog the dark hound next to her cut the girl off and said in a deep, hoarse voice, I believe it. Ah. Hyuh. Shirley looked at her familiar dumbfoundedly, Dog, did you hit your head? This. Hold on, Dog shook his skeletal head before staggering over to one corner and started vomiting. The extraordinarily loud sound of puking slurry echoed in the blood-stained basement, and the terrifying demon from the deep sea unleashed what could only be described as a mixture of pungent black flames and acid that hissed upon contact with the concrete flooring. Duncan watched this scene unfold with an expressionless face while wondering if he had just found the shortcoming to this Shirky's combat style. The human could withstand the fight, but the dog couldn't take it from being flung around so much. So, the atmosphere became quite awkward and embarrassing for the next 3 minutes. Only after Dog stopped puking did Duncan speak up again, are you okay? Dog immediately lowered his head and coiled that bony tail behind his hind legs, thank you for your concern, I hope my embarrassing display didn't stain your eyes. Do you have any other order? If not, we'll leave first. Before Duncan could respond to what Dog said, Shirley exclaimed first, Dog, are you really okay? Did I really break your head just now? You don't usually talk to humans so politely. Duncan had begun to catch on to the truth. Deepening his gaze at the murderous-looking dark hound, he mused with amusement on what to do next. Do you know why I am? Do you know me? I don't know, Dog repeated without daring to make eye contact, I really don't know. But you're definitely a great being, there's no doubt about that. Duncan frowned and pressed, I don't look like a human in your eyes, do I? Dog hesitation flared up again before cautiously answering, you, like, not. Duncan withdrew his gaze and turned to Shirley this time. The girl in the black dress was making a disbelieving face. Whatever hostility she had for Duncan had dissipated, replaced by a thick layer of shock and wariness. This girl's personality appeared reckless but obviously not stupid. After her pet dog continuously shows such abnormal behavior, even the most reckless personality would calm down at this time and realize something was terribly wrong. While quietly tightening the chains between her and the dark hound, she quietly took half a step back and stared at Duncan for any signs of sudden movement. You just said you are not with them. Yes, Duncan spread his hands, you may not believe me, but also mixed in to inquire about intelligence. I believe it, Shirley said crisply. This time it was Duncan's turn to be a little taken aback. He suddenly found the impression he had of this girl to be changing. At first, her image was that of a well-behaved child with a violent and bloodied side. Now, he's also mistaken about Shirley's reckless tendency. What kind of family does this girl have to produce such a personality? With strange questions running through his heart, Duncan found himself a little overwhelmed by the contradictions. Eventually, he put it behind him and pressed forward, why did you keep looking at me during the rally? It's Dog who kept paying attention to you, Shirley replied reluctantly but still honestly cooperated, I followed his lead and grew curious. Dog? You mean your dark hound? Duncan frowned and glanced at the pitch-black bony hound, I just heard that priest mention the Annihilation sect. Is it the church you worship? Are you part of the Annihilation sect? I'm not with them. Shirley immediately rebukes the notion with strong emotions, it's their business to worship the deep sea. Me and Dog met under certain circumstances. Duncan's gaze now fell on the chain between the girl's arm and the dark hound. According to the information obtained, worshipping the deep sea allows a follower to summon up a demonic creature from the nether. This was the main reason that Sun Priest assumed Shirley came from the Annihilation sect. Although the consequence of that judgment was the unorthodox attack of a meteor dog hammer, this information should be acceptable and correct. The only wrong thing about all this would be this problematic and eccentric girl in front of him. She seems to be very resistant to being associated with cultists even though she owns a dark hound from the deep sea. It's okay if you're not, Duncan shook his head and waved to drop the question, then why are you here, and what are you investigating? Shirley pursed her lips, seemingly not wanting to answer the question. However, the nervous signals constantly released by the hound beside herself made the child understand she must. Otherwise, the consequences of lying or staying mute in front of this ordinary-looking middle-aged man would be dire. At the moment when she was about to speak, a loud popping sound suddenly exploded in the basement, and a fiery fireball flew over from the side. Chapter 77. Thoughts on the fire. A pop exploded in the basement, followed by a blazing fireball suddenly flying over from the side. The sneak attack would have been fatal if not for Duncan being aware of this ahead of time. He had already raised his hand without thinking. A little burning sensation came from the fingertips. Then, in the next second, the ghost fire that spewed out flew into the fireball with a recoiling and deflagrating momentum. Once infected, the attack was no longer threatening but had transformed into a ball of pulsating green. This opening didn't escape a certain dark hound there. Immediately without hesitation, Dog jumped backward and ripped open a grisly crack of darkness and fog in the rear. Using this escape tunnel, he directly jumped in and dragged Shirley in using the black chain's momentum. Meanwhile, the girl herself hadn't forgotten to spit out the bullets she ate from the fighting. And just like that, the child and her dog had disappeared from the room and into the weird rift were now closed. Duncan was naturally taken by surprise at how quickly the pair made their escape. It's definitely practiced and well performed. He had to give them that. I still have a lot of questions that I haven't asked yet. And this is all because of a sneak attack from a cultist. Duncan's mood fell into a subtle gloom as he shifted his gaze in the assailant's direction. The masked priest was leaning crookedly against the corner pillar, barely breathing with a raised arm in the air. Apparently, that was the last draw of power from that vessel. I better get into the habit of finishing off my foes. It won't do if stuff like this happens during my fights. Duncan gloomily approached the priest, who didn't die properly with the green fireball silently floating above his palm. With every step he took, the torches closest to him would flare up into a pyre of ghostly green, the sign that they'd been overtaken by the power emanating from the ghost captain. For this, a glint of fear finally struck the priest's eyes. Like everything else in the basement hall, his own connection to that black sun had begun to wane. You are no ordinary heretic. What the hell are you? The masked priest asks with shock and fear. Following the last usurpation of the torches, the ghost captain stopped only a foot away from the survivor and stared down. I didn't get to finish when you interrupted me. That is very rude of you. Did your mother not teach you manners? As he spoke, the ghost captain finally noticed the state of the sun priest and how wrong he was to blame Shirley for not doing a proper job. Half of the guy's chest had caved in, with various rib cages smashed and likely pierced a lung or two. Without question, if left untreated, the individual would die in no time and doesn't need an extra stab to kill. Why the priest didn't die yet was likely the effect of whatever mystique entity hiding behind him. But even so, that power holding the person above the death line had reached its limit. Duncan could clearly see the life force rapidly leaving the priest's body as they spoke. It seems that the blessings of the sun god are not very reliable. Duncan shook his head and sighed with a lamenting face. Your lord has left you. The ghost captain may have sighed casually like he was merely stating the facts. Still, the careless remark had the unintended effect of stimulating the dying priest into a frenzied rage. I offer myself to the Lord. May the holy cloth purify the heresy before you. The priest shouted and raised a filthy blood-stained fabric he pulled from the pocket. This was the guy's last-ditch effort to drag Duncan down with him, a double suicide of only the most insane and corrupt. Duncan, however, only watched this final crazed act with indifference. Although the priest did startle him with that sudden gesture, but after getting a closer look at the item, his whole body instantly relaxed. Why? Because the strange cloth strip that got raised high was none other than the very thing they used to verify Duncan's identity after coming inside. Whatever sacred power the cloth had belonged to the ghost captain now. Just as predicted, the holy relic remained quiet and unresponsive, causing the cult priest's maddening face to slowly crumble. After a few more seconds of dazedness in those eyes, the dying man abruptly flew into an incessant coughing fit of blood. I offer this body to the Lord. Let me guess, this is what you wanted to do, right? Duncan couldn't stand this sight anymore and pointed at the blood-stained fabric. In the next second, a cluster of dark green flames exploded and ignited the holy relic and spread across the crazed man's body. No, no, no. It shouldn't be like this. The Lord will not turn his back on me, the Lord will punish you heresy. Who are you? In the raging fire, the voice of the cult priest gradually died down until it's completely mute. Whatever supernatural power that supported the guy's life was now extinguished, as well as the body that burned to ash in the raging green pyre. This brought another unexpected frown to Duncan. Honestly, this was not the first time the ghost captain had seen a corpse. The sacrifices he found in the underground cave before had already hardened his nerves. What he didn't like about this was that his flames also burned the cultist to ash. He only wanted to destroy the blood-stained cloth out of prudence of caution, so he made sure to not overdo it. The surviving clothes and golden mask were evident he didn't misjudge his own strength. Why did this cultist get burned by my ghost fire too when I didn't order it to? Duncan crouched down and examined the residue in confusion. According to what he could see, the greyish pile of soot looked no different from the usual stuff. At least not distinct enough where he could see a difference. Slowly, a bold idea popped into the ghost captain's mind. Can it be? Mortals blessed by a specific god will also be considered a supernatural object. Chapter 78. Changing shifts and reporting. Duncan's pondering was naturally fruitless because he didn't know where to find a second breathing soonest to test his deductions. This kind of thing depends on fate and plenty of luck. Pulling himself up, Duncan scanned the room and paced in a circle, causing the green torches to sway at his every step. Believers who believe in their gods and receive a blessing may be seen by the ghost fire as a supernatural object. Then, what about ordinary people? Does it have other effects than lighting up a room when lit on a mortal? If not, how much blessing must a god give the mortal before they are spiritually changed? Will it also work on the good god disciples? Duncan calmly glanced at the ghost lights in the room and formed a faint and eerie smile. But they are still people. Stopping here before his theories got out of hand, Duncan didn't want to cross a line of no return in his worldview. This flame was a powerful force that could warp even the most dangerous of entities in this world. If he didn't keep reminding himself of this fact, he might actually lose awareness that he too was human and shouldn't think any less of his fellow man. Otherwise, what difference would he have from those monsters that treat others as mere sacrifices? That's a bridge of depravity he doesn't want to cross. Exhaling softly to get his mind back in order, Duncan waved his hand to dismiss the green fireball that was floating in the air. Afterward, the environment in the basement quickly returned to normal as well, giving the guy a proper picture of the carnage that just took place in the hall. More importantly, it also gave him room to think of what to do next. The eccentric girl named Shirley was gone after using some special means of escape, and now he doesn't know where to look. A regrettable outcome since he still had a lot of questions he wanted to ask. But no matter, instincts told Duncan they would eventually meet again. He was in search of information, and Shirley was also in search of information. Since their goals aligned, there's no way they wouldn't bump into each other. Besides, that dark hound called Dog didn't seem to be the type of character to stay quiet. As for the mess here, Duncan had no interest in helping with the cleanup duty. He picked up the golden mask and casually cleaned the soot off with his sleeve. This would make a fine trophy aboard the Vanished for further investigation. But it's a little bit too big to carry around. Duncan muttered, then weighed his options. In any case, an expert would probably recognize the item immediately. It may even draw the Storm Church's attention knowing they have some weird detection means. I better not bring this back to the antique shop then. Even if I hide it, Nina might find it during her cleaning. By then, I won't be able to explain the mask's origin. Best to send it to the Vanished right away. With that thought in mind, Duncan shifted his gaze over to AI, who had been resting on his shoulder, and cocked his head to signal her to move it. Reading his thought, the dove promptly chirped a counter-offer, "Big hammer is 80, small hammer is 40. That irked Duncan a bit since he never thought about bargaining with his own pet, just work the overtime. When we get back, I'll figure out a way to make you some French fries aboard the Vanished. I want to see if you can bring the mask back on your own without my company." The dove immediately flapped her wings and drew a circle in the air like some overjoyed pixie. "I wanted to refuse, but the offer you gave is too tempting." Then before the sentence was done, AI had already transformed into her undead form and carried off the mask into the void. Duncan was still connected with the bird, of course. Right now, AI's energy signature had appeared inside the captain's bedroom aboard the Vanished. Damn, the delay is less than a second. She's fast. Teleportation? Duncan just sighed in his heart at how capable the bird was. Then before the ghost captain could think more, the bony undead bird had returned following a whisk of distorting air. Teleportation success. The bird flapped her wings and chirped triumphantly. In the following minutes, Duncan confirmed no blood had caught onto his clothes or the crime scene. He had never touched anything since entering for fear of leaving a fingerprint, so the extra precaution wasn't necessary. Then carefully prying open the iron door with his clothes as a cushion, he returned to the outside following the stairs. By this hour, the sun, bound by the double rune ring, had gradually begun to set on the horizon, soon to be replaced by the giant crack in the night sky. This signaled Duncan to call it for the day. Nina would return home soon, and it wouldn't be good to snoop around at night and act all suspicious. Besides, the kid's Uncle Duncan had just gotten better, so he needed to act the role of a good uncle, did he not? Quickly leaving the abandoned factory behind and taking the same route, the man soon found himself walking through sewage-smelling alleys until he heard the faint sound of traffic. He could still catch the last bus down to the lower sector if he hurried. But Duncan stopped. At the intersection not far ahead, he saw 4 men in uniform standing there. The first 2 wore dark blue police uniforms with epaulets on their shoulders. In contrast, the last other 2 wore slightly ecclesiastical black outfits in the shape of trench coats. However, the latter had another conspicuous thing hanging around their waists, a lantern decorated with runes, apparently used for night patrols. This left Duncan stunned for a moment until he understood they were changing shifts for the night and not out to get him. The police maintain order during the day, and the guardians protect the peace at night. This was a unique scenery to this world during the interchanging of day and night. Knowing he hadn't been caught, Duncan casually marched over like a regular person. The less weird you behave, the less likely you would be suspected. Eventually, a church guardian carrying out the handover finally noticed the figure coming toward them. Then raising a hand out in a stopping motion, "Citizen. It's getting dark. Go home as soon as possible. It's not safe outside." "Gentlemen. I'm here to make a report," Duncan said sincerely as he walked over, quickening his pace during the last bit. "I heard a lot of movement in the abandoned factory over there. There were a lot of sneaky guys coming in and out of there earlier. Speaking of this," he paused and added, "I read in the newspaper before, saying that everyone should actively report suspicious gatherings and abnormal noises around them." Chapter 79. Flickering Light. Deep within a vulgar old alley far from the abandoned factory, an inconspicuous rundown house suddenly lit up after the oil lamps came to life. Under the flickering lights, one could see the arrangement of the household, simple and old furnishings, a moldy ceiling, and faded and peeling wallpapers. "The world creation is out," the girl named Shirley exhaled softly after checking her companion's exhausted appearance. "Good thing we made it back home before nightfall, otherwise, we may have to die in some smelly old gutter like a dead dog." The skeleton hound immediately raised his head and objected, "Just say it, don't bring dogs into the conversation." "Oh, you can still talk? I thought half your life went out the window when you jumped into the shadow rift." Shirley narrowed her eyes at her friend and commented sarcastically, "You going to explain yet? Why did we suddenly run away and use the most dangerous shadow diving method at that? Didn't you say countless demons of the deep sea would love to chew you out? No matter how many demons there are in the deep sea, I can still avoid and dodge them." But just now, Dog finally sounded like he's regained some energy and faced Shirley's accusing gaze. "You should be glad I reacted so quickly when that guy turned his attention away from us. Otherwise, we might not even have that chance to flee." Shirley frowned and slowly kneeled down to eye level with her companion. "So what's going on? Why are you so scared like this? That guy named Duncan, did you meet him before? Is he some big shot from the Annihilation sect? Or is there some demon standing behind him?" The dark hound, who seemed to recall some extremely terrifying picture, clattered its bones and muttered, "I haven't seen him before, and I don't know him." Shirley cocked an eyebrow in confusion. "Why are you so afraid if you never met him before?" "Even if I haven't met him before, as a deep-sea demon, I can see a shadow more terrifying than death behind the guy." The dark hound suddenly got all serious as those hollow red eyes glowed with force. "Behind the shell of that human is a vortex of light and shadow. Just staring at it is enough to TMD make me lose my sanity. How can I not be afraid of something like that?" Speaking of this, Dog paused as if to organize the language best needed to describe his feelings to Shirley. After a good minute of silence, when it spoke, I could hear 1,000 voices overlapping one another. It was roaring at me, a mishmash of death and life. You don't get it, Shirley. The only time I ever saw anything like that was when I got an audience with the Deep Sea Lord. But the Lord doesn't move, and this person did. Shirley felt her hair rising now due to the emotions transferred through her connection with Dog. Muttering as a shudder ran down her back, why didn't I feel anything back there then? I thought he was quite nice. That's why I sometimes envy you humans with that inefficient and dull perception. The barrier of ignorance is truly a treasure this world gave your kind. Even in the face of distortionary madness, you humans can still smile and die happy. The dark hound suddenly deflated and lay back down again after exclaiming his own grievance, just stay blind. This way, the world will keep looking nicer. Poor puppy, I am not so lucky. Every couple of days, there would be something so scary that a dog will drop dead at a glance. How can the world have such a TMD cowardly demon like you? Shirley couldn't resist shooting a disappointed look at her friend before getting an idea. But when you say it like that, I think we shouldn't have run back there. If the guy is really as powerful as you claim, wouldn't it be better to cling to his legs? He spoke so nicely to us and clearly had more questions for us to answer. Maybe he could have helped us deal with the scientists as well. I'm quite good at acting cute, you know? Who knows? However, before the girl could finish speaking, the loud rattling of the chain startled her. Next, the loud exclaiming anger of the dark hound blasted the ears. Put away your crazy idea immediately. Your level of madness is almost enough to open the subspace channel. Then Dog paused before continuing with a warning, listen, never make deals with something that would bear the skin of a human. Those types are the most cunning and sinister of them all. They may have a peaceful conversation with you, but that's only the appetizer before the feast. Don't judge everything by the surface, okay? If you had told him everything, do you think he would have allowed us to leave? It seemed that the harsh tone from Dog had finally taken effect on Shirley. Sounding like a child that's made a mistake before the adult, the girl mumbled in a moping manner, I get it. Why do you sound like an old mother now? Dog huffs and retorts, that's obvious. I raised you. Shirley snorted, then looked out the window where the sun's light had disappeared, replaced by the firm darkness of the night. Without another word, she inched closer to the windowsill and dragged Dog over by the belly. What are you doing? Can't you at least let a dog rest for a bit? I'm exhausted from all the fighting today, Dog protests and bemoans. The one who mainly fought was me, okay. Shirley glanced out at the murky glass without much emotions, I'm checking the situation outside. The street lights had just come on. This is the slums after all, you can't expect the authorities to ensure every street is maintained properly. It's good enough that they actually came on after dark to repel the evil spirits. Dog muttered, then glanced at the oil lamp on the dining table, let's turn off the lights here. Oil is expensive. Shirley pursed her lips. I'll snuff it when I go to bed, otherwise it's too dark in the house. Dog grumbled but didn't comment. In the city-state, the city managers and architects strictly planned the location of each street light to ensure coverage on every dwelling. This was the most basic device for repelling evil, and the most effective. But even the most prosperous cities have forgotten corners. For example, the slums where Shirley and Dog lived. There are far fewer gas street lights in the slums, which are older and more dilapidated than even the lower sectors. Sure, it's good enough to ensure safety during the day, but at night, such an arrangement was obviously not reassuring enough. So, the occupants here would resort to oil lamps and grease candles as precautionary measures. At the very least, until the street lamps came on if they were late. Of course, there was another important reason why many poor households used oil lamps and candles: they could not afford the relatively high cost of electricity conversion. Electric lights are bright, clean, and safe, and in a safe and secure urban area, it has long been the first choice for lighting every home. But in this dilapidated house of the slums, the only sense of security for Shirley and Dog remains to be that swaying flicker of light from the old oil lamp. Do you still want to remain active for the next while? Dog's hoarse and rattling voice came again through the dim lighting. Shirley, Dog, you mean making trouble for those sun mongrels, right? Shirley, not trouble, getting intel. Dog, it's not much different. From how they sounded, they aren't very clear on what happened 11 years ago either. They are asking the locals about it. Shirley, this is because the group today happened to be from Lunsa. There may be a harvest next time. Dog, okay, if that's what you want. Shirley, Dog, you focus on knitting me a better camouflage first. Don't leave me exposed halfway through like today. Dog, I just hope we don't run into that terrible guy today. I suspect the reason why our presence got exposed early was due to such a strong interference on the scene. Shirley, okay, if that's what you want to think. Chapter 80. Home Visit. Before the last rays of light dissipated, Duncan saw the familiar fa-8 of the antique shop again. The gas street lamps on both sides of the road had long been lit, and the slightly yellowed lights illuminated the signs and grey walls in front of the door. By the glow from the windows inside, it's clear that Nina was already inside and waiting. Strictly speaking, from Duncan's point of view, he and Nina have just met. Still, for some reason, he got this inexplicable warm feeling in his heart knowing someone was waiting for him at home. But also, a hint of regret. Is this apologetic emotion because I haven't returned on time after going out? Duncan stepped forward and pushed open the door of the antique shop. With the crisp ringing of the bell, he immediately picked up on the rushing footsteps of someone running down the stairs. Uncle Duncan. Nina stopped at the corner of the stairs like a gush of wind, her eyes full of surprise and joy. I thought you were again today. I went around the city and lost track of time until it was already getting dark. Duncan shook his head. I'm sorry, but I was actually going to pick you up from school at the crossroad, but then I had an accident. You went to the crossroad? Nina widened her eyes in surprise and bewilderment. Then eyeing her uncle up and down to confirm the man's not drunk or under the effects of drugs, pick me up, from school. Her uncle Duncan showed a strange and familiar side again, which left Nina unsure of how to react. I'm just a little curious about your current situation at school, Duncan said casually. Anyways, you don't have to worry about me going out to drink or hang with friends in the future. If I come back late, it's because I have business to attend to, understand? Nina dumbly watched her uncle Duncan enter the house and close the door behind himself. Even afterward, all the girl could do was nod unconsciously without uttering a single word. It's getting late, Duncan said to Nina, who was standing at the top of the stairs. Have you eaten? Yuh. Not yet, probably because she was still not adjusted to her uncle's changes yet. Nina sounded hesitant and unsure. When I came back, I saw that you weren't home, so I didn't know if you would come back tonight. That's why I haven't cooked yet. But I bought some bread, I was going to. Bread alone isn't nutritious enough. Let's go, there's some good stuff in the kitchen. Duncan was about to climb the stairs when he cocked a smirk. I'll cook today. Uncle is going to cook. Nina seemed to have heard something straight out of a novel, that's how shocking the idea was. Then as the two crossed paths on the stairs, the young lady suddenly noticed an eye on Duncan's shoulder. Uncle, this dove has been with you. Yes, it's pretty clingy, Duncan said casually. I named it AI. AI? What a strange name for a dove. Nina scratched her hair as she followed up to the second floor. Eventually, curiosity got the better of her as the man closed in on the kitchen. Did you buy anything? Actually, it's just a salted fish. Duncan found the salted fish he put in the kitchen cupboard and showed it to Nina. His face couldn't be prouder when doing so. Don't assume it's bad based on its looks. The taste is superb inside a soup. Fish. Nina's eyes widened in surprise. What day is it? Fish is so expensive, isn't it normally? But as the girl exclaimed, her eyes suddenly caught sight of the fish's appearance. It's an ugly thing, which left the young lady bewildered and blinking. What kind of fish is this? How have I not seen it before? Duncan knew that Nina would react this way. Of course, it's not that the city-state's inhabitants haven't seen fish before. Although the boundless sea was dangerous and full of shadowy creatures lurking under its depths, that doesn't mean they couldn't fish in the relatively safe shallows near the islands. On the contrary, it's a valuable resource that's highly prized among its citizens. Under this premise, the profession of fisherman will of course also exist. However, the world's oceans are not like the Earth, and even if there are safe waters, they are only safe compared with the deeper depths. So, even if it's offshore fishing in this world, it is still a dangerous and thrilling job requiring the fisherman's greatest wits. In this case, Nina hadn't eaten fish in years. Even before her uncle fell ill, a commoner like her had little chance of seeing fish served to the table. Don't fret about its species. Just wait and enjoy the catch. Duncan didn't want to dwell on the matter because he too didn't know what kind of fish this was. Instead, it's better to focus that energy on preparing tonight's dinner. This strange fish was not small. Even when dried, the sizable body could be sectioned off for several meals afterward. For example, the head could be turned into soup, with the rest of the body hanging on the cupboard for further air drying. This would create a more flavorful profile with time. Uncle really started cooking. Watching the familiar figure getting busy in the kitchen, Nina felt like she was in a dream. The young lady didn't really care what happened to the strange fish her uncle took out, nor did she care about tonight's dinner. Compared with these trivial things, the changes that happened to her uncle are the strangest and most worthy of her attention. The sound of knives clashing against cutting boards was heard, the gas stove was hissing, and the broth in the pot was bubbling. Nina hadn't heard these noises in how many years? Then a hint of hesitation appeared on her face after recalling something. After several minutes of being troubled inside, "Uncle, tomorrow. Mr. Morris is coming for a home visit." "Home visit?" Duncan looked stunned for a second. "Mr. Morris, as in your history teacher?" Nina nodded. "Yes. The teachers at that school even make home visits." Duncan threw the processed fish into the pot and glanced back at Nina in surprise while he put the knife away. "I thought this was the specialty of those schools in the upper sector only." "The school, indeed, doesn't have that requirement," Nina said carefully while paying attention to Duncan's attitude, "but Mr. Morris is special. He pay extra attention to his students." Duncan didn't speak for a while because this exceeded his expectations. He had considered dealing with the church, the police, and even the city-state navy and military if the worst occurred. Still, he never envisaged in his plan that an old man teaching history would visit him from the public schools. Why is reality always so unexpected? "Uncle." Nina grew a little worried after seeing Duncan didn't respond. "Are you unwilling? Then I can tell Mr. Morris. In fact, I told him today. I told him your health is not very good, so I can't accept a home visit this time." He didn't say anything at that time. Duncan watched Nina's somewhat nervous reaction and found a flood of emotions hidden behind that behavior. From the looks of things, this is not the first time Mr. Morris requested a home visit. How many times has Nina refused using the same excuse? "He's teaching history, right?" Duncan suddenly asked again. Although she didn't know why her uncle asked this question again, Nina nodded. "Yes. This is a good opportunity. I happen to want to meet a professional historian." Duncan laughed. "When is he coming over tomorrow?" Chapter 81. Memory Deviation. The arrival of a scholar who ran to a public school to teach history for some reason was an unexpected situation for Duncan and an opportunity. Best of all, the individual seems to have an exceptional relationship with his niece Nina. Nina didn't know why her uncle Duncan suddenly agreed to the home visit. But nevertheless, she's not going to bash a good thing. It's been a very long time since they managed to share a happy moment like this. "It's time to eat." Duncan beckoned his niece, who was in a daze, to sit at the table. He had cooked up a pot of fish stew and warmed up the bread Nina bought this afternoon. There were also some onion rings and fries he found in the grocery bag, but that's not really something he's interested in. "Remember to get up early for school tomorrow." "Oh, okay, Uncle Duncan." Nina agreed and obediently came to the table. The aroma of fish soup had already drifted up from the table, so the smell hit the young lady as soon as she sat. With a disbelieving look at her uncle, "It's so fragrant." "Uncle, when did your cooking become so good? Can this also be considered good?" Duncan couldn't help but smile. Compared to Alice's headless cooking, Nina's evaluation definitely fell into line. "Could it be that I was very bad at cooking?" "That can no longer be described as very bad. You used to cook according to the standard of being passable as long as it doesn't kill the person. Every time you would pull me over to test the poison with you," Nina muttered, recalling the bone-chilling experience of the tastes that hit her tongue in the past. "Once you made a dish so unpalatable that you couldn't eat it yourself, you had to throw it in the trash. Then afterward, we ran over to the family restaurant next door to solve the lunch problem. When we returned, we saw the neighbor's dog lying beside the trash can and vomiting non-stop. Since then, that dog would run away whenever he sees you." As the young lady continued, her voice expectedly grew weaker. "Actually, forget what I just said. You never did like it when I mention these things." Duncan was silent. In the remaining memories of this body, there was nothing of that sort mentioned by Nina. In fact, those fragments only contained the happiness they shared. Guess there were also a lot of weird and silly interactions that dissipated following the man's death. Duncan would need to be more careful when touching such subjects. As Nina silently broke a piece of the hard bread and dunked it into the delicious broth, Duncan took this opportunity to reach out and rub the child's hair. "Uncle." The girl looks up in surprise. "Don't worry. Your uncle's research on the new dish was successful." Duncan said solemnly like he meant it. The two exchanged a long look with each other as if to confirm whether the other was lying. Then out of the blue, the girl broke out into a hysterical laugh. "Uncle, you look so funny." "Don't make fun of adults." Duncan shot a sideway glance at Nina while smirking mischievously. "Oh right, I intend to tidy up the store in the coming days. So if you see any strange objects lying around that you don't recognize, don't touch them until I come back. He's preparing for the next shuttling of items between the two places as he develops AI's ability. Unfortunately, there are bound to be items he couldn't hide from Nina's eyes, so it's better if he gets her vaccinated for the changes in advance. Nina didn't suspect anything and quickly nodded as the ghost captain continued, I also plan to add an extra hand in the store to look after things. This is in case I go out during the day, so don't get surprised if you find a stranger in the store, okay? This time, he was paving the way for Alice's arrival. There are still many things to consider before letting the puppet doll enter planned. Like making sure Alice's supernatural existence wouldn't cause harm to the surroundings or covering up those joints so others wouldn't realize she's a puppet. But most importantly, he needs to figure out how to keep that head screwed on properly without falling off randomly. Nina looked at Duncan in surprise, Uncle, you're even hiring a new clerk to help with the store? That's a big deal. Have you chosen someone yet? What kind of person are they? Duncan thought for a moment, trying to filter out a long list of not-so-good adjectives out of his head until he grimaced. There are really not many positives he could say. That's a hard-working young lady. In the end, the only word he could use to describe Alice in a positive light was hard-working. Then he saw the expression on Nina's face change subtly. The girl was eyeing her uncle up and down until she couldn't hold back. Young lady? Uncle, are you? Duncan had experience in this field, so he knew exactly what the niece was thinking. Immediately knocking the table to reimpose his status as the elder, focus on dinner. Quit thinking about other things. Nina immediately held back her laughter and made a scream inside. The nosy inner fairy was running amok right now. However, that giggling delight was promptly replaced by a widened-eye surprised face after tasting the fish. It's so good. Duncan laughed while breaking some of the bread to feed AI. Then eat more. There's still some more in the kitchen. Just like that, Nina and her uncle Duncan shared a warm and happy dinner that hadn't been possible inside this antique shop for many years. And after everything was cleaned up after dinner, Duncan stopped the girl again, who was about to return to her room for rest. He had something to confirm. Nina, I have something I want to ask you. Hey. Nina grew curious, what's the matter? Do you remember things from when you were a child? Duncan deliberated on where to start and recalled what he had heard from the cultists. The stuff that happened when you were 6. Nina frowned over the odd question. She didn't know why her uncle suddenly mentioned the old incident 11 years ago. 11 years have passed, and she was only 6 years back then, so her memories aren't the greatest. As such, her heart didn't feel too much sadness when mentioning the tragedy back then. I was young and can't remember many things, but I do remember it was a mess. There were panicking adults everywhere. Some say there was a factory leak near the crossroad. Others claim there was a collective frenzy in the lower 3rd Street. Some even claimed it happened in the upper sector too. Most of what I know was retold to me by the adults later on. Duncan thought for a moment and locked eyes with Nina's. Then do you remember a fire? I fled from that big fire with you. Your parents, they were in that fire. He only tentatively mentioned it, but he didn't expect Nina to suddenly widen her eyes and react so strongly. Fire? Uncle, you really remember that there was a big fire at that time? Of course I remember. Duncan knew that something was really wrong based upon Nina's reaction. Is it wrong that I remember there's a fire? I also remember that there was a huge fire, Nina said quickly, a little excited even. But when I told the adults around me, no one could remember it. They all said I was scared and imagining things. There was no place to catch fire. Then later, when I grew older, I even went out of my way to find the original newspaper. Speaking of this, she stopped and slowly shook her head with a strange expression, but even the newspaper didn't mention any fire. All the records say that there was a leak in a factory. The chemicals caused widespread hallucinations. Chapter 82. The fire that exists only in memory. Nina went back to her room and slept. In this world, most people go to bed early and get up early because the time after the sun recedes is dangerous. The shimmer of the world's creation could make the world warp to its peak, and even if there are lights in the city, people must still face the night with caution. Duncan didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy tonight though. He turned off the lights in the house and came to the window in his shirt, casually admiring the night view of the city state of planned while reminiscing about his conversation with Nina after dinner. Nina remembers a fire, and the rest of his body remembers when they fled from that collapsing building. That night, the streets were in a frenzy, with cries and screams of fear shrouded in the fog. Yet, only the two of them remember that dreadful flame in this modern day. Nina had spoken to other adults about it, of course. However, they all dismissed it as a deranged memory after a child experienced some traumatic event. This was reinforced by the newspaper from 11 years ago claiming there's only a factory leak at the lower sector near the crossroad. Duncan frowned slightly, musing over another suspicious point he found that was himself. According to Nina's recount, Uncle Duncan doesn't remember the fire. Only she does. The girl even mentioned it to Uncle Duncan, although it should be Ron at the time, when she was a child. However, like all the other adults, her Uncle Duncan dismissed the idea of the kid being scared and hallucinating. Where did things go wrong? Why did Nina's uncle not remember the fire at all, yet I can clearly find the corresponding image in the depths of this body? Is that Ron lying to his niece all this time? Or was the memory unsealed because I took over this body? Duncan unconsciously tapped his fingers on the windowsill, silently mulling over the timeline. According to what he gathered from the Sunists, 11 years ago, the sun fragment first appeared in the territory of the city-state of Planned, causing a large range vision to occur inside the city limits. That's also the year Nina became orphaned. Even though many civilians were affected, no one seemed to remember the fire besides from Nina. Since then, the sun fragment has been dormant with no signs of further activity. Then moving forward to 4 years ago, the followers of the sun god tried to awaken the sleeping sun fragment again. That incident got extinguished by the newly promoted Inquisitor Vanna and dealt a heavy blow to those cultists. Since then, the Church of the Sun was effectively expelled from Planned following that massive purge. However, that doesn't mean the failed ritual didn't have an effect. On the contrary, the energy gathered from the dead had stirred the slumbering sun fragment. At that time, the uncle, who Nina had depended on since being orphaned, contracted a strange disease. The illness eventually tormented the man to the point that he would resort to any remedy, including joining the ranks of the sun cult as a minion. Moving further forward to a time not long ago, the news of the active sun fragment began attracting Sunists to regather in the city to hold a sacrificial ceremony. That's when Duncan happened to step in and get involved. Throughout the timeline, many things seem to be faintly connected, but all lack key evidence to prove. But the most suspicious thing remains to be the event from 11 years ago when the sun fragment caused a huge vision. Did the city-state authorities erase the truth of that accident and erase the traces of the fire? And then for the sake of maintaining order, the whole thing was publicized as a collective hallucination caused by a leak in the factory? But that doesn't explain why the fire doesn't exist in many people's memories at all unless the authorities have gone to great lengths to reshape the memories of all involved. And there is another point. In this world, anomalies and visions are open to the public. So even children know the existence and harmfulness of supernatural things. The authorities are obviously aware of this and have always adhered to the policy of announcing dangers in advance to ensure that citizens have a sense of self-preservation. So if it is really just a fire caused by supernatural powers, why do they have to hide it? Unless there is a more significant issue behind the fire, so much so that even the disclosure of news can cause some domino effect of spreading. Duncan frowned suddenly at thinking this. Or there is another possibility. The phenomenon is strange in nature. In many cases, the harm it causes is not only limited to the physical level but even distorts human cognition and the information written down on paper. What if the sun fragment had contaminated everything from civilians to the very top of the city government? A part of Duncan felt like he was going a little too far in his theories. As a novice in the field of supernatural events, his imagination lacked credible support. But on the other hand, he also couldn't stop driving toward these theories. People's memories, the authorities' records, and even the archives written a decade ago could be distorted and replaced. Of course, something like that would have been dismissed by him right away in the past. However, he couldn't be a stronger believer in this phenomenon. Why? Because the place where he was located now was called Duncan Antique Shop, a business that specializes in selling counterfeits to the locals. With a gentle sigh, Duncan lowered his head and looked through the second-floor window and onto the street illuminated by gas lamps. Now there was only one question left: why does Nina remember the fire when everything else said otherwise? This was crucial and the key to solving the big question. Upper sector of Planned, in a mansion belonging to the managing official. Vanna jerks awake from a terrible nightmare. But this time, the nightmare was no longer related to the black sun like it usually does, nor did it point to the vanished returning from subspace. Instead, she dreamt about what happened when she was a child. That foggy night where it's filled with blood and smoke, all she could remember were the horrendous screams of panicking mobs trying to flee from the pursuing shadows. All Vanna could do as a helpless child of 12 was watch it all burn. Knowing she would not get any rest tonight, the Inquisitor pulled herself up from bed and came before the dresser where a mirror stood. Looking at her own reflection, the lady was clearly not feeling well until she whispered the storm goddess's name. Once done, a wave of peace and clarity returned to the female Inquisitor. At least I'm not dreaming of that ship now. As soon as her voice fell, the lady suddenly heard footsteps from the corridor where a knock promptly came from the door. Vanna? Vanna, are you having nightmares again? It was her uncle's voice, the most admired administrator of the city-state. I'm okay. Vanna steadied herself and sorted her clothes a bit before opening the door. Dante Wayne, a grey-haired and not too burly man, stood at the doorway and watched his niece with concern. Having lost an eye in an incident, the man now possesses an eyeball made of ruby with delicate gold patterns inside the eyeball. The hideous scars from 11 years would have scared any unfamiliar adult, let alone a child. Still, Vanna knew how kind and fair her uncle was at heart despite the stern face. I had a nightmare, she rubbed those eyes, her tone a little helpless. I didn't expect to wake you up. Don't fret about it. I'm old. I'm a light sleeper. Dante Wayne continued, showing a concerned face, dreaming of childhood again. That incident again. Chapter 83. The Entanglement. Vanna's mind finally calmed down somewhat after her uncle brought an herbal liquor over. The power of medicine and alcohol always did help with a person's tension regardless of the era. You get nightmares every time you stay home, and it's always about that event from your childhood. Dante Wayne's voice came from behind the Inquisitor, who had come out to the balcony and observed the city. As an Inquisitor, this is an unwanted sign of weakness, Vanna mutters. She was more than a head taller than her uncle, but the lady never minded showing her true side in front of this elder who effectively raised herself. I am distressed. Did you talk to Heidi yet? She recommended 4 types of brain surgeries and 2 nerve puncture treatments. Vanna sighed. Given the years of friendship we have, I didn't beat her. That's definitely something she would say, after all, she doesn't deal with normal people that often. Dante Wayne shook his head. Actually, I didn't expect that after all these years, you were still trapped by the nightmare of that night. I thought I had come out of it too. Vanna rubbed her temple. Maybe it really has something to do with this big house. As soon as I return here, I will dream about what it was like. Maybe I should consider holding another exorcism ceremony for this house, otherwise I will keep thinking this house carries the shadow of that disaster. Uncle Dante contemplated the suggestion and didn't raise an objection. Is there still that fire in your nightmare this time? Vanna nodded. Yes, there are fires everywhere. You escaped from the fire with me on your back. I even remember clearly that we fled the city from the factory's pipeline, and a burning building nearby was gradually collapsing in the fire. Speaking of this, she stopped and landed her gaze on her uncle. You don't remember the fire, do you? Not only do I not remember, nobody else does. The serious-faced administrator slowly shook his head. I only remember the leaked gas pipes and those cultists who went berserk. There were many parties that night, but only one seemed to remember seeing the raging fire. Vanna didn't speak for a while and fell into deep thought. Then after an unknown amount of time, she suddenly said softly, except for the fire incident, my memories and yours are consistent. I didn't understand anything back then, but now I know very well that this must be some kind of supernatural force exerting influence. Even after becoming a saint, I still can't dispel that influence. There could only be 2 answers. The one responsible is so powerful that they left an imprint on your soul for life, or the source of the influence of that incident remains hidden somewhere in the city. I have been investigating this matter for years, but unfortunately, there has been little progress thus far. Dante Wayne's tone ended with a hint of apologies. Not only for being unable to solve his niece's distress but also for failing to investigate an old case as the highest government official. The Great Chaos 11 years ago left a scar that's far too deep, both physically and mentally on everyone involved. Vanna knew that this matter was not only her own phantom at work, but also a plague on her uncle's heart. Not knowing how to comfort others well, the Inquisitor could only try to divert the topic. I remember that a lot of cultists were arrested back then. Judging from the assessment count after the engagement, that incident was even larger than the Black Sun incident 4 years ago. Yes, thousands of people were arrested, so many that I wondered how it's possible for so many cultists to hide inside plant unnoticed. Dante Wayne sighed, and there is more than one sect involved. There are the Suntists who follow the Black Sun, Annihilators who worship the Netherlord, and even those Ender missionaries who worship subspace itself. These maggots in the gutters all emerged that night, deranged and wreaked havoc. Vanna stared at Dante with more intent now, but according to the results of the subsequent interrogation, none of the saboteurs arrested by the authorities can be called the mastermind. No one even knows why they caused chaos that night. It was as if they were all detonated at the same time and went into collective madness. Dante didn't speak for a while, for he too believed it was not normal. Then he noticed the look coming from his niece. The reason for your irritability should not just be because of that nightmare, is it? Suddenly mentioning these things is related to the recent unstable situation in the city-state. Vanna did not evade the question. There is indeed a certain connection. The Suntists converging on Pland are searching for an anomaly called the Sun Fragment, and the Vanished has reappeared in the real world almost simultaneously. Everything is pointing to us here, reminding me of the chaos from 11 years ago. I have ordered all ports to strictly check the movement of people and communicated with the other administrators of neighboring city-states. We've already cracked down on many cultists and effectively cut off their means of flowing into Pland because of these measures. All that's left to do is to wait on what the Church does. The supernatural area is the specialty of the Guardians. Speaking of this, the middle-aged admin suddenly stopped as if to ponder his following words. But after a moment of hesitation, he decides it's best to say it. As for the matter of the Vanished, I can't help much in the transcendent realm, but in the worldly aspect, I have an idea. Secular aspect. Vanna frowned. Wait, you mean Lucretia Abnamar, captain of the pioneer exploration ship Bright Star, and Tyrion Abnamar, the pirate leader of the Northern Seas and captain of the Sea Mist, Dante said unhurriedly. It is true that the Vanished is a ghost ship beyond the understanding of reality, but as long as it has been a member of the real world, the real world will have an anchor related to it. I wonder how Captain Duncan's son and daughter will react to their father's reappearance in the world. Vanna's eyes slowly widened. She was used to using simple and crude methods to directly deal with her enemies, so she had never considered anything related to the Vanished from this perspective. But soon the lady frowned. But I heard those two hardly deal with the city-state authorities. They are rulers of their own turf on the boundless sea and maintains a cold relationship with the city-states. This is normal, after all, they are the children of that ghost captain. The Bright Star and the Sea Mist are the two escorts of the original Vanished. Although they parted ways 100 years ago, in the eyes of most city-states, they are still the embodiment of curses and dangers. It is not so much they alienated the civilized world, but rather the civilized world actively avoids them. Vanna frowned and appeared wary at her uncle's plan. Then do you expect them to come and help plan against their father? It's just an idea, but it's worth a try. Dante grew serious. After all, we all know that the Bright Star and Sea Mist parted ways with the Vanished more than a century ago. That happened before the event on the 13 islands of Witherland. Rumor is that some ship captains witnessed the Sea Mist battle the Vanished in the northern seas half a century ago. At that point, the Vanished had already become the legendary ghost ship. This may explain the attitude of the two captains towards their father. More than half a century ago. At that time, the Sea Mist was still the flagship of the Frost Queen. That Captain Tyrion was probably just being ordered to protect the city-state, Vanna said slowly while pondering. But you are right. At least this proves that the Sea Mist has a record of confrontation with the Vanished. But she still had some doubts, which she voiced after a few seconds of thought. What if the Bright Star and Sea Mist ignored planned, what then? That's why this is just an attempt, Dante said quietly, and I'll spread the word and find a way to get the news into the ears of those two captains. After that, we can only wait and watch for their reaction afterward. Chapter 84. Captain Duncan's Offspring. Even ghosts were once members of the real world, and the Vanished was no different despite the fact that it crashed into subspace a century ago. It's built by real craftsmen from the material world, and Captain Duncan was also a human being before turning into a shadow of subspace. For ordinary seafarers, everything related to the Vanished must be veiled with a layer of curses and freakiness, as if the terrifying ghost captain was a creation directly bred from subspace. No one will think about whether a natural disaster wandering on the sea has any personal joy or anger, nor about his interpersonal relationships. In their minds, Captain Duncan symbolizes a natural phenomenon, an existence without a trace of origin. Fear builds walls in human hearts, and walls blind the souls to the truth on the other side. But as an inquisitor specializing in confronting of this fear, Vanna knows how to discern the true parts from a series of legends, exaggerations, and whispers. The terrible captain of the Vanished, when he was still a human, before the events of the 13 Islands of Witherland, also had his best friends and family members. He also had loyal sailors and adjutants under him. He also needed to go to the port to maintain supplies and deal with the city-state authorities. He couldn't have been born a mobile natural disaster. Captain Duncan also had 2 children, the eldest son Tyrion Abnemar, and his daughter Lucretia Abnemar. They are both alive due to a curse that prolonged their lifespan. Like their father, the 2 children also commanded their own powerful ships that hovered on the fringes of the civilized world. As within expectation, they weren't exactly kind to the civilization either. They're cold, vaguely antagonistic to the point sailors wouldn't even dare to link the pair to the infamous Captain Duncan. Nowadays, only the most well-learned and knowledgeable are aware of the family relationship. On the other hand, despite their frosty relationship with the city-states, the 2 captains weren't hostile either. The Bright Star, helmed by Ms. Lucretia Abnemar, was a mighty, pioneering exploration ship passionate about exploring the world's limits. Rumor has it the ship has even reached the very edge of the known world, where she witnessed unimaginable wonders. No one knows exactly what she was looking for on the edge of the world. Still, on rare occasions that she did report back to the adventurers' guilds through a messenger, the stories told reported were worthy of being turned into books and a medal of honor. Of course, no one would consider it an honor if it meant becoming a living curse. Nevertheless, this was proof of goodwill that she was still on the side of humanity. Tyrion Abnemar, on the other hand, was less fleeting and distant than his sister. The man was closer to the human world and definitely more dangerous. More than half a century ago, he served the Frost City-state of the Northern Seas, and now he's the most powerful pirate captain sailing these icy waters. This moody captain controlled nearly half of the main shipping routes of the Cold Sea. With the Sea Mist as its flagship, he commanded more than a dozen warships under its banner. But in reality, he had already surpassed a simple pirate and grown to become a semi-official power outside of the city-states. As for how this Captain Tyrion went from being a general under the Queen of Frost to becoming a pirate head, people had different theories. Some say he was the mastermind of the Frostbite Rebellion half a century ago, the man who personally put the Frost Queen on the guillotine. Then, using the looted wealth from that city-state, he built up his powerful pirate crew. Another version was the opposite. A few scholars believe that Tyrion Abnemar fought for the Queen until the last moment during the Frostbite Rebellion. That he became a pirate out of spite for the other city-states and menaced the shipping route out of obsession with avenging the Queen. Vanna didn't know how much of the speculation in this chaotic world was true or false, and considering the personalities of the 2 captains, they should not be interested in explaining their affairs to the world. But one thing was certain, the reappearance of the vanished was definitely a major event for them that needed attention. After all, the siblings had betrayed the vanished with their respective ships more than a century ago, and now their furious father had returned from subspace. Of course, as Dante Wayne said, this was just a spare card. It's great if the card comes in handy, but one couldn't rely on such a card. When the bell tower of the neighborhood church rang, the special rhythm of the whistle also broke the silence of the night, signaling the city residents to be awake and go about their day. Nina got up early to prepare breakfast today. Therefore, Duncan's nose was already hit with the aroma of mushroom sauce and bread before he managed to dispel the drowsiness in his body. Sitting at the dining table. "Do you want a bicycle?" he asks after noticing a bunch of people riding along the streets outside the window. "Bicycle?" Nina was stunned for a moment and waved her hand. "That's so expensive, and I don't need it." "It's easier to go to school," Duncan said. "You don't have to worry about money. I'll figure it out." He had thought about it seriously already. Although this antique store did not look good, but judging by the accumulation and rotation of goods in the warehouse and the cash stored in the shop, it should actually have stable weekly sales. Definitely more than enough to feed 2 people. As to why Nina's so strapped in her spending, that's entirely due to the former uncle donating over half of his wealth to the cult. The remaining got squandered on spirits and medicine. Now that this depraved living was over, it's only proper that Nina got a better living standard. Of course, he doesn't know how to run a store, and the few purchase channels he knows in his memory are also a little vague. Nevertheless, he would manage somehow if he slowly adapted. The key was to get Nina accustomed to her uncle becoming a reliable elder again. "But that's so expensive," Nina lowered her head and muttered, then bit into the hard bread. Duncan wanted to say something to that when his voice got interrupted by a knock from the first floor. "So early, who could it be when we're not even open yet?" Nina was stunned for a moment when she heard the knock. Getting up, she hurried downstairs. "I'll go down and check." Watching the fleeing girl, Duncan broke a piece of bread and threw it at the dove who was pacing around the table. You say, in addition to opening a normal store, what other way is there to make money relatively fast? Do we need to open a logistics company? The bird suddenly jumped 2 steps to the side, flapping its wings angrily, but it is not amusing to me. Then she began to yap non-stop, that bastard is furious, and picked up the demonic snake spear to sacrifice Elder Tang to the stake. I will karate chop with a spinning dragon kick. There will be blood on his head. Full screen ahead. Duncan's whole person was dumbfounded. He could not understand a single thing the bird just spoke after Nina left there. But he couldn't blame AI for bursting out like this. She must have been a mess inside at holding back her urge to speak. Then before the dove could yap some more, Nina's voice suddenly came from the first floor. This time, the young lady's voice sounded a little nervous. Uncle Duncan. There are 2 policemen here to see you. Police? 2 of them came to see me this early in the morning? This time it was Duncan's turn to be stunned. Immediately ordering the bird to stay put and out of sight, he hurried downstairs where he saw Nina looking over his way nervously. 2 policemen were standing at the doorway. Chapter 85. Reward. Duncan affirmed his composure and walked towards the 2 policemen at the door. He had nothing to fear in any case. The guy did not do any sabotage, nor did he have any conflict with the authorities. Although Captain Duncan was infamous around these parts, but what did the mobile natural disaster of the boundless sea have to do with this honest antique store owner? If there's anything to be suspicious about, it would only be the fact that he attended the cultist gathering before running off to report it. Wait a minute. Report? Duncan suddenly remembered this stubble and immediately got a vague guess as to the reason why the 2 policemen came to his residence. Now he's even more confident in his footsteps, but that obviously didn't translate to Nina's nerve. Uncle, you must answer the policeman's question honestly, the young lady urgently murmurs as she brushes shoulders with her uncle. Duncan suddenly faltered and casts a strange look at his niece. Is that the image I have in your heart? Nina returned the look with a face that was even more exaggerated. It's the same type of expression that happens when an alcoholic swears he won't be drinking again. Then what else could the police come for this early in the morning? Duncan. He sighed helplessly and finished the distance to the door with a big, bright smile. Good morning, gents. What can I do for the both of you? Mr. Duncan, the older of the 2 policemen began with a polite and businesslike tone. We found this place according to the registered address. The tip you reported to the patrol officers yesterday has been confirmed. On behalf of City Hall, we thank you for your contribution in helping with the maintenance of order. We're also here to hand you your reward. When the words fell, the young officer next to him stepped forward and handed over a paper envelope that looked quite thick. Nina had widened her eyes from the sidelines after seeing the parcel. Duncan had guessed as much. However, he didn't expect the reward money to be directly brought to his door like this. Not being shy, he accepted the package and was surprised when he saw the words 435 Sora imprinted on the disposable wax seal. That's a generous amount for any residents in the lower sector. So there's a bounty reward. Duncan squeezed the paper parcel and relished in the thickness of the banknotes. I wasn't even thinking about it at the time. Of course there is a bounty. The admitters pay great heed to the fight against the evil lurking inside the city-state, especially in recent times. All valid reports are rewarded generously, so do keep that in mind. The younger officer chuckles with amusement at the shop owner's lack of awareness, not to mention the clues you provided are very special. Hearing this, Duncan's heart couldn't help but jerk with attention. Acting casually like he's only curious, by the way, I didn't dare to go over there and take a look for myself, but what exactly happened? The 2 officers exchanged a look with each other and then actually stepped inside the shop. Nina didn't miss this and promptly closed the door behind everyone. We did not go to the scene ourselves. The matter was dealt with by the guardians. However, according to the information that came through the proper channels, the situation was terrible, said the younger officer, who had not yet fully learned the businesslike tone of his senior. You were right to not take a look. If you had gone, you would have likely fallen into severe danger. Duncan was stunned for a moment before quickly coming back to attention. This was the lower sector, where sewage and toxins flow from the upper sector. If heretics and evil were to take up residence, it would surely be in these shabby and winding alleys. Although the neighborhood where the antique shop was located could already be considered a decent place in the lower sector, it still doesn't change the fact that it's part of the lower sector. Slum or no slum. On the other hand, even if we did not consider there may be cultists lurking among ordinary folks in the lower sector, a person who reports to the authorities and collects a bounty was very likely to be the target of vigilance here anyway. The officers who are familiar with the local situation certainly know this, therefore, the reminder here was a routine habit and a deed out of good intentions. Duncan thought about it and felt that the reminder was right as well. This place was indeed prone to cultists. He still has the sun talisman in his pocket. Thank you for the reminder, he thanked the two sincerely. Although the ghost captain didn't know what the average standard here was, but at least the two in front gave a good impression. Do you want to take a break here? No need, the older officer waved his hand and turned toward the exit. We still have patrol duty that must be attended to. The young officer promptly followed as well. If you still encounter clues in the future, please report it to the authorities. The security of the city-state affects each and every one of us. Of course, Duncan squeezed the paper bag in his hand and formed a genuine smile. I have always been a good citizen who cares about the order of the city-state. Once the two men wearing the dark blue uniforms were out of sight, Nina immediately turned back to look at her uncle, who was already counting the money bills inside. Uncle. Is this really a reward from City Hall? You actually, really? The girl opened her mouth but found it awkward to speak the next part. You can really do good things. Duncan knew what Nina was thinking and chuckled at her troubled mindset. It was when I was coming home yesterday. Your uncle, I have always been enthusiastic about public welfare. Nina. But I was surprised to have such a huge bounty reward. Duncan didn't wait for Nina to speak to mutter his inner greed while looking down at the banknotes. This is faster than making money from the shop. There was another sentence he didn't say. According to the information he had before, there were still many cultists from various city-states hiding in the city. That's all money. Nina took a good moment to return to her senses. Uncle, what did you say? Nothing, forget what I said, Duncan said casually and waved the topic off. Weren't you going to school today? Don't be late. By the way, when is Mr. Morris coming for the home visit? In the afternoon. I only have one class in the afternoon, Nina said, as if thinking of something. Uncle, are you still going out today? Duncan nodded. But I'll be home before your history teacher comes. When Nina heard this, she immediately looked suspiciously over his way. Uncle, what are you going to do? Duncan smiled extraordinarily brightly. Your uncle is going out hunting today. He already got an idea in mind. Since the sun talisman was so easy to use, plus the authorities are so willing to offer up a bounty, so why not take advantage of this point? He's going to make trouble for these suntists anyway. No reason not to kill two birds with one stone. Nina was a smart girl. Even if she doesn't know the full story, she could already guess what Duncan meant by hunting in this case. With a wrinkled forehead. Uncle, it's not right for you to do this. You also said yesterday that you want to properly operate the shop. If you want to rectify the situation with the shop, then you need to recruit an assistant first. I know, but there's no contradiction in running a shop and helping with the city's security, is there? Duncan waved his hand to reassure his niece. Let your uncle here worry about the shop. You focus on school first. Yet, instead of doing as told, Nina promptly grabbed a chair and sat down next to him with a firm face. Nina. Uncle, it's so dangerous. Nina looked up and stared at her precious uncle. Duncan, actually. I'm going to keep an eye on you. Nina sat there stubbornly. Just now those two gentlemen already mentioned how dangerous it is as of late. It's one thing that you accidentally encountered the matter. How can you actively go out to search for such dangers? Duncan was taken aback by the 17-year-old girl's statement because she really does care for him. Though the way was stubborn and crude, but it was from the heart. I don't want a bike. Nina lowered her head and muttered quietly. Go to school. Duncan sighed and stepped forward with a smile, then ruffled Nina's hair. Nina looked up in surprise. You're right, it's dangerous, Duncan said seriously. I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait here in the store for you to come back. Chapter 86. A better solution. Nina went to school, and as she had done many times in the past, the girl once again believed her uncle's promise that he would stay home until she returned. Maybe she has long been unconvinced, but she still insists on holding faith. Duncan stood behind the window on the first floor of the antique shop as he watched Nina's trotting figure quickly make a turn around the corner and disappear from his field of view. Uncle Duncan would wait for her to come home at the store, as he promised. Ai, come here. As soon as the thought flashed in his heart, a green flame stream streaked through the air and materialized before Duncan. Through the connection established by the ghost fire, Duncan could clearly perceive the position of the dove and the state she's in. Although it was not yet possible to fully share the five senses, this level of perception could already do a lot of things. Duncan lowered his head and stared into AI little mung bean eyes. You are actually very smart. Not only can you fully understand my words, but you can also do many things, right? The dove immediately flapped its wings proudly. Loyalty, loyalty. Then I have a bold idea right now. I want you to try it. Duncan smiled, then took out the sun talisman that had now become a cultist approach alarm from his pocket. He carefully wrapped the badge with a cloth to prevent it from being exposed to ordinary people and then tied it to AI's back with a strip of fabric. Go fly around town, and when the badge heats up, search for the place that resonates. Preferably directly to the building. Duncan explains his intent. I will keep track of the location from my end. Right, first fly around the lower sector and the crossroad. Don't go to the upper sector yet since I'm not familiar with that area. I can't determine the address based on the positioning alone. The dove flapped her wings and tilted its head. Make some fries. Duncan grimaced. If you can locate one place, then I will bury you with fries. Without saying a word, the bird flapped its wings and rushed out the gate as if afraid the owner would regret the agreement. The ghost captain watched with a smile as the bird flew away in the sky. With his tracking ability of AI improved, the man could clearly perceive the dove's movement through the ghost fire. Then by matching the approximate location in his head to a map, Duncan should be able to pinpoint anything they find along the way. Exhaling softly, he leans back against the counter to comfortably wait. He promised Nina that he wouldn't go out asking for danger, so it's only natural he kept his promise. However, he never said anything about not writing report letters to the authority from his home. To be fair, this was a better solution since AI could cover more distances and increase the range by wandering the city. Of course, this method also had disadvantages, and that was not being able to gather intel from the cultists. But Duncan didn't care much about this regret. According to the experience of attending the last rally, those cultists who could easily be found were actually a group of minions that were disposable by those in charge. The big fish would need to be uncovered differently, hence why the ghost captain would change the plan. Also, let's not forget AI had more ability than just flying around with a sensor. Her job was express delivery. Imagine finding a big fish who was unprepared. AI could swoop in and transport the foe onto the vanished. By that point, haha. There's no escape for the poor sucker by that point. Duncan could take his sweet time interrogating the prisoner. Then to top things off with a cherry, he hadn't experimented with transporting live humans yet. Duncan wouldn't kidnap random people off the street for his own gains, but he wouldn't have any qualms about experimenting with ruthless cultists that committed mass murder. When necessary, even pure trash could be suitable consumables. Duncan leaned back in his chair and relished in his own ingenuity. The only problem now was to consider how he would explain this to Nina, why the authorities would issue so many reward bounties to her uncle. As the man dwelled on the matter, another idea suddenly popped up. Is there such a thing as banks in this world that's developed into the industrial age? This was the inevitable result and a necessary condition for developing the world's economy. Although this world's banking system should be far less convenient and widespread than on Earth, the minimum account function should still be there. And of course, the original owner of this body did not have a bank account. The man hadn't done well in life, so it's pointless to do so. What's more, the bank services are usually reserved for those living in the upper sector, since those like Nina's family had little spare funds to speak of. Even so, banks are technically open to all walks of life regardless of one's status. As it so happens, there's a bank at the crossroad that he could visit. Making up his mind, Duncan intends to make a visit within the next 2 days. His activities are going to expand rapidly at this rate. It's crucial he got the foundation down before things really gathered steam. Besides, giving a bank account number in the report letters would mean he could skip leaving his personal address directly on the papers. Of course, whether this was feasible will have to be tried later. After all, the original owner of his body has little experience with the city-state security department, or strictly speaking, much positive experience, but Duncan thinks it was reasonable enough. In this dangerous world, anonymous reporting should be a normal choice for many enthusiastic citizens working under caution. As for today, he's going to stay in the antique shop and relax. He still hasn't personally opened up this business yet, so it's about time he got to it. Duncan stretched and got up from behind the counter, then slowly came to the main door, where he flipped the sign to the open side against the window glass. Near the crossroad, inside the dilapidated and abandoned factory, guardians of the church had already pulled up a blockade around the area when Inquisitor Vanna arrived with her blessed sword strapped to the waist. She's being accompanied by 2 storm priests as they descend the stairs to the basement floor. Here, everything remained the same after they received a report and discovered the rally, which was promptly cordoned off until now. In the huge basement, the disgusting smell of blood was particularly thick. Mix this smell with the pungent sting of burning chemicals and decapitated parts of the dead strewn along the floor, such a scene would terrify even the strongest of hearts. However, the female inquisitor wasn't one of those weak souls. She's focused and frowning because there's no traces or clues of the attackers here. It was a one-sided crushing battle. The assailants far outweighed these cultists, who were basically ordinary folks. Also, the attack appears to be sudden and abrupt with many of the cultists unable to resist or react in time. Who is responsible? Wild transcendents with whom these cultists have a personal feud? Or another powerful heresy order? Perhaps some kind of out-of-control bloody sacrifice that has gone berserk? The young inquisitor was lost in thought. Chapter 87. Vanna's investigation. Only the cultists' bodies were left in the rally, and no evidence could be found to prove the attacker's identity, making the investigation very difficult. But one thing's certain, it was definitely not ordinary people who carried out this attack based upon the pungent and peculiar smell remaining in the air. It's the trace of the flames that had been contaminated. Vanna carefully examined the oil lamps left in the basement. Beside her, a priest had taken out special powders and potions from the kit to analyze the lamps for residues that should not appear in the real world. Fire had always been the most remarkable thing in this world. It's the visible order, the handwriting of the gods when they make contact with the world, the evidence that civilization still exists. When the flame burns, everything changes and leaves its mark. Therefore, if there has been a supernatural level battle here, the flames should carry some corresponding traces left in there. After the priest began to get busy, Vanna returned to the middle of the basement to examine the corpse of a sun heretic who had fallen there. Nearly every bone in the body has been broken as if they had been directly hit by a raging bison. It's hard to imagine what kind of weapon could have caused such a result, a coroner said next to her. Blunt force strike. A brute force that could break dozens of bones at once. Vanna frowned slightly. What is it? A hammer with a diameter of 1 meter. The coroner shook his head. Unlikely. Compared to these, the ashes over there at the end are more suspicious. Vanna came to the end of the basement and saw the ashes mentioned by the other person. There is a complete set of clothes scattered on the floor, and the grayish-black ashes scattered between the clothes indicate this should have been a person before they died. There is no doubt that it is some kind of supernatural power at work. Judging from the traces, it may be a kind of abnormal flame, Vanna judged based on the quick assessment. Then turning back to the coroner behind herself, it is difficult for a normal flame to turn someone into ashes while preserving the person's clothes. The wall shows signs of impact, and this cultist seems to have been hit by a huge force as well before being burned by the flames, said another cleric at the scene. This cultist was the only one in the whole scene that shows visible signs of being killed by supernatural forces and a power we have never seen before. In addition, we have also found a spot in the corner that has been seriously corroded by an unknown element. Unfortunately, we did not find any residual physical substance that might point us to its origin. Perhaps it's also the effect of a supernatural power. It could be a spell cast by a person, or it could be an anomaly, Vanna said casually. Was this discovered by the citizen's report? Yes, an enthusiastic citizen heard the strange noises in the abandoned factory and reported it to the officers and guardians nearby. They were in the middle of exchanging shifts for the night. The priest beside her nodded. These cultists are very cautious. They erased the traces of their activities after entering the city-state and successfully lurked in the lower city. If it were not for this attack, they would probably be able to continue without our detection. It only means that there are more dens like this hidden in the shadows, Vanna comments in a heavy voice. The gutters and alleys of the lower city are the focus of investigation this time. Just as she was halfway through her words, a guardian suddenly barged over from the side, holding something in his hand. Inquisitor, look at this. Vanna immediately looked up and saw the guardian holding a small tray containing several slightly deformed copper bullets. We found 2 revolvers that had been fired at the scene. These bullets should be from those guns, the guardian reports. And the blood on the bullets is most likely from the attacker. Vanna's eyes fell on those bullets and confirmed her peer's assessment. The tip was all deformed and contracted, but unlikely the result of hitting flesh less each of these bullets landed on bone. Such precision would be difficult. On top of that, how did these bullets, which had clearly hit their target, get left behind on the scene? Vanna thought carefully and came up with two possibilities: either the attacker operated on himself to remove the bullets before departing, or the attacker had a special physical ability to drain the bullet out of the body by relying on their muscles. Whatever the possibility, one thing was obvious. This powerful assailant took out all the cultists here without delay despite being shot several times, then calmly removed the bullets after the incident. Vanna looked down at her own hands at the thought. She could do something similar like that, but it's precisely because she could that she knows how difficult it would be for mortal flesh. The one who killed these cultists should be a physically strengthened transcendent, and the weapon used is some kind of large blunt weapon. Vanna turned her head and said to a retinue. The other side has rich combat experience, is strong-willed, and is extremely powerful. Considering the weapons used, the figure should also be very tall and a master of the flame. From preliminary judgment, the perpetrator is hostile towards the Sun Heretic. For the time being, we cannot determine whether they are on our side or not. Inform all guardians and policemen at all levels to pay attention to those who meet the above characteristics. If a suspected target is found, give priority to reporting. Do not act rashly until contact is made with the main supervisors. The guardian who served as the retinue immediately lowered his head. Yes, Inquisitor. Vanna exhaled softly, then sketched in her mind what the attackers at the scene of the rally might look like: a 2-meter-tall man wielding a giant mace or hammer. The person is calm and fluent in martial arts and can summon a flame to do their bidding. That's pretty much how it should be. Back inside the antique shop, Duncan had just sent off the second client with a smile on his face after opening this morning. The client was a rather chubby lady who appeared pleased by her purchase since she was a regular of the shop. Today, she had taken a fancy to a pair of vases intended for the new neighbor. Obviously, the vase was not an authentic antique but an import from the wholesale market with a manufacturing date of last week. After throwing a few crumpled bills into the drawer, Duncan sat back behind the counter, feeling a little calmer in his impetuous mood. At least for now, opening this antique shop was a fun novelty for him. The profit of 6 coins could hardly be enough to satiate Duncan's appetite. It's better to stick with reporting cultists and reaping the bounty afterward. Duncan divided his energy and paid attention to the situation on AI's side then. The bird had arrived at the 4th block. Unfortunately, no reaction had come from the Sun Talisman thus far. Of course, this was to be expected. Although many cultists are pouring into the city-state of planned, they are not to the extent that they could bloom everywhere. Besides, the job was not easy by nature. Hunting requires patience. Duncan leisurely enjoyed this quiet time, dividing his energy to pay attention to the movements of the dove while occasionally shifting to the situation on the vanished. He would also control his main body on the ship and walk around while watching Alice fiddle with the items aboard. Such a life wasn't so bad if he looked at things positively. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant sound of bells suddenly came from the direction of the doorway, interrupting his cranky thoughts under his leisure. "Welcome," Duncan said casually as he looked up at the door, where an old gentleman with grey hair had entered. It was a well-dressed old gentleman with a new and neat dark brown coat, polished leather shoes on his feet, a black cane of unknown material in his hand, and a meticulous bow tie. It's not like the wardrobe of someone that would appear in the lower city, but more like the folks up at the crossroad where the middle class would attend. Duncan had no idea about the so-called decent people of this world, but he could tell at a glance that this old gentleman was not an ordinary customer. "Do you have something fancy in mind?" He laughed like a real antique store manager. "Take what fate befalls you." Chapter 88. There is one genuine item. The old gentleman curiously glanced around after entering and took the environment in: old furnishings, murky windows, and cheap shelves with random antiques strewn randomly along the cabinets, the perfect representation of what this business dealt with. Likely aside from the money collected thus far, there's nothing but fakes in the whole store. But even so, the old gentleman, who was dressed well for the lower city, remained interested in what he saw. That was until Duncan's voice came from the direction of the counter and interrupted his thoughts. "A humorous way of selling," the old gentleman chuckles, "to take away what one is destined for, ignoring the items involved. That's a beautiful phrase in itself. Actually, fate and destiny aside, you must also have money." Duncan smiled back. "Fortunately, the things here are not expensive. Do you want anything?" "I'm not here to buy anything," the old gentleman sounded hesitant. Actually, due to this opening, Duncan had cut in and played salesman. One doesn't have to buy. Just having a look is good too. Anything that catches your eye. The old man's face couldn't help but show a trace of helplessness. Everything here are counterfeits. Yes, Duncan said with a reasonable look, why would anything here be real? I don't even have security in place for the store. That's so the thieves would lose more than they gain by robbing me. The old man's cheeks noticeably twitched over that explanation. He probably didn't expect that the antique store's owner could have such a calm attitude when saying something so blunt. After choking for several seconds, those that are good at persuading themselves will take this as an antique shop and get a pleasurable experience. Those that can't will take it as a grocery store to look for good deals. Unless you're good at deceiving yourself, who would honestly believe they've found a gold brick inside a garbage heap? Look at that bowl over there. For a simple few coins, you can enjoy a moment of pleasure that only those with immense wealth can experience. What's there to complain about? The bowl? That's the crystallization of our modern industry, you know. The old man listened to Duncan's crooked reasoning and found himself too stunned to respond. For the longest time, he kept looking back and forth from the man and bowl until he broke out into a chuckle again. Then his sight noticed something shining next to the counter, which caused his expression to freeze and turn serious. Duncan was seriously immersed in the pleasure of doing business when he noticed the change in the old man's expression. But before the shop owner could react, the old man had already stretched the hand over and grabbed onto something. This thing, the old gentleman had pulled out a well-preserved dagger in the middle of a debris pile. It was an old item from the vanished that Duncan had hidden here, one of only 2 genuine items in the entire antique shop. The other was the cast iron cannonball placed deeper in the pile of debris. Duncan wanted to divert the old man's attention at first, but then he noticed the light coming from the fella's eyes. It's the look of a professional who found something worthy of their time. Duncan frowned at the thought and eyed the dagger with a perplexed gaze. It's actually not a big deal if he sold the dagger. It's not a supernatural item like some of the other things aboard the Vanished, nor does it corrupt those who use it. In essence, the dagger was no different from the bowl he just mentioned. This thing, repeated the old gentleman, who had raised his head to meet Duncan's face, is it also a good in the store? This gentleman said that very tactfully, but the implication was quite obvious. Why is there a real thing in your pile of trash? A mistake on the job or what? If Duncan couldn't figure out this old gent was a person of a specialized profession, then it would be him that's a fool by this point. Retracting his smile, the crummy shop owner puts on an air of mystique. See, didn't I say you might find something you are fated to have? Then he cleared his throat and got serious. Most goods in the store are discounted, except for a few, such as this one in your hand. The old gentleman immediately glanced back at the shelves and confirmed the majority of the items were in fact products of modern society. The prices are marked in the hundreds of thousands like some real antique, but after the discount by the cross with a marker, it's only a few coins. This caused the new customer to become increasingly more amused and interested in this seemingly dilapidated antique shop. However, before the old gent could ask for the price of this dagger, the bell hanging from the doorway rang again. Duncan looked up and saw Nina's figure. "Uncle Duncan, I'm back." Nina didn't raise her head when she entered and shouted like it's common practice, "Has Mr. Morris arrived yet?" "Not that I'm aware of." Duncan glanced inside the store. "I'm entertaining." Before he could speak, he saw the old gentleman in front of him coughing dryly to interrupt. "My name is Morris." "Duncan." "Mr. Morris." Nina immediately exclaimed in surprise after noticing her teacher's presence. Then, like every student who bumped into their teacher after school, she became visibly antsy and straightened her back. "Good afternoon." Duncan looked at Nina, then back at the old man in front of himself, then repeated that gesture 3 more times before going haywire. "I had wanted to introduce myself from the beginning." The old man spread his hands helplessly. "You kept interrupting me so I wasn't able to." Nina had come back to her senses then and promptly noticed the dagger in her teacher's grasp. Hurrying forward, "Teacher, don't buy it. Everything in our store are fakes." Duncan shot a weird look at his niece, complaining how overly honest she must be inside to oust her own uncle in a situation like this. Although with the level of knowledge this history teacher has, Mr. Morris would likely be able to figure out that much out on his own regardless of the young lady's warning or not. On the other side, Mr. Morris shook his head after hearing Nina's warning, then raised his hand to place the dagger on the counter. "This one is real." Nina was stunned. "Ah! This dagger most likely came from a century ago, and it was one of the favorite tools of seafarers in the city-states of Pland and Lanza at the time. But due to the bankruptcy of the Central Forge and the vulnerability of the items at sea, few remain in existence today. The ones that did survive are in very bad condition, Morris said while carefully picking up the dagger and drawing the blade from the scabbard. I've never seen one so well preserved. It almost looks like it was still in use not long ago. The blade is sharp and glistening with light. I can't find a single flaw in the blade's body. It also has an original scabbard too, Duncan added. If you look closely, you'll see that it even has an original buckle on the back of the scabbard. When Morris heard this, he quickly examined the scabbard and accessories attached to it. The surprise in his eyes couldn't be ignored because it was literally beaming. This. I really didn't notice just now. Oh, heavens! It's like this had just come off of a sailor yesterday. If I weren't so confident in my own knowledge, I would suspect this is an amazing imitation. But it even has the flawed patterns at the handle. Speaking of this, he suddenly began to doubt himself, is it really not an imitation? Upon hearing this, Nina quickly waved her hand, Uncle can't imitate something this real. Duncan twitched from the corner of his eye while watching his niece, go upstairs and do your homework. Nina was stunned for a moment, I don't have homework today. Then read a book. Nina stuck out her tongue and walked towards the stairs in small steps, but then glanced back at her teacher before going up the rails. Mr. Morris, don't forget that you are here to visit. Of course, I have a lot to talk with Mr. Duncan. Morris radiated a smile, you go upstairs and read first. Don't worry, I won't snitch on my own student. Nina shot both men a suspicious look like she did not believe either of them but then knew better than to die on this hill. Chapter 89. Nina's abnormality. Duncan scratched the back of his head in confusion as Nina briskly ran up the stairs while giggling, what is this kid so happy for? Then he heard Mr. Morris' voice coming from the counter, honestly, you are very different from what I had in mind, Mr. Duncan. Big difference. Duncan raised one eyebrow, what is your impression of me? As he spoke, he walked around from behind the counter and flipped the open sign at the door to closed. Then moving a chair over, he gestures for the guest to take a seat since it's improper to leave the teacher standing for a family visit. Thank you, Morris nodded in thanks. After sitting down, the old gent looked in Duncan's direction with a gentle and elegant smile, we haven't met before, but I've heard about you from other sources. About Nina's family situation. Forgive me for being rude, but as far as I've heard, Nina has an alcoholic uncle who is addicted to gambling and has a hot temper. Everyone tells me she's living in a dysfunctional home. As a result, Nina doesn't have any friends at school, nor do the other students want to deal with her. Duncan was brewing some coffee on the side when his hands froze over Morris's last sentence. Then realizing he was acting out of character, the store owner unhurriedly completed the word and returned to the counter with 2 cups of coffee, one offered to the old teacher. I hope you don't have the bargain stuff here. The best coffee in the lower city is all like this. He sat down opposite the old man with the dagger acting as the dividing line between the two. Strictly speaking, these rumors are true, Duncan said slowly. I had an illness previously, all right, a rather severe illness. I relied on strong spirits to numb my nerves when the painkillers didn't work. It was during that period that I fell into decadence. It appears my condition has affected Nina's adolescence life more than I previously thought. Morris carefully observed Duncan for a long time before he spoke thoughtfully, is that so? But I don't feel like you're someone who has just come out of decadence. More like a gentleman who has never fallen into decadence to begin with. And your wit, your humor, it's not like that of someone who's been influenced by alcohol. Speaking of this, he took a sip from the cup without making any evaluation of the coffee but rather on Duncan himself. I believe I'm a good evaluation of others in this regard. Maybe it's just that I'm adjusting my mindset relatively quickly, Duncan laughed, his tone extraordinarily calm. He had to admit that this old man did see people accurately, but he did not believe a local historian could see through to his secret. Nina is almost an adult, and I am her only guardian. I have to show some responsibility at some point. Regardless, that's a good thing for that kid if that's your view. Morris gave Duncan a deep look, she's in a critical stage of her studies. While many say that they can only go to the factory to tighten bolts after graduating from the public schools, I disagree. Knowledge in itself is a valuable asset, and when it shows its light at some point in one's life, it will be astronomical to their success. The old man said, shaking his head, unfortunately, most of the parents I have dealt with do not agree with this notion. Their attention is always on having their children graduate as soon as possible and finding a job afterward. Regarding this topic, Duncan almost got a type of familiar kinship. Like any teacher, Duncan also had his fair share of saying similar things to the parents of his students back on Earth. But soon, he retracted this kinship mentality and shook his head slightly after remembering the living conditions of this world. Because this is the lower city, Mr. Morris. Your view is indeed wise and visionary, but most people here will only worry about the ability to pay next month's bill. You can't ask folks to have long-term visions under such conditions. Indeed, many people are limited by the great difficulties of life. The old teacher sighed like he was pained by the situation. Sorry for soaking up your time like this. I'm sure you have your own woes as well. However, my worries appear unnecessary after getting to know you. Worries? Duncan frowned. Did something happen to Nina at school recently? Have her grades regressed? Her grades have always been good, but lately she's been distracted. Morris weighed her vocabulary to not cause panic. She tends to mentally wander off in class and sleep during the study sessions. Then in the previous chemistry class last week, she accidentally set a lab table on fire. This has never happened before, at least never with her. Speaking of this, the old teacher paused and added, her grades for the first 2 terms did not drop by much, but if she continues in this state, it will be difficult to say if she will graduate with honors. I agree that options are limited to those graduating from the public school system. However, assembling machines in the lower city factories and maintaining the steam cores at the churches of the upper city are totally different things. As Nina's guardian, I ask that you pay closer attention to her studies. Nina has been distracted from class lately. Duncan frowned. She didn't tell me about it. A girl of this age certainly won't tell you much. Morris shook his head. I thought at first that something bad must have happened at home, or something her alcoholic uncle had done recently that affected her mental state. But now, it appears the reason is entirely different. Duncan didn't speak for a while, only trying to recall if there's any abnormality in the child's behavior in the past couple of days. Then before he could get anywhere, Morris's voice came again, you know her best. Has anything abnormal happened to Nina recently? Such as not resting well, or her health deteriorating? Duncan pondered for a long time to only spread his hands out. To my shame, I can't think of an answer. He couldn't figure out the answer because he hadn't even known Nina for a week ago. How would he know what changes occurred recently? Morris didn't seem too surprised by Duncan's answer, probably because he had lowered his expectations for Nina's uncle according to anecdotal rumors before he arrived. Speaking habitually, you should pay more attention to her, especially for girls this age. Material support alone is not enough. As soon as Duncan heard this, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind, could she be in love? Frankly speaking, this idea was more or less based on Zhou Ming's experience as a people's teacher. Morris showed a somewhat strange expression after hearing this with an even weirder look in those eyes. It's an all-girls school. Duncan thought about it and looked serious. Girls' school is also possible. Morris's eyes widened slightly. This old gentleman, who has always been fascinated by academics, was shocked. Don't mind me, I'm just speaking hypothetically. Duncan knew as soon as he saw the old man's reaction that this topic might be a little over the top. Quickly moving on to avoid this embarrassing situation, I'll talk to Nina properly, she should be willing to tell me. Ah. Oh, of course, the old gentleman finally came back to his senses due to the shock. As far as I understand, Nina is a very good and honest child. If you talk with her, I'm sure she wouldn't resist too much. Duncan nodded. Is there anything else that I should be aware of? Aside from being distracted, there's nothing else that I'm aware of. The old man thought about it and shook his head. I actually came today mainly to talk about this matter and to learn of her real family situation. Speaking of this, Nina's parents are 11 years ago, Duncan said, the official record of the incident was a leak at a chemical plant in the 6th block. I see, the old gentleman sighed, I remember the accident as well. Back then, my daughter and I happened to be at the crossroad when the commotion started. It caused quite a stampede of fleeing bystanders due to the chemical leak. Afterwards, the investigation also said that many cultists took the opportunity to rampage across the lower city that night. Duncan's heart jumped at this. Then forcing himself to act calm and casual, was there a fire in the lower city that night? Fire? I don't remember any fire, Morris frowned, I believe you must have been mistaken. Looks like I'm misremembered, Duncan said with a smile and pressed his temple, I really should stay away from alcohol. Chapter 90. The antique shop's first big sale. Duncan had expected Morris's reaction. The reason he asked was only to confirm the question. As he had previously known, Ordinary people like Morris had no idea that a fire existed. The only ones who knew were Nina and his own memory. Or, strictly speaking, until he took charge of this body. The topic was quickly skipped over with no further questions from Mr. Morris. Afterward, the two continued to talk about various subjects regarding Nina's studies and how she was doing in class. Through the conversation, it could be seen that the old gentleman cared a lot about his students, but due to Nina's uncle's previous depraved lifestyle, the meeting got postponed to this day. And when the business of today's visit finally got finished, Mr. Morris's attention unsurprisingly fell on his second concern. The old man eyed the well-preserved antique dagger on the counter, and the eagerness in his eyes could be seen by anyone. "This thing, do you want to sell it?" Duncan immediately smiled. "This is an antique shop. Antiques in an antique shop are of course meant to be sold." He's thought it through. Although this dagger came from the vanished, but if you think about it, there seems to be no hidden danger in selling it. There are many things on that ghost ship, and not all of them are related to the supernatural, like this dagger for example. If thrown elsewhere, it was just an ordinary antique. So why couldn't he sell it? Compared with the pile of fakes in the store, the warehouse on the vanished was a good means to get money. As soon as his train of thought smoothed out, Duncan suddenly found the world growing wider. Then he realized something incredible: he was actually sitting on a treasure trove. Those things regarded as garbage on the vanished, like chipped copper coins, or iron scrap metals tossed in a corner, are all treasures in the eyes of these historians. Morris didn't know what scheming thoughts were turning in the head of the antique shop owner. His attention was all on the well-preserved dagger in front of him at this time. After a long period of hesitation, the old gent cautiously spoke. "How much?" Duncan. Heaven and earth just became narrow again. Why? Because he did not know how much to set. Even if he inherited the memory of this body in its entirety, he still wouldn't know what price to set for this antique. This store had never sold a single real thing since its opening. Without question, he first ruled out the option of charging 2,000 or 3,000 salas. Even if the dagger were real and exceptional, it's no more than 100 years old according to the details Morris revealed. Besides, it's not like the dagger was unique. There are others out there, albeit in a worse condition, but it's still out there. Secondly, Morris was Nina's history teacher. If he butchers him up knowing how fond the old gent was of the dagger, it would inevitably leave a bad impression for the girl. Earning a small profit at the price of ruining the niece's image before the teacher was stupid. Any parent would know better than to test that theory. Eventually, Duncan could only shake his head and smile. He's given up and decides to toss the problem over. "You make an offer, Mr. Morris. You are Nina's most respected teacher, and I really can't make a price like I would for an ordinary customer." Morris pondered the issue seriously, but not for long though. 3,000. 3,400 salas, this is my estimate, Morris finally spoke. He seemed to have considered the number a little before settling on it. "Mr. Duncan, you may think that the price is too low, but take into account the age of the dagger and its historical positioning. This kind of non-unique collection is very discounted in the market. Of course, its condition is exceptionally good, which is rare, but not all collectors are interested in this." The old gentleman seemed to be trying to explain his reasoning for this number, and Duncan listened intently as well. In the lower city, the total expenses of the average family of 3 in a month are around 200 to 300 salas. That's under the premise they wouldn't have any leftovers, and the savings would be very little even if they did. Therefore, the dagger was almost equivalent to a family's income for 1.5 years. Duncan honestly didn't know if he should lament on how an antique shop could hit it so big in one day, or if he should lament the striking gap of buying power between the ordinary people and those living in the upper city. Or perhaps he should sigh at how rich this old gent was. "Deal," he exhaled softly and said to the old man with a smile. "There's no need to haggle and waste time for them both." In any case, this was a lot of money for Nina and him now, even more than the bounties of reporting those cultists. Not long ago, he was still thinking about the way to make money, but now he found that this matter seemed to be less urgent. The world sure was impermanent. Contrary to the shop owner's frank attitude, Morris on the other hand felt that Duncan had agreed to the deal too easily. He even felt apologetic for not going higher. "Actually, you are taking a loss at this price. By normal estimate, the dagger should fetch another 10 or 20%. But..." The old man scratched his nose and seemed to be a little embarrassed. "I spent a bit too much on collecting in recent days, so my hands are a bit tight on money right now." The old gentleman was even more candid than Duncan imagined. "I think it's a good price, and the difference in the middle should be because of fate, Duncan says with a smile, and then as if suddenly remembering something, he got up and walked behind the counter. By the way, I have a giveaway to celebrate this big sale. Morris watched curiously at the shop owner until he saw the small amethyst pendant being pulled out from a small compartment behind the counter. The old man's eyes were sharp, and he immediately noticed the label of a certain glass workshop on the item, which hadn't been removed yet. Morris. A pendant with a calming effect. The crystal has been blessed with the guiding light of dispelling curses and illusions. Ancient hypnotists used this to protect their spirits from the dangers lurking in the dream world. Duncan pushed the pendant over with a serious expression. It has protected generations of owners in the past, and now it is yours by fate. Morris hesitantly pointed to the label, but it says that it is produced by Johnny Glass Workshop. I know, I forgot to take it off. Duncan peeled off the label with an expressionless face. This is a giveaway. There's no way I would have so many real antiques in this shop to give away, right? Morris was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but laugh. Ha, you're right on that point. Thank you very much for the giveaway. With this thing, I hope my daughter will nag me less. He said as he accepted the pendant, and then fiddled with his pocket and pulled out a checkbook. I didn't bring as much cash with me when I came out. This check can be cashed at the local branch at the crossroad. Is this all right with you? Duncan smiled, of course. As he said this, his gaze fell on Morris's booklet. He's already had his doubts about this history teacher when Nina mentioned the guy, and now, that doubt grew even bigger. Whether in terms of the wardrobe or daily words used during their conversation, the old gent was clearly not ordinary. He's too sophisticated, a characteristic trait not commonly found even in the upper city. A scholar of that caliber could easily get a job at the only university in this city. Even if other factors are not considered, there's also another obvious problem. Can an ordinary public school teacher so casually spend a person's annual income in a single purchase? Chapter 91. Chaotic History. Duncan decides to get direct since he doesn't want to beat around the bush after they've hit it off. Of course, the wording left a lot of wiggle room to avoid being dishonest and rude. Actually, I'm a little curious about how a scholar like you would stay in the public school at the crossroad. With your talent, I'm sure plenty of other jobs would love to hire you. You're not the first to ask that. Morris seemed to have long been accustomed to the questions of others in this regard. Actually, it's nothing special. I'm old and tired, and there are plenty of youngsters who could better use the few resources at hand. Instead of competing with the new generation, I rather spend my remaining years helping to raise the young. The old man's explanation was probable but not entirely the truth. Duncan could tell, so he didn't press for more since that would be rude. But I heard Nina say her classmates don't pay much attention in her classes. Isn't the knowledge of the ancient kingdom of Crete a bit too far back for the average folks? Even in the deepest and darkest gutters, as long as the spiritual mind is still thinking, history will always be valuable. Morris shook his head in disapproval. It is with the history of the past 1,000 years that we have been able to get to where we are today. Of course, Mr. Duncan, you're right that very few people in these parts will want to listen to my tirade. But even if I can only teach one student who will listen, then I will feel like my efforts are not in vain. Morris said unhurriedly and then seemed to realize he had gone on a tangent. Forming an apologetic smile, sorry, professional habits, I've started preaching again. It's okay. I think it's a valuable preaching experience. Duncan waved his hand immediately, and it's been a pleasure to talk to you. I'm an antique dealer, and you're a history expert. So from a certain perspective, we're peers of the same industry. I'm also a teacher on Earth. Seriously, if from the impression of walking into this antique shop only, I would really question the part of us being peers. Morris spread his hands, but now I kind of believe it. You at least have one real thing in here. Duncan's face was very calm, but his heart was already shouting he had more than just one product. In fact, the pirate captain had already drawn out the warehouse plans for the 8th franchising branch. Continuing to maintain a smile and indifferent posture, I heard Nina say that you are actually better at ancient history, especially the history before and after the ancient kingdom of Crete. Strictly speaking, there is only after, no before, Morris immediately corrected. The ancient kingdom of Crete is the beginning of civilization in the Deep Sea Age, and before the Old Kingdom was the Great Annihilation, which was the melting point of civilization. No one can say what the world was like before that point in time because all we have to go on are contradictory texts circulating in the wilderness. Duncan mused, the spark breaker of civilization is like a horizon limit that runs through the river of history. Horizon limit. Morris apparently heard the word for the first time and became perplexed by the metaphor. A concept. If you put it on the Great Annihilation event, you can think of it as an invisible wall of time. All the information on one side of the wall cannot be transmitted to the other side of the wall, whether it is an optical observation or the causal connection of things, all of it is cut off in front of that boundary with no means to understand the other side. Quite an interesting concept. Old Mr. Morris's eyes widened in astonishment, crossing the limit of the horizon in history. A wall of time. Indeed, a very apt statement. Mr. Duncan, forgive me for my initial contemptuous impression of you. You are more professional than I could have ever imagined. Are you also a study of the ancient records? No, I have to say I'm not affluent with the ancient records. I'm merely more flexible in terms of my thought pattern. Sometimes I would conjure up some wonderful metaphors like now, Duncan modestly explains, knowing he should act ignorant in times like these. But I do have questions about what happened during the Great Annihilation event. You just mentioned that the history before then is usually not recognized by scholars? That there are many contradictory records in the wild? What do these records look like? It's just some wild stories passed down through the ages. But I did study some. Morris pondered what he should say before going slowly. For example, the city-state of Pland has a record of a manuscript from the year 1069 of the New Era. The original is lost, so we can't prove if it's true, but the manuscripts do describe the following before the Great Annihilation. The world is a sphere, floating in the vast sea of stars. There are countless celestial bodies dotting the night sky with 3 moons circling the world. Humans occupied 3 continents, one of which is frozen year-round. To combat the harsh environment, the people built a device called the dome to envelop the entire continent. The dome provides warmth, provides light, provides the eternal spring fueled by the seawater. Morris paused after saying this, then gave some thought to the reaction from Duncan. Once the old scholar felt like it was okay, he continued. On an island near Cold Harbor, explorers found a record carved into a slab of rock, which also described the world before the Great Annihilation. Scholars eventually cracked the old wording, but the information left everyone puzzled. The slate describes a homeland called the Home Star. Due to the world drying up, the people of the world boarded a ship called the Abinix, which can cross the Sea of Stars using the fuel and gas it captured from the stars. The journey lasted more than 47,000 days and nights until it was suddenly swept up by a huge vortex. The ship disintegrated under the force, and its descendants somehow survived by relying on the sea. Of course, these records are not as bizarre as the legends left by the elves of Wind Harbor. Elves have a 1,000-year lifespan, and their history should be the most detailed and reliable among all the short-lived races. But for some reason, their history is the most fragmented and bizarre of all the known texts. Many of their files have even been twisted into unreadable lost contexts, which were forcibly sealed due to the pollution they carried. Nowadays, the only information we have to go upon are oral poems narrated by the elves. The world is a dream created by the great demon god Sasroka. Then one day, the demon god suddenly dreamt of a flood sweeping across the world. In his panic, Sasroka awoke from his dream and leaked the dream into reality. The elves were swept away from reality due to the flood. As a result of the tragedy, the elves could never return to their peaceful homeland and has settled down in the deep sea era after the flooding. Chapter 92. Endless Guesses. Morris sighed. When those of us who dig into history and spend our lives researching the world's mysteries, we would always be stumped by the wall of the unknown. The old man had a thick layer of exhausted frustration on his face, as if he had traveled for most of his life doing exactly what his peers had done to no success. The history before the Great Annihilation is fragmented and contradictory, and the records between each city-state are like bizarre stories with no connection. Because of that, nobody can conclusively say which is the truth. Duncan did not speak for a while and went mute. Unlike the old man's sighing mood, he, on the other hand, just went through a baptism storm. As a foreigner who has experienced the information age of modern Earth, he could already guess what those things are in the wild histories. The dome covering the entire continent may likely be an artificial ecological device to replicate a desirable environment for its residences. As for the seawater fuel segment in the story, probably some sort of hydrofusion engine to run the machinery. Now for the giant ships sailing across the stars, that's even easier to figure out. They're likely a group of colonization starships that occasionally stops at a star system to extract gas and alloys from the planets to sustain its supplies. Now that leaves the elvish tale of the demon god and dream world. From dreams to the sea taking over reality. Duncan couldn't figure out what this was for a while, but it sounded like a fantasy concept from a magical world, something completely different from the technological worlds he had heard from the previous two stories. As Morris said, if all they had to go upon were those fragmented historical texts, then it's no wonder nobody could decipher the truth. Perhaps you are right. There is a horizon limit on the key event to the Great Annihilation. Morris's voice came from across the counter again, interrupting Duncan's train of thought. Rubbing the forehead as he spoke in a low tone, we cannot observe the event on the other side of the horizon, so the history before the Great Annihilation is a concept for us that can never be traced. It's then Duncan's brain got a bold and new idea over how distressed the old man appeared, which he said aloud, then. What if these records are all true? Morris raised an eyebrow and looked at Duncan with some surprise. Oh! What if all these records are true, and the history recorded by each city-state or race is really what they know the world as before the Great Annihilation? Duncan rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, maybe our ancestors 10,000 years ago really came from completely different homelands and had completely different civilizations? The Great Annihilation trapped these exiles from different worlds on this sea, and the records are the results of those descendants who managed to survive before the knowledge was lost in time. Now that he's on a roll, Duncan didn't pause and went on a tangent. The essence of the Great Annihilation may not actually be the end of the world, but a great teleportation. Morris appeared shocked at how wide his eyes had become. The conjecture of the Brock-Bendis school? World drift theory? This is a relatively unpopular genre to study. He was amazed, but now it was Duncan's turn to be confused. The ghost captain didn't expect others to come up with this idea before him. I only have little tidbits in this regard. Years of experience and occasional reading, but I do like this theory. I also like it as well. Although it's unpopular. Morris shook his head, but like all other conjecturing theories, we don't have evidence, so it's just a theory. Other schools also have some interesting theories. The Clark School for example assumed the distorted history is due to subspace corrupting the truth, while the Villantium School believes the world was a myriad of isolated lattices before the Great Annihilation. And then there's the Bologna city-state. The people living there does not believe the world existed at all before the Great Annihilation. Instead, they claim the historical texts are merely illusions created by the shadows in subspace to fool the world. Allow me to say something forbidden, Mr. Duncan, but even heretical cults have their own version and understanding of this world. Take the preaching enders that worship subspace as their religion. Their version is that the world's end is already upon us, that history is only catching up upon the world from the rivers of time. The cryptic and chaotic records we know of? They're all because of subspace's corruption, polluting the truth until everything is torn apart. Once the corruption is complete, that's when the whole world will fall into subspace. The more Duncan listened, the more shocked he became. After a long time, the man subconsciously shook his head to get himself in order. I didn't know that there were so many strange assumptions. Ordinary people don't dabble in this field, so it's not common to hear such stories. What's more, anything related to history is inherently dangerous due to its relation with the occult, Morris said. But one truth remains, if thousands of scholars spent hundreds or even thousands of years groping on a certain field with no resolution, they must have formulated all the possibilities already. Duncan slowly understood what the old man meant. These people do not lack imagination or vision to see beyond the fog, but rather they lack the fundamental foundation and evidence to support their theories. Isn't there any evidence left? Like any at all? Duncan asked with a look of bewilderment, is there not a single physical trace to go upon? There must have been some clues to track, otherwise there wouldn't be so many wild histories out there. So far, it has not been discovered, Morris said slowly. 10,000 years, plus one dark age after another in between with countless city-states rising and falling. If there was something, it would have been lost and destroyed along the way by now. What can be passed down are manuscripts of unreliable sources, or second-hand oral stories like in the Elvish states. Duncan didn't know what to say until he eventually compressed the emotions into one single sigh. Studying the ancient history of this world is really difficult. Yes, we have to not only face the fragmented ages of history but also the status quo of nothing to grasp upon, Morris sighed. With limited resources on each island, no city-state can fully invest its resources in such a field. And if there is something to be excavated, it's very likely been dug up by now on land. What can't be excavated is likely at a place that mortals like us can't reach. Like the bottom of the sea. Duncan said suddenly. Under the sea? Ha, what a frightening and bold statement, Morris laughed with amusement. But indeed, that is something a lot of historians thought about when they have nothing but desperation left. There are likely pieces of evidence at the bottom of the sea, perhaps mountains of artifacts from other civilizations. It would explain a lot of mysteries we have now. Sadly, no mortal can dive into the depths of the sea. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment, but this does give rise to another hypothesis. Although the idea hasn't evolved into a school yet by other scholars, but many people have speculated that the old world is actually hidden in the ocean. More precisely, located in the depths between the deep sea and spirit world. Why do you say that? Duncan's interest got piqued by this idea. Morris thought for a while and explained, because many broken ancient records mentioned the world before the Great Annihilation had a starry sky, and we all know, the starry sky is the interfacing layer between the deep sea and the spirit world. Duncan almost choked himself to death due to his own saliva. Ahem, wah. Are you all right? Morris was taken aback by Duncan's strong reaction. This shouldn't be so shocking. I'm fine. I was too deeply drawn into your story that I accidentally choked. Duncan quickly waved his hand to let the old man continue. The starry sky is between the deep sea and the spirit world. Of course I know, of course I know. Chapter 93. This is common sense. Duncan quickly adjusted his expression and state of mind so that he did not look like a foreigner that lacked common sense. Yet, his mind could no longer remain calm, for his heart was churning up a storm. Why? Because this world's sky had no stars. The starry stars mentioned here are in the world between the ocean and the spirit world, a strange and freaky phenomenon that couldn't even be fathomed by those on Earth. For this so-called common sense, Duncan could only curse in frustration. To be fair, for the short period of coming to this world, the ghost captain had done a lot. He's driven the vanished into the depths of the spirit world and entered the chaotic lower cabins of the ship connecting to subspace. Yet, he's never seen the starry sky between the deep sea and spirit world. This happens to be his blind spot so far. Stars? Hiding in the depths of the sea. What a weird and bizarre situation if it's true. Is the so-called starry sky mentioned by Morris the same thing as the starry sky I know? What is the form of the place where the spirit world meets the deep sea? Is there a deeper, darker ocean? Or is it just a special spatial structure named after the ocean? For some reason, Duncan suddenly thought of the girl named Shirley and her inseparable pet and weapon called Dog. Dog was a creature of the shadows known as Darkhound in this world, a demon creature summoned from the depths of the nether. Duncan couldn't imagine the physiological structure of such a skeletal hound, but judging from its appearance, it was clearly not an aquatic creature. Going by that, he could boldly speculate that the so-called deep sea may not necessarily be a body of ocean. It could be an extremely vast and bizarre space that's wrapped up by the starry sky. As Duncan sketched the spatial model in his mind, Morris finally started to notice the absent-mindedness of the antique shop owner. Asking curiously, about astrology, do you also dabble in the field? I have some interest. Duncan pulled the corner of his lips up, finding it amusing that the world would have something like astrology when they lacked stars in the sky. But the starry sky is hidden in such a deep place, it's not easy to explore the topic. Of course, the field is extremely dangerous to explore, but not impossible. We too can use some indirect scientific means to observe the projection of the starry sky thanks to the advancement of technology. Like the spirit lenses used by a navigator. Ever since the city-states improved its design, those who go mad from repeated use has gone down by huge margins. Morris breaks out into a delighted laugh at the topic. It's been a long time since he got someone willing to discuss such things with him, so he's in a very good mood. You know, a century ago, the profession of a navigator was always the deadliest job on an ocean-going ship. In fact, I've always wanted to collect a set of the earliest spirit lenses to study, but sadly, I never got the chance to. Duncan was blinking dully then. He didn't care what the old gent was spouting there, instead he was only interested in a new question that popped up as a result. In this world, how do navigators guide their ships if there are no stars up in the sky? Turns out the answer remains the same after some more back and forth by relying on the stars. Instead of looking up though, the ships looked down at the waters with the spirit lenses. By observing the reflecting stars from beneath the depths, they could effectively achieve the same results using the scientific instrument. However, that doesn't mean the job didn't come with risks. Before the 1800s of the new calendar, those who acted as navigators would often lose their minds or die from corruption. That's the cost of constantly peering at the deep sea where foul shadows lurked. You are such a learned person. After discussing many more questions, Duncan finally couldn't help but sigh sincerely. Nina is lucky to have a teacher like you. I'm also glad to see her having an uncle like you, Morris nodded reservedly. Now that all my doubts are gone, I can feel at ease knowing she's in your hands. You are a competent guardian and a man of wide interests with a strong thirst for knowledge. Seriously. I haven't had such a nice conversation with someone in a long time. The old man said, sighing slightly as well. My current life is good, quiet, and peaceful. I didn't have the same problems when I lived in the upper city, but it does get boring at times without people to talk to at the same level. Even my fellow co-workers at the school rarely chat with me because of the subjects I like. I'd love to be your audience, Duncan smiled when he heard this. I'm particularly interested in history. I can see that. Old Mr. Morris chuckled comfortably and then glanced in the direction of the window, where he became shocked by the hour. Oh goddess, look at the time. Have I actually been here all afternoon? If you don't mind, it's okay to stay here overnight too, Duncan said casually. You can try my cooking skills. I should be able to catch the bus back to the crossroad. Morris glanced at the sinking sun and declined Duncan's kindness. Thank you for the invitation, but I think I'd better get home. The city has not been peaceful lately, and not returning all night will worry the family. You're right, then I won't keep you. Duncan thought for a moment and got up to send the old teacher off. I'll call Nina down first. As soon as Morris wanted to say something, Duncan had already turned to the second floor and summoned the girl, Nina. Mr. Morris is going home, come down and see your teacher off. Footsteps promptly came from the stairs. Wearing casual clothes now, Nina first greeted her teacher before glancing at the sky outside the window. Showing a surprising face, you two actually talked for this long. We had a great conversation, Morris said with a smile, and your uncle is a man with a wide range of interests and the willingness to learn. Duncan kept a serious look to the side and nodded silently. The so-called conversation was in fact actually the old gentleman unilaterally speaking on his own while Duncan pretended to listen intently at times. Of course, the antique shop owner wouldn't divulge something like that. Nina gave her uncle a suspicious look but then quickly corrected her attitude and tugged at the man's sleeve in a squeamish fashion. Did you talk about me? Just a little bit about your school studies. Morris may look old, but his hearing was pristine so he didn't miss the girl's whisper. Your uncle will tell you. Don't worry, I didn't complain about you. While speaking, the old man picked up the cane that he had put aside when he entered and confirmed his new prize in his arm, the old dagger. Once done, he bid the uncle and niece a pleasant farewell before slowly strolling out of the shop. After confirming they were alone, Duncan locked the door for good. In his view, more business was unlikely to come through the door today. Besides, he just made a lot of money. There's no reason to work so hard anymore. I'll take you to buy a bicycle tomorrow, he says with a smile. Hey! Nina didn't react at once. Why? I got a bonus from City Hall and landed another big sale today. I think we can live a more comfortable life now. Duncan rubbed his chin in thought. A bike will come in handy, so it's time we got you one. Big business. Nina finally returned to her senses. Ah, you sold that dagger to Mr. Morris. That's right, Duncan nodded, for more than 3,000 salas. Nina. The girl, who had a good concept of money, was taken aback by this number. Showing a skeptical and wary face, but what am I going to do? My teacher only came for a visit and you've sold him an item for 3,000 salas. When word gets around, everyone's going to be talking about us. Duncan raised an eyebrow and wondered why she was so worried. Then our store will be famous, right? Nina, are you serious? Spreading his hands out, you can't expect us to give something so valuable away for free, right? It's rare that our store has something real for once. Nina jabbed her arms against the waist and bulged that cheek up, clearly displeased by the reply. Then as if deflated, she turned the gloom to a cheery smile. Chapter 94. Nina's Weird Dream. It was getting dark on the street. After seeing Morris off and tidying up the storefront on the first floor, Duncan finally had time to tell Nina about what her teacher had said during the home visit. After all, this was actually the main reason why Mr. Morris came to visit today, although the two of them did go off topic after chatting later. Have you been not resting well lately? Or is there something wrong with your health? At the dinner table on the second floor, Duncan asked with concern while spreading butter on slices of bread. I heard from your teacher that you have been like this for several days. Nina was obviously a little nervous as she probably guessed what had been talked about. I'm just a little tired. Then it seems that what Mr. Morris said is true. Duncan carefully observed Nina's expression. Physical reasons? Or is it because of something else? If you have something on your mind, you can tell me. Speaking of this, he paused, then added, of course, there may be some things at your age that you don't want to tell adults like me, and this is normal. You are growing after all. Everyone should have their own ideas and personalities, which I respect. Still, you must remember that asking for help when needed is not shameful. Tell me if I can help, and we will find a solution together. He tried to make his words seem reliable and kind, which was not easy with all things considering. A drunken gambler that was so ill that he fell into being a cultist could hardly be called reliable. I'm really okay, really. Nina seemed a little uncomfortable with such a kind uncle, but deep down, she didn't resist such a change. Waving her hand up vigorously, I'm only feeling tired lately, and when I'm awake, I feel sleepy like I'm dreaming. Dreaming? Duncan frowned, suddenly thinking of something. Nightmare? Was it a dream of the fire when you were a child? Perhaps because he was paying attention to the sun fragments and the unsolved case 11 years ago, he suddenly had this idea that Nina would be related. No, not when I was a child. Nina shakes her head. What is it then? I always dreaming that I am standing in a very high place, like a tower in the city, and the streets below my feet are dark and full of ruins. Nina recalled, slowly diving back into the images she had. The ruins and ashes are like a huge scar running along the center of the city. It goes from the crossroad up to the upper city. I felt trapped and wanted to run, but an invisible wall kept blocking my way. Nina suddenly shook her head to dispel the nasty feeling. It's always like this in the dreams. Technically, it's not all that frightening if I look back at it. There wasn't anything chasing me or something like that. I only got scared because of the huge scar running across the city. Then whenever I get too stressed, I would jerk awake from the dream until it repeats again. Duncan listened carefully to the girl's description and slowly frowned. What Nina described? It is really not the fire she experienced in childhood, nor the scene I remember from this body. It's more like a running picture of a different plan from another space and time. If it were on Earth, Duncan would only regard this as a strange dream resulting from stress and workload, but in this strange and abnormal world, being haunted by the same nightmare spelled something worse. When did you start having these dreams? Duncan asked with a serious expression. About a week or two ago. Or maybe earlier. I can't remember. Nina took a sip of the vegetable soup, her voice a little slurred. I didn't pay much care to it at the time. After hearing this, Duncan wanted to say you should have told me earlier, but then remembered that Nina's uncle was still a rotten person addicted to some deplorable activities back then. An unreliable person could never be of help, so he swallowed the words back down. Have you consulted a professional yet? Like a doctor? Nina raised her head. You mean a psychiatrist? Yes, psychiatrist. Duncan thought about it and immediately nodded. In this world, psychiatrist is an indispensable profession. There are too many things watching the city-state at night. From the shadows lurking in the depths to the heretical airs of the chaotic religions, all of which wanted to harm the mortals. However, the most problematic are the psychological kind: nightmares, hallucinations, and cognitive deviations from reality. The only field that tackles this was psychology, and in this world, it's not a profession that sits you down and has a nice chat. They also use supernatural powers at times to correct the distorted mindset. Nina's frequent strange dreams should also belong to the disease these psychiatrists pay attention to. I haven't, Nina said sullenly, their fees are expensive. I was just having weird dreams. But these strange dreams have begun to affect your life, Duncan said seriously, and continuing to dream about these strange scenes may be a dangerous sign. You must have learned this in school, did you not? While saying this, he was also quick to add inside his heart there must be something wrong with Nina's continuous strange dreams. In any case, since he already lives here in a strange and abnormal world, he must be wary of the elements of these supernatural fields. As it so happens, he also wants to meet the professionals of this field using this opportunity. It would be good to learn how they treat those who are ill so he could copy. Nina was obviously still a little hesitant, but in front of Duncan's serious expression, she finally lost the battle. Then we can go to the community church on the weekend and ask the storm pastor to do a blessing. The cost is very small for that, and if it doesn't work, we can find a special psychiatrist afterward, okay? Church? Storm priest? Those who follow the storm goddess Gamina? Duncan found this arrangement to be very good. He also wants to meet a priest serving the gods too. Okay, that's settled then. He nodded immediately, just because you are going to the museum on the weekend, we'll stop by the church when you get back. Ryunoe.co. After dinner, Nina and Duncan both went back to their rooms, the latter being accompanied by AI's lazy figure lying on the windowsill. The dove had been flying outside all day and had returned without harvest. Hurry, destroy, tired, AI mopes and rests her head down like a pig when her master saunters over. You really worked hard. Duncan knew that it was indeed a tiring day for this bird, so he readily untied the cultist's censer from her back. Soothing AI's feathers as he spoke, this is indeed not going to be easy. They are hiding deeply now that the storm church is watching. The dove rolled her eyes and flapped those wings in protest. Amused by the childish behavior, Duncan taps the bird's head as a tease. Even so, this still has to be done. Of course, flying for a full day is indeed a little too intense, so I will arrange a combination of work and rest for you. He decided to do the search for cultists in the city a long-term project at this stage. Although after doing today's big business, he's no longer in urgent need of money, but removing rats from the city was still a meaningful act in itself. Besides, he might actually hook a big fish somewhere down the line. The grunts won't mean much in the equation, but the benefits of catching a sun heir were too tempting to not try. And on top of that, he's quite concerned about the sun fragment incident from 11 years ago. It's giving him bad vibes. On the second hand, there seems to be a wild lowly and dog running about in the city-state. The other party was constantly making trouble for the suntists. If he goes by that trail, he might run into the pair again if luck would permit. There are a lot of questions he had for those two regarding the deep sea and the starry sky mentioned by Morris. Who better to answer this than those who dabble in the power of the deep sea? Noticing the serious expression on Duncan's face, AI sighs extremely humanely upon realizing there's no way out of work. Aya, the bird's tone was full of sorrow, there is already a sad thick barrier between us. Duncan. Your vocabulary is quite rich. Chapter 95. Infiltration. Another handful of Sun heretics who had infiltrated planned by smuggling aboard a ship has been intercepted by the church today. For this reason, Vanna's been busy interrogating the prisoners until late into the evening. Inquisitor Vanna, the slightly emaciated regional bishop saluted the young inquisitor. May the waves shelter your soul. May the waves shelter your soul too, Vanna replied to the bishop, then walked to the chair on the side with a somewhat tired step. This is already the second batch of Sun heretics thrown into prison, right? Yes, we caught a dozen of them at the port 3 days ago already. They were promptly detected and stopped when they tried to kill a citizen. This new group is the second batch. They aroused the alarm of a meter reader during a dark ceremony in the apartment building. The regional bishop nodded with a slightly worried look in his eyes. To think so many cultists managed to infiltrate our city already. Fortunately, we found out early, otherwise their dark ritual would have caused devastating damage to the people. Planned is a transportation hub on the boundless sea, and the calm of the past 4 years has paralyzed a lot of people's awareness. Vanna nodded in agreement, but it is not certain that we discovered their intents early or late. Those who came before the alarms went off might have already dug themselves deep inside a hole to avoid exposure. The regional bishop glanced at the inquisitor's expression, hesitated for a moment, then asked, I heard that many people have also been arrested in other areas. Yes, in almost every city sector, Vanna did not hide the truth. Now in the underground cells of almost every church are captured heretics. From several to dozens. But most of them are mere minions that had hardly any training. The priests have so far mostly been able to evade capture. Vanna's tone unconsciously became serious when she spoke at the end. She's also leaking worry on her face due to what's to come. Ever since the operation of these heretics trying to find the sun fragment became known to the authorities, the church had reacted quickly and launched a full-scale search across the entire city-state. Whether it be the slums or high-end communities, they've searched it all. The only parts they struggled with were the sewers and unknown sectors. Every day there are results, but we still couldn't find out who's pulling the strings, which gives me a bad feeling about the deteriorating situation. Vanna explains her woes in front of the regional bishop. With such a large invasion force, it is impossible to operate without a high-ranking commander behind them. Yet, we still don't have a clue as to who's behind it. The regional bishop pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. According to the results of the current interrogation, these minions only obey the orders of the emissaries, and the so-called emissaries are a group of low-level priests who directly got their orders through the sun masks they wore. Could the sun heirs already be lurking inside the city? The sun heirs lurking inside a human state? Logically speaking, that's unlikely, Vanna's brows furrowed slightly at the idea. Although they have great power, they also have obvious traces of existence that can't be hidden. The filthy and foul stench they produce would have been picked up by the patrolling guardians. Theoretically, the routes we set should have no blind spots. It's just a guess in the end. The regional bishop shook his head. I also know how difficult it is for the Sun heirs to hide their presence from society. But those low-level emissaries do carry a Sun mask. Even if they are not directly controlled by an heir, they must be maintaining contact to a certain extent. After all, mass-produced holy relics are not cheap. The cost would put a dent in anyone's pocket. Vanna rubbed her chin in thought after being reminded about the cost factor. According to the interrogation record, those heretics are mainly inquiring about the supernatural event from 11 years ago, right? They believe it has something to do with the Sun fragment. It seems so, the regional bishop nodded. Although they do not know the source of their intelligence, they seem convinced that the Sun fragments caused the chemical plant riot in Plant 11 years ago. I remember you two were. The regional bishop stopped partway due to the striking scar on Vanna's left eye. Slightly lowering his head in shame for being so inconsiderate, I'm sorry, I was careless. Subconsciously brushing her hand against the scar, Vanna shook her head to dispel such emotions. It's okay, just a scar. You're correct though, I did witness the riot personally, so there's no need to hold back. I've learned that there was also a group of Sun heretics among those who rioted back then. We are sure of this after arresting hundreds of saboteurs. The regional bishop now sounded heavy in his voice, but the infiltrated heretics don't seem to know anything about the events 11 years ago. If they are part of the same cult, wouldn't they have at least some information on what happened? Don't you think it's weird? 11 years ago. Either the branch and plant acted without permission and didn't communicate with the others, or the Sun fragment's appearance was a complete accident back then. Regardless of which, nothing good could come of it. There's also the possibility that it's the handiwork of a third force who remained in the shadows, and that the Sun heretics are merely a pawn that got used. Vanna conjectures using what little knowledge she knows, and according to the records we have, those captured saboteurs back then were all in a state of madness and delirium. I'm more inclined to believe they were under the influence of a powerful force that's not their own. Chasing twisted and dark things, only to be dominated by said dark forces before being tossed aside like firewood during the chaos. The regional bishop sighed at how incredibly sad and foolish those pawns were. What a miserable life. Vanna didn't add anything to that, only standing quietly while staring out the window. From where she was, the lady could observe what was happening at the port from a distance. The blockade and cordoning have ended by now, and many of the piers were reopened during the day except for Pier 1. The reason was that it housed the latest steamship, the White Oak, which was constantly being monitored by the priests. Vanna eventually retracted her gaze from the port after remembering something else. I heard the notice for Anomaly 099 has been issued to the port area. Yes, it just arrived this afternoon. Would you like to take a look? The regional bishop said as he took out the folded documents from his possession. For some reason, it came a little later than expected. Show me. Vanna reached out and took the document, and it's normal to be a little late considering what's involved. Anomaly 099's out-of-control state is very special after all. Considering the fact that it went missing during a direct confrontation with the Vanished, the bishops of the other city-states must weigh the wording and information carefully before releasing the document. Merely knowing about the matter might create a direct connection with that ghost ship if we're not careful. When the lady mentioned the word vanished, the oil lamp closest to Vanna suddenly flickered, followed by a subtle crackling sound of which shouldn't be. Chapter 96. Peering. Sitting inside the captain's room of the Vanished, Duncan slowly opens his eyes after transferring the bulk of his consciousness over. Glancing around the room, he found nothing astray. It's the familiar furnishing, the same glistening glow of the setting sun shining off the golden mask on the table, and most importantly, the same white dove plopping down at the shelves like a lazy dog. So why did he return? Simple. The man's trying an experiment. What could he do with the shell back in the antique shop while only a small portion of his mind controlled the body? The answer came quickly once he went outside and met an old street neighbor. They exchanged some pleasantries of the weather, said a few words about the recent events, and then bid farewell due to the late hour. Of course, the shop owner's actions were rigid and sluggish, but who would care about the behaviors of a drug-addicted gambler known to be ill? Pleased by the results from the experiment, Duncan smiled and returned his full attention to the ship where he picked up the golden mask. There are a lot of things he could do and planned, but there was not enough sunlight to do it all in one day. He could try it during nighttime, of course. However, that would surely draw the attention of the authorities. Best not to try that method. Now back to the mask at hand. It's heavy, likely cast out of pure metal. Looking at the golden thing, Duncan began to ponder the possibilities. Was the thing made of pure gold? If so, should he sell it for a lot of money? Sure, he's currently free from the burden of financial pressure, but who said he couldn't use the fund at a later date? Nobody ever complains about having too much money, and he wouldn't either. Those cultists are like sheep with multi-purpose uses. They provide him with intel about the world, their existence reported for bounties, and their supernatural items like this mask refined for further exploitation. The sun cultists are so full of treasures, ho ho. The ghost captain rubs his chin like a devious businessman. AI, who was strolling about on the shelf now, suddenly stopped and stared at the crude behavior. Sharply crying out in her female voice, "Can you not be so inhumane? Can you not be so inhumane? You are not qualified to talk about me, you blasted bird." Duncan shoots an accusing finger right back at AI, who was bobbing her head up and down in disgust. Then rubbing his fingertip to summon up a spark of green flame, the ghost captain returns his attention to what he had in mind. First, he's going to clean out whatever taint the mask has before doing some tests. However, right as he's about to carry out the act, a mysterious and ethereal voice seemingly echoes out from within his heart. Or it might connect them to the vanished. Duncan's body froze into a cinder block, shocked by the sound that came out of the blue. He turned and faced the bird next to himself. "Did you hear anything?" Flapping her wings, AI proudly sang her woes like a barb in a tavern. "Listen, the voice of the sea is crying, oh heavens, thou shalt hurt us again. Stop, stop, stop. I shouldn't have asked you at all." Duncan quickly glared at the dove to make her stop. He totally regrets ever trying to communicate with the likes of this bird. Shirking off his discomfort, the ghost captain carefully searched from within for the brief connection he got during the interaction. It was all darkness at first, but soon, he saw a glimmer of light emerging from the front. Grabbing onto this to not let it evade his grasp, the man pulls himself forward using the power of the ghost fire. He couldn't see much at first, only the chattering voices behind an oval-shaped mirror found commonly in homes of this world. This was about as far as he got before something blocked him. There's an invisible veil blocking his consciousness from advancing. Then it hit him. It's not that he lacked the ability to enhance the connection, but rather Duncan didn't have a medium to possess like the other shell inside the antique shop to station his mind in reality. Understanding the problem, Duncan came to the mirror and casually touched the mirror with his flame. The ghostly green flowed outwards, rippling through the silver surface to form a new layer atop the mirror. In the next second, the shimmering stopped, and now he could see behind the muddled image of the mirror with clarity. Overtaken by curiosity, Duncan leaned over and peered into the room illuminated by lights. There's an unusually tall lady standing near the window and reading something using the afterglow of the skylight. Based on her lax stance, it doesn't appear she had noticed the spooky presence currently observing her from the rear. Vanna's gaze remained firmly on the document she was currently reading, confirming the content verbatim. This was a jointly discussed and drafted document by the bishops of each city-state. Then personally reviewed and approved by His Majesty the Pope sitting in the Storm Cathedral using the spiritual resonance they shared. The whole process had no room for mistake and was sheltered under the watchful gaze of the goddess to ensure the texts weren't corrupted. Such a special document served only one purpose: to inform every voyaging ship that sails the sea a superior anomaly has escaped the control of the civilized world. This was necessary. The anomalies that are out of control on the boundless sea will not disappear forever in the eyes of the world. Although the deep sea would eventually swallow everything, it never swallows the anomalies that fall into it. Instead, those who are out of control would wander on the fringes of the civilized world more bizarrely and dangerously, like wolves wandering around the pastures, chasing and threatening the safety of voyages. Almost every year, seafarers would die due to these out-of-control anomalies. And as the custodian and sealer of said anomaly, every church has the duty of informing the captains who may encounter such danger. No one would think it was damaging to the church's reputation because this was one of the primary responsibilities of the church to begin with. Timely notification of the out-of-control situation may be able to save a ship that unfortunately encountered an anomaly one day in the future or have the possibility of resealing and containing the danger. Under normal circumstances, such a notice would be sent to the port unit within 24 hours of the out-of-control incident, but this notice involving Anomaly 099 was a little later than normal. Why? Because this event involves not only Anomaly 099 the puppet coffin, but also Vision 005 the vanished. There's a strict criterion for such a high-profile case. It's dangerous to know too much in this world lest they want to draw the attention of said danger through the knowledge. Vanna's face sank as she read the document word by word, confirming whether the phrasing in the paper conformed to the sacred and invisible structure of prayer and whether it could avoid the gaze of the infamous ghost captain. And on the window glass beside her, in the gap between the light and shadow that neither she nor the regional bishop could perceive, Duncan was leaning his head out at the contents of the document and became shocked. Chapter 97. Who is making the list? After a little recollection, Duncan finally remembered where he had seen this face. This was the prestigious female inquisitor of Planned, Vanna Wayne. Her name and picture appeared in the newspapers. Why am I seeing such a scene? And why is the person a follower of the storm goddess? Is there a hidden connection between her and me? When did it get established? How come I didn't notice it before? Countless thoughts popped up in Duncan's mind for a moment, but the next second, the messy thoughts were interrupted by something that swept into his line of sight: the document Vanna was reading. The content was written in a rigorous format, with the sacred symbol of the storm goddess printed on the paper. The first sentence at the beginning was as follows: I hereby inform the captains and accompanying priests and guides that anomaly 099, the puppet coffin, has recently gone out of control. The most holy and wise have witnessed the cursed thing being lost in the storm, and the characteristics are hereby as listed. Duncan's eyes slowly widened as he gazed over Vanna's shoulder. The document described various details relating to Alice. Like where she originated from, what curses she possessed, how she was conceived, and the nickname Alice Guillotine. Eventually, his gaze locked onto a bit about the white oak being attacked. He wanted to read more, but Vanna's tall stature blocked off the important bits from view. One side, just move a little bit to one side, Duncan cursed inwardly and kept repeating the phrase. Still unaware of the snooping ghost captain, Vanna suddenly felt a wisp of cold breeze blowing around her earlobe. Out of reflex, she subconsciously looked to the window where she had left a crack open for air. The lady's not afraid, of course. The flames from the oil lamps will dispel any malicious shadows at night. Go ahead and store it. The wording by the head bishops is very good. It's safe to begin distribution. She hands the document back to the cleric. The regional bishop nodded, then stepped forward to take away the document. Turning on the electric lamp in the room to brighten the darkness, the cleric asks, "Are you going to rush back to the central cathedral tonight?" "Bishop Valentine is still waiting for me to discuss things." Vanna bowed her head slightly. "The city is restless lately. We may need to conduct a large-scale prayer service to strengthen the protection around the state." After saying that, she glanced up at the chandelier hanging from the roof where the light bulbs were shining. Sighing at the image, ache. If only electric lights have the same effect of dispelling evil spirits like a flame. Their range is so much farther. "I know, milady," the regional bishop spread out his hands, "it's a pity that electricity is not sacred." Vanna shook her head and said nothing to comment. It was time she left, which she did by bidding farewell to the cleric and striding out of the lounge. After Vanna left and the cleric dispersed, only the burning oil lamp remained near the window, flickering and burning eerily with a green tint to the orange. Then it faded, returning to the common yellowish-orange. Duncan had retracted his connection away from the mirror and dispelled the layer of green film. He's seen enough. In the last second when Vanna turned around, one line instantly caught his eye: Vision 005. The vanished. So the classification of the vanished is indeed that of a vision, and the rank is so high too. He returned to his desk and muttered thoughtfully until another question wandered up. But then again, why is the ship's ranking so high? According to Nina's textbook, the ranking of anomalies and visions are based upon the rules left behind by the Kingdom of Crete from ancient times. But what are the determining criteria? How do they interpret the threat? Does historical importance play a factor? Initially, Duncan never thought about these issues, but now he's got a lot of questions that need answering. This number. Is it in the order of discovery? If it is arranged in the order of discovery, then the vanished shouldn't be this high. There are plenty of other things that came before the ship. In theory, 005 should have been occupied long ago. But if the ranking isn't due to the time of discovery, then what's the key factor? The danger it poses? Wouldn't the ranking be in need of constant change then? Such a big constant task would be too constantly. That couldn't be it. Although Duncan lacked credible knowledge, the textbooks mention that in most situations, most upper numbers are more dangerous and frightening than the lower ones. Now this brings up a very interesting question worthy of note: if the existing list was a relatively stable and easily unchanged ranking board, then its arranger must be no different than a prophetic figure. The person must be able to predict the ranking of almost every anomaly and vision. Not only to accurately assign the position when discovered but also to leave empty spaces between each number on the table for future discoveries. Duncan definitely had a lot of interest behind those making a list, but the curiosity soon died down for the time being. The reason being? He didn't expect Alice's name to be so famous. "I'm going out for a bit," Duncan casually said to the dove on the table and strode out of the captain's bedroom. The goat head in the charting room heard the noise and immediately turned his head with a creak. After seeing it was Duncan who came out, he routinely asked, "Name?" "Duncan Abnamar." "Stop asking me about that. Where is Alice?" "Ah, Captain," the goat head wanted to habitually do his bala again but was blocked with a snarl. Creaking his neck to answer, "You looking for Miss Alice? She might be counting her hair in her room." "Counting her hair?" Duncan was stunned. What new problems have she added? "Forget it. I'll go check on her myself. You keep sailing the ship." After saying this, he didn't wait for the other party to respond and turned for the ship's deck, leaving behind the goat head, who appeared taken aback by the captain's swift departure. "I haven't even had time to say more." After holding back for a long time, the goat head mutters depressingly, "Did my ability to find a topic weaken?" As soon as his words came out, a crack swooned open from the captain's bedroom, and out came Ai the dove. She's swaggering around the mapping table like she owns it. $5 for a talk. The bird tilts her head and blinks those red beady eyes. Okay, I'll take anyone who can chat with me." The goat head happily agrees. He hasn't had a decent conversation and was dying to talk. "What do you want to chat about? Can you speak normally? I keep getting the feeling. Make some fries." "Hey." The goat head couldn't keep up. "No, I mean, do you have self-awareness? Make some fries. If you're going to talk about cooking at sea, make some fries. Can you say anything else? Make some fries." "Goat head." Duncan did not pay attention to the silly noise behind in the room and promptly went down to the cabins below deck. Eventually, he found his way over to Alice's room and knocked. "Alice, it's me." A stammering voice soon came from the other side, "Ple please. Please come in." As soon as Duncan heard this, he subconsciously raised an eyebrow and pushed the door. The doll in the gothic dress was sitting at the table next to the bed, her face directed at a mirror while being held up by her hands at the table. Captain, good evening." "Duncan, put your head back on first before talking." "Oh, okay." Chapter 98. Alice doesn't know anything. Imagine this picture: you are on a creaking ghost ship. You push open a wooden door in the deepest part of the corridor with dim lights flickering in the background. Then in front of you is a headless doll in her gothic-styled dress smiling at you in the creepiest fashion. No matter how one thinks about it, such a scene would be enough to scare someone to death. If Duncan didn't know Alice well enough by this point, he would have surely pulled his gun at this instant. Alice didn't know how evil she had just made the atmosphere. Obediently pressing her head back to her neck, the girl quickly regained her agility and greeted Duncan with a bright smile. "Good evening, Captain. Are you looking for me?" Duncan then made up his mind and eyed the doll up and down suspiciously. "What are you doing here? Why does the goat head say that you're counting your hair inside the cabin?" Alice moved her neck from side to side, then gently smoothed out her slightly messy hair with those fingers before making a slightly embarrassed face. "It's just to see how much hair is left." Duncan looked at the doll like a retard, not comprehending. Eventually, he noticed something on the edge of the table. It was a spool that had come from who knows where, and between the combs were several silvery white hairs. The source of which was obvious. Duncan was expressionless. Alice noticed the captain's gaze and immediately explained with a serious face, "Look, this one is called Miffy, this one is called Pearly, this one is called Femia, and this one, the name is..." Duncan finally exclaimed, "You even gave a name to every hair you lost." As a memento, Alice looked solemn and sad. "Didn't you say I'm a doll? Us puppets don't grow hair on our own. In case it all falls off one day, I'm holding on to them to reminisce about the good times when I had them." Duncan got dizzy due to the puppet's weird logic. He even forgot the reason for coming until he finally snapped out of it. "I didn't mean what I said. You don't have to take it to heart. No wonder you kept to the cabin during these 2 days. You've been naming the hair that came off each day." Alice nodded harmlessly. Duncan tensed his face and sighed for a while. "Fine, I'll look for a puppeteer in the city to get a solution. You can stop this. Alice was taken aback. You're going to tie people up and take them aboard the ship? Duncan glared at her. I'll buy you a few wigs to spare. It's unbefitting for the boundless sea's mobile natural disaster to kidnap a puppeteer. But a mobile natural disaster penetrating into the human city to buy wigs is not very befitting either, Alice muttered subconsciously, but just halfway through the muttering, she quickly swallowed it back in. Ah, I won't say it, hee hee. Don't be silly, Duncan suddenly felt vexed at lowering himself to the doll's wavelength. Then waving his hand after remembering his purpose for coming, forget it, your sudden distraction caused me to get sidetracked. Sit down, Alice, I have important things to speak with you. Alice knew this was no joke based on the captain's serious expression. Quickly retracting her fawning smile, she sat on her wooden coffin box and put the spool away. Duncan sighed. For some reason, he always seems to lose his composure before Alice despite being able to keep a calm composure against more shocking entities, like confronting the goat head when he first came to this world, or possessing a sacrificial body with a hole through the chest, nothing ever fazed him. Yet, before this silly and borderline goofy doll, his sanity would always hover at the edge of collapse and non-collapse. If he thought about it, this was probably due to Alice's style. It's really hard to fend against such a character. Raising a finger to make a hooking gesture at a chair, the wooden seat promptly creaked over and stationed behind Duncan's legs for him to sit. Raynora, what is your impression of this name? Raynora. Alice blinked, her face unpretentiously confused. I haven't heard of it. Sounds like a woman's name? And there is a sense of elegance and nobility. Your acquaintances. Theoretically, it should be your acquaintance, but you say you don't know. Very well, I believe you. Duncan was not so surprised by Alice's answer and continued, what about the Frostbite city-state? Are you familiar with the name? Any impressions? Frostbite city-state? I heard the name when I was in the box. It seems to be a city-state on the cold sea, and there is a place called Cold Harbor there. They said the harbor acted as the gateway from the cold sea to the central sea. Alice recalled in thought, but I don't know the specifics, so I have only heard the name. What about Alice Guillotine? The puppet looked even more confused. Alice, I know, that's my name, but what is the guillotine? This situation was basically what Duncan expected after asking several questions and getting similar responses. Alice was confused about all this, just like she said on the first day of their meeting. She didn't know her past, the truth behind Anomaly 099, about the Frostbite city-state, and she hadn't heard of the Frost Queen who died half a century ago. Even if her appearance was exactly the same as that of the Frost Queen. No matter though, he merely wanted to see the sort of reaction by mentioning these keywords to Alice. So, maybe my focus should not be on the doll but on the coffin? Duncan's eyes slowly sharpened, and his attention fell on Alice's gorgeous heavy wooden box. The ornate coffin that once housed the doll was still in the room, and Alice now sat firmly on it. Alice loved her suitcase, using it as a stool and locker and sometimes sleeping in it despite the normal beds in the room. You open the box and let me see, Duncan said. Alice felt a little puzzled but quickly jumped down from the box and opened the lid for the man to peer inside. The wooden case was lined with soft red velvet, and in the corners were some random items sprawled around, a comb, a spool that's wrapped with her hair, a small mirror, and a few metal trinkets. I found these from the ship, in another cabin, Alice explained carefully, pointing to the items in the corner of the box. I asked Mr. Goathead, and he said these were ownerless things. Can I keep them? I think they're beautiful. Duncan looked at the old trinkets. Perhaps a century ago, someone on this ship would have worn these things on themselves. But now, they're clearly items devoid of ownership, merely evidence that this ship once belonged to the material world. Keep them, they're yours. Duncan nodded, but then his gaze suddenly noticed a small object in the pile of items. Reaching in to pick it up, this thing. It was a tiny hairpin, delicate and not like something that would appear on the vanished. It resembled a silver-white feather, and it was dotted with little broken wavy patterns along the edges. Although it was still as new as it had been from a century ago, this item was clearly not of this era in design. Duncan frowned. For some reason, he felt a faint longing when he saw this hairpin. There was even a name that he almost blurted out despite not recalling the exact wording. Duncan blinked in astonishment over his own reaction. He didn't know what was going on with this feeling that suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart, but gradually, he understood. Just as he knew the name Duncan Abnamar the first time he came to this ship. He had just come into contact with the remaining echoes in his body again. He looked down at the hairpin in his hand, wondering how such a delicate and small thing could resonate with the biggest natural disaster on the boundless sea. But soon, Alice's voice woke him up from his thoughts. Captain? Captain, you. I'm sorry, but I can't give you this hairpin, Duncan said to Alice, but then he quickly realized the wording was wrong and too cold toward Miss Doll here. Quickly adding, I'll go to the city-state and buy you some new ones later, they're all old. Really? Alice suddenly showed a surprised expression. Captain, you are so wonderful. Don't get too happy just yet. Duncan shook his head and casually placed the hairpin away. We're not done yet. Alice, the next thing I want to tell you is something about your origin. You need to listen carefully. Chapter 99. The first step to testing and mastery. After confirming that Alice did not respond to all the keywords and was completely unaware of the information about the ability to decapitate, Duncan decided to tell the confused cursed doll what he came across from that little spying venture. Because he already had a faint speculation at this time, maybe the key to the anomaly of the abnormal 099 puppet coffin wasn't the doll Alice herself, but rather it's her coffin. Gently swaying with the waves of the boundless sea, Duncan went over the various details he had learned from the document with Alice. The poor lady was so scared that she had squirmed into a corner by the end of the bed. Do you have to be scared like this? But, it's really so scary. Alice's whimpering voice sounded like she's ready to cry after listening to some horror story. What indiscriminate beheading, what range of death will stop, what continues to expand the scope of territory, this. I don't know any of that. I believe now that you really don't know. Duncan glanced at the frightened shivering lady who kept squirming, but this is indeed information about the anomaly 099 puppet coffin. Alice held her head and stared at Duncan like she's ready to pop that neck, then. So I now have two theories. First, the above decapitation may be your unconscious ability. You are in essence, an anomaly after all, so your power is most likely a passive range effect. Even if you were asleep before, it didn't change the occurrence and remained active without your knowledge. Duncan said, slowly getting up from his chair and came over to the ornate wooden box, touching it with the tip of his long sword. Second, the decapitation power of the puppet's coffin may not come from you as a puppet, but from your coffin instead. The coffin? You mean my box? Alice's eyes slowly widened, and her gaze subconsciously fell on the wooden box next to the bed with Duncan's movements. You mean? The full name of Anomaly 099 is Puppet Coffin. In other words, you and your wooden box add up to the complete Anomaly 099. When I first met you, I subconsciously thought that you were the dominant part because I didn't know the full name. Duncan rubbed his chin and said while thinking. Now that I think about it, the main focus of the name actually lied with the second half. Alice blinked, her head grinding with thought until she face-palmed. Oh. That's because I came with this box. Duncan eyed this silly and careless puppet with an exhausted face. You didn't have to say it so proudly. Alice didn't seem to hear the ridicule in Duncan's tone and glanced down at her wooden box. With a slightly worried voice, if this is true, does that mean my box has been beheading others? But I've lived inside it for so long. How come I never felt any sense of danger or evil? I don't feel any special power while sleeping in it either. That's obvious. You are part of the entire Anomaly 099 package. How are you supposed to reference your own condition with others? Duncan frowned, and check your neck. I suspect the reason your head keeps popping off is because of you constantly sleeping inside that box. Alice suddenly felt that the captain was right. With a complicated expression, but if what you say is true, why hasn't my coffin affected anyone aboard the ship yet? Wouldn't my ability have activated by now? As soon as she said this, the lady met Duncan's gaze and promptly realized she had messed up. Thankfully the doll lived on the ship long enough to know the ghost captain wouldn't hold it against her, otherwise she might start panicking at this moment. Duncan stared at the doll silently, waiting for Alice to shrink into a smaller mass before faintly saying, the only humanoid creature on this ship besides you is me. Do you mean? Of course not. Alice almost jumped and quickly flailed her hand while saying, ignore my quibbles, I mean this box. I didn't say what I was going to do with you. Duncan looked at her helplessly, you're now the Vanished's crew, so I'm your protector on the boundless sea. You don't have to be so afraid. Can you sit properly first? It looks like I've done something to you with the way you're acting. While Alice obeyed and came out of the corner, Duncan, on the other hand, got filled with other thoughts because of the doll's questions like why doesn't her ability activate after staying on the ship. Considering the amount of time she spent on the Vanished, the cycle of beheading should have begun by now, yet the ability appears missing. What was suppressing the doll's power, the Vanished or the captain himself? Duncan looked down at his hands. He knows that he has a very incredible power, which not only allows him to completely occupy the life of a cultist named Ron, but even enough to make Alice, an anomaly in the upper rank, to tremble at first glance. Such a magnificent flame, yet he still doesn't fully understand it. On the other hand, the Vanished was the fifth highest vision in the boundless sea, a vision, not an anomaly. This means that as long as something was within the scope of the ghost ship, there would be a field that's in effect 24 hours a day, constantly exerting its influence on all targets within the range. With the suppression of the captain and ship, Anomaly 099 would naturally become harmless. However, what if he took Alice to plan according to plans? What then? Will the situation spiral out of control? With such a risk, he must figure out a series of things. Is the subject of the effect Alice the doll or her wooden coffin box? Is it the captain himself who's providing the suppression effect, or is it the ghost ship Vanished who's causing it? Will the coffin and doll go berserk if separated, or will it absolve the beheading effect entirely? Duncan had a large list of questions in his mind as he contemplated what's plausible and what's not. Gradually, various schemes began to formulate in the man's mind, but at the end of things, he found one thing that frustrated him: he lacked many of the necessary conditions for testing. The Vanished wasn't a qualified testing ground because the power of the ghost ship interferes with the accuracy of the results. He doesn't have a suitable test target either aboard. Duncan raised his head and looked at Alice, who was sitting obediently on the edge of the bed. The doll lady was looking at her beloved wooden box with some sadness. It didn't take much to guess what she thought, since all her tangled emotions were printed on that face. As if noticing the captain's gaze, Alice suddenly broke the silence and whispered, "From the day I was conscious, I've been living in this box. It's my bed, it's my home, it's my shelter, and I feel safe when I sleep in it." Duncan didn't speak and quietly observed the doll in front of him. "I now know why those humans are so afraid." Alice reached out and gently stroked her wooden box. "They're afraid of us. I was planning to take you to the city-state of Plan the next time I walked in the spirit world," Duncan said in a deep voice. "I need a helper over there." Alice's eyes seemed to light up for a moment, but then they darkened. "Ah, this might not work. I've postponed the plan, but not cancelled." Duncan's expression and tone didn't change much. "We just need more time to confirm your power and master the conditions for this decapitation effect. Know that the city-states have the knowledge and means to seal a variety of anomalies through various tricks. If they can do it, we here on the Vanished most certainly can do more." Alice glanced at Duncan suspiciously. From the captain's calm and deep gaze, she soon realized that this was not an empty word of comfort. "You have a plan?" Duncan thought for a moment, raised his fingertips, and lit a cluster of faint flames. "First of all, we may need a little fire." Chapter 100. Fiction and Reality in History. "Captain, are you sure this is really okay?" Alice looked nervously at the small flame in Duncan's finger, causing her two hands to grasp the lace decoration on the side of her clothes. "Please don't burn my room down." Duncan held the ball of fire while looking for a place to start, but at seeing the way Alice was behaving, he sighed and took a moment to explain. "My ghost fire is completely under my control, don't you believe me?" When Alice heard this, she flailed her hand up in the air. I believe. Only then did Duncan withdraw his gaze and focus his mind. With the conditions now on the Vanished, it was impossible to fully test Alice's coffin. However, this does not mean he cannot do some preliminary research first. Now that he has become more adept in the control of the ghost fire, he has vaguely touched upon some doorway to use this to explore the secrets inside supernatural things. He still didn't dare to use this flame on Alice, of course, but if it was to study her wooden box, that's another story. After some preparation, Duncan slowly reached out. He extended a cluster of flames from his fingertips to the surface of the ornate box, letting it sink in like some illusory reflection. First it covered the outside, then the inside, followed by the green flame seeping straight into the wood until the very box transformed and reconstructed into its skeletal structure. "Ah, Captain, it's burning!" The puppet shouted in amazement, but her cry did draw a response due to Duncan focusing his attention on control. The man kept a firm eye to ensure nothing went wrong at this stage because a part of his consciousness was about to enter the item. Gradually, Calm and silence took over the ghost captain's environment until even the endless sounds of waves and wind disappeared from his ear. His mind entered a vast place unlike anything he had conquered in the past through the channel he created. If he had to coin an analogy, using the flame to control the sun talisman gave him the feeling of easily filling up a cup of water. In this case, with Alice's coffin, it's like pouring his mind into a large lake. The volume couldn't even be compared. Is this the gap difference between an artificially mass-produced supernatural item and an anomaly ranked in the upper numbers? Duncan realized something in his heart, and in this flash of thought, he suddenly sensed the connection of his flames reaching a peak. The transmission of power became smooth as a river as turbulent memories flooded into his mind. There were sounds of waves battering against unfamiliar coastlines, cold winds blowing against high walls, and the distant and frozen landscapes of shadowy crowds gathering together. Duncan's vision zipped across the air, flying dozens of meters to take an aerial view of the whole place. From above, he saw a strange and unknown city, and at its center was a stage with crowds of onlookers gathered around it. Duncan also heard numerous whispers and chatters with his ears. It's noisy and jumbled due to all the voices. However, there's no question in the ghost captain's mind that these voices aren't from the crowds of shadows beneath him but rather an echoing murmur that encompassed the entire city. It gives off an ominous and oppressive vibe. Then suddenly, Duncan jerked to attention grabbing at his rear. Swinging around, he suddenly found himself standing on the ground, staring at a towering thing in the center. It's a guillotine, a sharp-bladed instrument for beheading its victims. Through the bit of historical knowledge in his mind, Duncan realized where he must be right now. The Frost Queen, who had been executed by the rebels half a century earlier, was tied and standing before him. She had the exact same fact as Alice. Duncan didn't know what to make of this. He understood they weren't the same people, only in appearance, yet he felt ill watching this picture knowing what was to come. Your time is up, Frost Queen. The cold and distant voice yells out from behind the stage as if raising the curtain to the show. In the next second, Duncan saw two phantoms rapidly appear next to the guillotine. The two shadows came to the Frost Queen in an attempt to bend her knee. Yet, the Queen's figure did not move like the two phantoms were weak children. Now the jumbled noise around the stage grew even louder and more turbulent, followed by the crowds of shadows swaying like they were upset at the outcome. Quiet. The same cold voice that yelled before spoke again, this time more enraged than commanding. Maintain order in the execution ground. More phantoms emerged around the guillotine. They forced the Frost Queen to bend her knee and lock into that cold torturous apparatus this time. With this, the cold glistening blade of sharp death began to rise as the locks and cogs turned. Duncan frowned. Although he knew this was just an echoing memory, he still subconsciously took a step forward when looking at the face of Alice. But it's with this gesture that the Frost Queen turned her head slightly. She's looking straight at the ghost captain as if they're acting in the same time and space. Whoever you are, please don't pollute history. The Queen says softly but with power. Duncan stood frozen in amazement and heard even more shocked outcries from around the guillotine. Who are you talking to? The Frost Queen had already retracted her gaze then, returning to her cold demeanor. Do it before the sun sets. The guillotine blade fell with that sentence. Instantly, boundless darkness surged from all directions, tearing apart the illusion that had replayed the historical event in detail. Duncan knew what was happening with this past echo, and sure enough, his connection here was rapidly fading. But even so, his ears could still grasp onto a few vague and broken sentences at the end. The Frost Queen is dead, and we have cut off the channel for the vanished to return to the real world. Raynora vainly tried to build the second vanished. She colluded with the shadow of subspace. The evidence is conclusive, so her death is well deserved. The new administrator will soon restore order, and all materials related to the Abyss exploration plan will be destroyed. However, active whistleblowers still have a chance to be forgiven. Full pursuit of the rebel ship Sea Mist and the defecting navy. Dead or alive doesn't matter. Wait, what is that sound? Quickly run. This place is going to collapse. Exclamations, shouts, the sound of buildings collapsing in the surroundings, and the roaring waves rocked his ears. In that moment, Duncan abruptly broke out of the boundless darkness like someone desperately surfacing from a deep dive. The last connection had snapped, signaling the end of the historic show and his return to reality. Opening his eyes, Duncan's first sight was Alice plucking her head off and snapping it back on for fun.